Hello, Starlings. For those who are still around here, I streamed earlier about 20 minutes ago. We ended stream. It was a pretty good stream. Some interesting talk about politics, about the big beautiful bill, about Mexican American War, about alleged supplemental Social Security things, and some vagueness. And we spoke to Dev Pike, and we had a phone call with Dumb, who apparently had to get off to watch some videos or some bullshit. I don't know, but anyway. I put my brother to bed, and this is very early. Like right now, it's 7 o'clock in the evening here, 7 p.m. here in New Jersey. And I think the pills, like he's had gabapentin before, he's had propanol before, he's had Prozac before. I think it was the Concerta. I like Concerta. I think it does me good. It's not a wonder drug, but I like it. It might not be for him because he was telling me he was trying to brush his teeth. He's like, I can't stand still. So I made sure he got to bed so he didn't fall over and like crash and burn up. So he went to bed, which is very early. The sun's still up, and I said, "Listen, you'll probably wake up at some odd hour. You'll probably wake up at an odd hour, but don't worry. I'm going to make the lasagna, and it's already pre-made lasagna. You got to heat it up." I heated up the oven. You can see here the instructions. You do. This is from Frozen because it was frozen. You see this? It says preheat oven. You take the lid off, bend it like a TP, leave the lid resting, and put it in for about 70 minutes. So I set my alarm. This alarm should go off when it's time to go back to the oven. After about 70 minutes of cooking, you go back, take the TP off, turn it around, and give it another 20 minutes. So I've got my alarm set, and I should be cleaning a bathroom, but I figured, hey, fuck, I'm awake, I'm here, I feel okay, a little tipsy, but okay. Let me come back on while I cook my lasagna. And there are different flavors. This is a Stouffer's lasagna, pre-made Stouffer's. And this particular one is called meat and sauce. We tried one called like 5 cheese. I didn't like it. Another one was pretty good. So we'll try this. And my brother can have something to eat when he gets up later. He was out of it. I don't know if it's because he works 6 days a week. I don't know if all those pills together plus the alcohol really hit him. I don't know if I wonder sometimes, like streaming does tire me out. And tomorrow I'll pay for it. I'll be like, oh man, I streamed last night. I'm tired. I think my brother burns out during the stream. That's the impression I get because you see, as the stream goes on, in all my streams, he gets to that point where he's like. So I think the act of streaming burns him out in the moment. I get burned out when I get done. But, yeah. Restless legs. I've never had a problem with it, but he might. So, maybe no more Concerta for him. And you're saying alcohol and gabapentin. Uh-oh. But I want to share something with you. Outside my house, I saw there's like a crack on the side of the house. There was a maple tree growing. I believe this is a green maple. So I plucked it and I repotted it for now in this, and I give it some water, and I put some holes in the bottom so the water comes out. This is a maple tree. I'd actually like to grow. I don't want to plant this. I actually want to put it in a bigger pot and have like a maple tree, put it outside. In the fall, it can lose its it's an outdoor plant. It can lose its leaves, turn red or whatever, yellow. I want to have like a pet maple. So I'm going to see if this grows. I've had this for a couple weeks now, and it seems to be doing well. So I want to make this a pet maple that I put into a bigger pot, and I can leave it outside, but just, I like, because it was growing there. I'm like, this maple can't grow here. It's going to be too problematic growing into the foundation of the house, but I can save it. So I saved a green maple. See that? It's a maple. And it was weeks ago, and it still hasn't, turned brown and shriveled up. So I think my maple made it. Also, they say that willows are some of the most resistant or resilient trees. So I saw a willow tree, a weeping willow. I cut off a branch. This is my my dip. When I ate my potato chips, see this dip? Hell of a good dip. And this was a few weeks ago, and it seems to be doing well. It's growing some new growth. So I got myself a maple, and I got myself a willow. This is a clipping. This is a willow clipping. See if I can grow it from a clipping. And the maple is not a clipping. I actually plucked it. This was a naturally growing maple from seed. It was growing in the side of the house, and I just sort of plucked it up and saved it. See that? I'll leave them on the kitchen windowsill. I am a tree hugger, man. I overhug them. They get smothered. They die. You know what I mean? Ooh. All right. So there's no one here really, but I'm going to stick around because I'm cooking lasagna. Let me put these two things back on the windowsill, and we'll talk a bit. Me and you, Dog Pill. Loving the free and feeling spirit of hugging a tree when you get near it. We dig snow and rain in the bright sunshine. Dragging the line, dragging the line. Dragging the line, dragging the line. Do, do, do. I'm not the best green thumb, but I saw that maple. I took pity on it. And the willow is more of an experiment. Willow trees die easily, but they're very regenerative. In fact, a lot of the if you go to like a store to get some of this, hormone growth for plants, they actually use willow choppings. Willows are it dies easily, but it regenerates very easily. So I want just as an experiment, I clipped off, about 10 inches of a new growth willow branch just to see what happens. And the maple is not a clipping. It's an actual free growing maple that I plucked. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. One time, I'll tell you a story. I bought a pack of Morning Glories, which is a flower. Morning Glory. Bought a pack of Morning Glories at at the store. They had like a setup. Might have been a grocery store. Bought a pack of Morning Glories, and I read online that it helps let them soak before you plant them. So I put them in this little cup, and I let them soak overnight. The next day, I went to go plant them, and what I did was I took the cup and I poured out the water and used my hand to cup so I didn't lose any of the Morning Glory seeds. And very briefly, very, very briefly, I had this weird time distortion warp. I looked in the mirror and it's like my whole face and everything, very brief. I was like, what the hell was that? Later on, I learned that Morning Glories have, slight psychotropic properties. I wasn't trying to get high. It was very brief, but I remember I was pouring out the water to keep the seeds. Water fell out. It was on my hand. Water fell in the palm. Seeds. Put them back in the cup. I looked in the mirror. It was in the bathroom. I looked in the mirror, and all of a sudden, like hard to describe. Like the whole world went sideways really quick. I was like, "What the fuck was that?" It wasn't until later I learned that Morning Glories have psychotropic properties, and I probably got a slight hive, or had a very, very mini trip from that. It was weird. It was so like, "What the fuck was that?" All right, so it's just you and me, dog. What's up? You want to come on? Now, even though Brother Click was very tired and very out of it, he admitted he was happy we did this. He said it's a good stream. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed talking to Dev Pike. He enjoyed talking to Dumb. If you noticed, like Dumb, I don't expect to talk to Dumb forever and ever, but he could have said, "All right, guys, I get it off now. Okay, no." But instead, he was like, "I gotta go now. I gotta watch a video." It's like he was so. This is why I'm hesitant to go meet him, because he's so, like fake friendly. He's nice-ish, but it's not really nice. He could have been like more, he could have been more diplomatic. I didn't want to talk to him forever. You want to get off? That's fine. It was the way he went about it. I got to go now because I got to watch videos Donda sent me. You have a lifetime of watching videos Donda sent you. It's like, you want to get off, just say so, asshole. Say, listen, guys, I've had fun, but I want to get off now. Time for you to peace out. I'd respect that. I got to go because I got to watch some videos. It was so like, what the fuck, you asshole. So anyway, this is why when people say, why don't you go see Dumb? I was always so hesitant because of this fake friendliness, this fake niceness I get with him, but really under the surface, low-key hostility. You know what I mean? While that's true, he says he's not a Spurg. Plus, he says he's not a Spurg. I think he doesn't want to be honest. Spurg's like directness. He's trying to be nice, but he's lying, and it's obvious he's lying, and it comes across as more insulting than just saying, hey, this has been fun, but I'm kind of tired of this. I'm going to get off now. Okay, bye. Versus, well, I got to go because I got to watch this video Donda sent me. Like, don't give me bullshit, man. This is why I don't want to meet him. I'm like hesitant with him. Meeting him is really just for you guys, the starlings, for the audience to say, okay, this is Dumb. I'm OC. Here's my brother. We're here in fucking Waynesboro. Nice to be. It's almost like it's for the fucking audience. And I don't want to do things for the audience, but part of me thinks, well, some of you guys are okay, so I'll do it for the audience. But yeah, it's like, really, you're dealing with Spurgs, you can be direct. Yeah, in fact, I can't believe I'm doing this. But the reason I'm here, the reason I came back, I'm waiting for the lasagna to cook. I set my alarm. When it goes off, I got to go turn it and take the tray off. So I figured, what the hell? I'll stream and have another beer. I feel out of it, but awake out of it, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I'm awake out of it. Yeah, I'm awake out of it. Good. Yeah, I'm killing time while I let the lasagna heat up. I felt my bad. I think part of it too, my brother didn't eat anything today. I don't think he ate anything. So it's like he's probably, he got drunk and took pills on an empty stomach, and now he's really out of it. I told him, you'll probably wake up at some weird hour. He's supposed to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. He set his alarms. I'm like, you'll be awake before that. You can just come down and have some lasagna. I'll make up the lasagna. It's pretty good. It's decent, you know. It's like Chef Boyardee in a way. It's like it's okay. But what did you think, Dog Pill, about the way he was so quick to get off? No, it was these are my pills. He took them recreationally. If you go back to the last stream, you can see the pills we took. He took a gabapentin, which is mine. He took a propanolol, which is mine. He took a Prozac, which is mine, and he took a Concerta, which is mine. So he took 4 pills: propanolol, whatever it is, propanolol, gabapentin, Prozac, and a Concerta. Who's going to see it? But I see the resemblance. She looks like that girl, that actress girl. Sure. That's why I look, what time is it? What time is it in London right now? Let's see. For me, it's 7:15. For you're 5 hours ahead. It's 12. Okay, so are you awake or you got to go to bed? I know you're off tomorrow. You're off weekends. Do you want to come on if you want, just to see if you like it or not? Because I have him. He can say, oh, this is great, or man, this isn't for me. It sucks. You know what I mean? How are we doing, Dev Pike?
Good morning.
When are you going to show your face? When do you plan on doing that?
I don't think. No, maybe not now because of the comparison with the barista lady is going to be brutal. Everyone's going to say you don't have a chance, bro. What were you doing?
What are you doing with your audio? Once again, your audio sounds faint and swishy. What are you doing? What are you doing exactly?
I've got it in my underpants. I've got the microphone in my underpants.
Now, be honest. Are you changing a setting, or what are you doing? Why does it sound like that at first? What's
My setup is jacked up. Don't worry about it.
No, I am worried about it. Explain. Give us a little background. Your setup is jacked up. So, what are you changing settings? Are you changing mics? What's going on?
I'm moving the mic around. Is it better now?
So it's the same mic, same settings. You just moved where it was.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, why didn't you put it back where it was the last time you were on? Because that seems to work.
It's on there now.
Then why wasn't it there when you first came on? You should have put it there immediately.
Sorry.
Well, explain more about your jacked. I'm curious. You got what? Like a bunch of computers, a bunch of what do you have?
No, it's literally just a line out. It's just a headphone line out. It's nothing. It's very low tech. I haven't got it. I'm curious.
Well, what kind of microphone do you have? A regular mic, a USB mic, or is it like you're using a pair of
headphones? No, that's what I'm saying. It's on a headphone set. It's pathetic.
Okay. Well, anyway, what did you make of Dumb? Like I said, I don't mind if Dumb wanted to get off.
Standoffish.
Right. I don't mind if you wanted to get off, but the way he went about, instead of saying, okay, guys, it's been fun, I'd like to go now. Okay, bye, Dumb. He was like, I got to go. I got to watch videos Dunn to sent me. It was like fake friendly, looking for an excuse to get off. I felt it was condescending. And this is why when people ask me, why don't you go visit Dumb? Because I get these like lukewarm, hot, cold bullshit vibes from him.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I think. And I'm gonna reconfirm it. He doesn't like me still. Same difference.
I don't think he likes me. I think he's seeing
you either.
To be nice. He thinks of himself as a nice guy. I'll host OC and his brother, but I don't think he wants to really look at me. That's the vibe I get.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know.
He doesn't like you either. He doesn't really like any of us. I think he sees us as like pulling him back into the swamp. He's trying to get out of the swamp and live happily ever after. We're the bad guys.
I think he's trying to be a normie and we're not in this.
Right, he's too cool for us now. He
His
needed
area,
us.
so
Right.
Yeah, you can go over there, bro.
Yeah, he needed us when he was down and out, down in the dumps. But now that he's like got a girlfriend, oh, I want to be a normie now. Kind of like your buddy Xenesis. Xenesis admitted he's got his loser friends who he respects, but he's got his cool kid friends, and he doesn't mix the two groups. So I think Dumb now sees us as a bunch of losers who he's risen above. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's like, you're cramping my style, bro. I'll just
Right. You're cramping my style. I don't want to be that's exactly what it is. It's like,
we're like, you don't have any style, Dumb. So
right, we're like, don't forget where you came from, asshole. When everything crashes and burns and you're ready to blow your brains out in the outback, don't come crying to us because we know it's heading that direction. There, I said it there.
I mean, I've talked to Xenesis about this, and my theory is that he'll be in the outback in a caravan after the.
Isn't that what I just said? Yeah, when you're in the outback by yourself, ready to blow your brains out. I can't believe Donda kicked me out. Yeah, it's like don't come crying to us because Dumb's kind of pissing me off now. I can see why Todd pushes Dumb away. I mean, I'm starting to. Yes, Black Pill drama. Yep. But
he's just done a typical normie move. You know, I'm above you in status. Fuck off.
Yes.
He's playing this status hierarchical. I'm now one step above you. You don't exist, bro. You're below me. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Nice one.
That's absolutely correct. He sees himself as above us, and he can't be bothered with us. Right.
Yeah, but you're actually playing exactly the game that these dumbass normies are playing, bro.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we're saying the wrong thing with Donna.
Yeah, Donna. Dumb came on.
Yeah, Dumb's going to be with you forever, bro. Yeah.
James came on briefly in a phone call. He wanted to get off, which is fine. But instead of saying, hey, I've had enough, I want to get off, he made some excuse. I got to go watch the videos. And we were a little offended. We feel that Dumb is forgetting his old friends. We feel that now, now that he has you, he doesn't care about us anymore. That's how we feel.
Unless the videos were of Donna undressing, then that could be possible. But if it's some dumbass video, then it's rubbish.
Let's ask her. Was it videos of you undressing, or is it some bullshit video? I'm assuming a bullshit video, but
she's not going to answer that.
Not going to answer.
So, Brosy's had a varied life with all these black pills going.
Brosy, you're getting kind of staticky again. Brosy has had a what kind of life with the black pills?
He's had a varied life, and he's had black pills shoved down his throat.
Yeah, him for being a manlet, and me, he knows what I went through. He knows my story. So from between the two of us, yes.
So why hasn't he ended up as black pilled as you? How was he able to maintain his normiedom when he's had so many black pills rammed down his throat?
Because even though people don't want to really be his friend or his girlfriend, they still tolerate him. They don't come after him. They treat him nicely because he's a harmless little shit, basically. He's 5'4". They see him as a harmless manlet. So even though they don't want to be his friends or see him with him socially, they like him as a person. They tolerate him. If my brother says, man, this is stupid, they laugh. Cute little guy. If I say this is stupid, they say, fuck you. If the tall guy says this is stupid, they say, yes, sir. So it's all about it. So yeah, that's what's going on. They see my brother as a cute, harmless kid. They see the tall thag as someone to be worshipped. And they see me as, you're not a cute kid and you're not a tall thag to be worshipped. Fuck you. I hate you. So they really hate me. They're cool with him. They see him as a little kid, little buddy.
Do you think, I think that's my problem as well. I've got loads of, I don't know whether you want to go into it, but I've got loads of tales from my employers.
Well, why don't you share one? Share one. Why not?
Okay, why can't we do 1 and 2? Why can't you share one of your stories that you've got catalogued, and then or not?
Well, yeah, I should. I keep teasing it. I want to make videos. It's hard for me to sit down and make these videos, but I want to do this in video form. You guys can always watch the video and go back. I was saying if I drive out to see Dumb 3.5 hours, I can mount my my cell phone and just record a video of the road while I talk about some of my stories. I want to do it in video format. But I told you the story about the grocery store. This wasn't one of the worst ones. This is more where the tall fag jock decided he hurt it after 1 week. He hurt his back and he didn't. And they catered to him and they wanted me to do all the hard work. I'm like, what? Anyway, also we got a new visitor. I don't know who this is. I'm not sure who this is. Let's bring him on. Someone wants to talk to you. Darken Dave. I've never heard of him. Welcome, Darken.
What up? Can y'all hear
How you
me?
doing?
What up?
Yeah.
What up?
Hey, My battery might die halfway through, but I'm a huge fan. OC. I found you through Depressed and Wanted Man, and I found you through you know that boy Wiggy, OC.
Wigcell Lance, yes, in Kentucky, yeah.
Yeah, and what's his face, Aiden. Although I was in there.
Aiden in Canada, yes, I know them all. Yes. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
You never know who's watching. So how long have you been watching me? I'm curious.
bro. I found this channel like I don't know. I think when you had Off Grid on and he had chicken dinner and
Right. I,
yeah.
I think honestly, I'd be honest. I think you're one of the first black folks to come on. So welcome. You're a black guy, I take it, right?
Nah, man. I mean, I just talk like this sometimes, you know.
So you're a white guy who talks like a Negro, or what's going on?
Nah, I'm a South Asian dude that talks like this. I just do this on just for
Okay.
fun.
Well, hold on, Danny. Real quick, you don't give us too much. Can I ask where are you from? Like, don't give us a town. Like, what state? Can you give us a general area? Where are you from, and how old are you, Darken Dave?
Midwest, and I'm 26.
26 Midwest, and by South Asian, you're saying you're Indian or Pakistani, or what does South Asian mean?
Yeah. One of them two countries. Yeah, yep.
Okay, so you're I call them subcontinentals. You're a subcontinental from the Midwest who's putting on a fake Southern black drawl. Is what you're telling me?
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to stop, I will. I mean, it's my bad.
Talk in your normal voice. That'd be easier. Just talk in your normal voice. Okay, so you're from the United States, but you're Indian or Pakistani background, and you say you're from the Midwest. And do you know who Dev Pike is? He's been on my channel a lot. You recognize Dev Pike?
Yeah, is he the British dude?
He's the British dude. Yes.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Dev.
That's a pretty good accent. I like that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you're probably.
Have you got any more accents?
I mean, I can try a Pakistani one if you want me to. It's not that good, but I can.
Yeah, I would expect you. You said you're South Asian. I'm assuming Pakistani. You should do a better Pakistani accent than that. I'm a little disappointed, but close enough.
Yeah.
But anyway, what brings you on? We're always happy to have new. We're always happy to have new blood. What brings you on? Would you like to talk about?
I mean,
yeah.
No, we're happy to have you. Is there anything you want to share? Or, okay, well, tell you what drew you to this channel? You said you found me through Dumb and Wigcell and Off Grid. What brought you here? Hello? I don't know if he's still with us.
What is this game?
Darken Dave, are you still with us there? We'd like to hear from you.
Do we want to hear from him?
Well, yeah, I always like meeting new people. Maybe he has some new take he can share with us. Yeah, I don't know if his mic cut off. He's still here, but he's not. Is the mic cut off? Yeah, no, I want to hear Darken Dave's. I want to hear his story. I want to hear what he has to think. Maybe he has ideas about me, about you, Danny, about like your barista girl. He just cut himself off. Darken Dave, feel free to come back and share your thoughts. We're always happy to hear it. Because if he knows who Dumb is and who Wigcell is and who Off Grid is, he's clearly part of this. I hate to use this word, community. So he's of this, what's the word I'm looking for? Of this cloth, cut niche. This cloth. Right, this niche. So he's more than welcome to come on and share his thoughts, but he disappeared on us. But oh well.
This is Denizen. Do you know what Denizen is?
Hold on. First, if you want to come back, feel free, Darken Dave. Anyway, Denizen. What do you mean by Denizen?
Denizens in a particular area people have found.
Yes, we're denizens of this sphere, whatever you want to call it.
Do you like that song? Do you like the word denizen or not?
I know the word. I know what you meant in this context. Just we're denizens or residents or whatever of this space. I understand what you're saying, right?
So anyway, what's have you got? You can also. I was going to say you can chop up the. You don't have to do a particular video for these.
Right. It'll probably be a bunch of videos chopped up. I'll do this installments. Yes.
Yeah, but you could chop up this. If you said it on this live or live, you could just chop up.
Oh, chop and add the video. Now I want to explain all the grocery stores I worked at. What happened here, then what happened here. The strangulation liquor store from the guy here, but by then I was on the third grocery store. The nigger bitch tried to run me over. They tried to get me fired for vaping. I want to go I want chronological. I want it to make sense. I'm a Spurg. I want it laid out.
Okay, you want to go full Spurg. I understand.
Right.
So, what about? Okay, I'll just give you one story that's kind of relate to your
Give us one story. And Darken Dave, if you're out there, please come back and share your own stories. We're not trying to dox you. We're just trying to, okay, I understand. You're an American, you're 26, South Asian. Okay. And you can share your stories too, or you share your background or what brings you here. I like to hear from new people. It's good when other people come on and they seem to click. So go ahead, Danny. Tell us your story. Give us a story.
He didn't click. He just fucked off.
He just fucked off, but maybe he'll come back. Maybe
Anyway.
maybe not like maybe like you, he was having technical difficulties. Maybe his jacked up mic wasn't working. So okay, we'll give him the benefit. I give everyone gets one chance. I give him the benefit of the doubt. But go ahead, tell it. Yes, we're so back. Now tell
anyway,
us.
I'll give you just me. What about you?
I'm here. I'm listening, but this is your time to shine. Go ahead.
I'm not going to shine. But
Fine, I'm here. I'm listening.
The point is,
get some popcorn. Yeah, okay.
The point is that I'm a bit like you with the kind of the lack of the friction.
Also, look, my ego is slightly stroked. When someone comes on and says, I'm a big fan, someone I've never heard of, part of me thinks, cool. Another part of me thinks, is this guy going to play games? But, there's part of me that's always has that self-doubt. But I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. If he means what he means, I'd love to have him back. And do you know who's Neat Rambo? Oh, I think Neat Rambo must be another alias for Darken Dave. Okay. So, charge your phone up. You can come back. Okay, now, Danny, you were going to tell us a story, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm a bit like you where the kind of grating with the fellow employees, I really don't.
Well,
I don't seem to get.
This is a picture that he wants to show. I look like a goat. One of the key differences between my brother, we told my brother's story about the place was closing. Those two old guys were simping. They're in their 60s, simping for a girl in her 30s who doesn't drive. Ugly looking librarian bitch. When my brother went to go visit the manager, months later, he was more polite. I would have said, I wouldn't have been confrontational, like, fuck you. I'd have been like, hey, man, what was going on? That girl, you were, I would have been more like, what the hell? I know they wouldn't like to hear it, but that's the difference between me and Brother Click. Another reason why he doesn't have the problems I do. He wouldn't ask those questions. I would be nice at first. Hey, good to see you. Hey, what was that shit with the girl? When I asked her how she's going to get down there, and I would start calling them out on it. My brother doesn't do that. He doesn't like to do that. He doesn't like to rock the boat. That's a key difference between me and my brother.
True, yeah. I mean, I'm just... can you see the image that I've got there? Do you want to show that or not? Yeah.
Well, first, okay, so this guy, he goes by two names. Neat Rambo / Darken Dave, and he's what, of Pakistani ancestry, and he says he's 26 and he's from the Midwest. Okay, so if he wants to come on, charge his phone. We'd love to hear from Neat Rambo / Darken Dave, the 26-year-old of Pakistani from the Midwest. But okay, no, I don't want to keep sharing your pictures. I want you to tell us a story. You're going to tell us a story.
We can do both.
My whole thing with you at the hill, the valley. I don't like to me, a valley is a flat lowland. You've got mountains in that picture. But yes, we're on the hill. Chads are up there on that mountaintop. And most normies live in Normie Valley. What the Chad on the mountain, the majestic mountain, and the loser incel on Garbage Dump Hill have in common is Rubbish Hill. We're both elevated above the Normie plane. Right. That's my analogy. But where's your story? You're going to tell us a story. And we're going to see if Neat Rambo / Darken Dave wants to tell us one of his stories. So go ahead, start telling us your story.
It's just basically the way that I'm, not compatible with the normies. Anyway, so I had this job at this engineering firm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Low level job. I was kind of a technician, packing these. Do you know what a solenoid is? Basically, it's just an actuator that it's for fire extinguishers, right? So it goes off.
Okay, so you're at a job doing what? You were filling fire extinguishers or what?
Packing them, assembling them, all this kind of.
Hi, Chris Dubbs from Perth. What's up? Perth, Australia. Okay, so you're working in this. Okay, you're a tech cell. You're working doing high quality work, stuffing fire extinguishers with foam. Is that the gist of what you're doing, or?
It was more of the electronics that fire off the fire extinguisher. Anyway, this is pointless. So
I do like how you put me on the shit hill because I am the incel in Incel Hill, and you put Chad Preet on the mountain. And he and I have in common, he's loved and worshipped. I'm the garbage dump, but we're both above the normie masses in the valley, like your boy James. So yes, it is a good picture. I'll give you that. It's good.
So yeah, I thought you'd like it. Anyway, basically, there was this kind of really dick. I'm sure you're aware of him, like this middle manager who's a real power tripping twat. Yeah.
Yes.
Who's like a normie looking ferret type figure. Yeah. And he's we call them in the UK. And again,
you call him Chavs or something? CHAV. That's some British name.
Again, I'll reference Jack Tisson, the Oofy Doofy. Right.
Oofy Doofy. Okay.
Is this twat-like figure who's 5 out of 10 in every single stat.
Well, in some ways, you can say dumb is an Oofy Doofy, kind of.
So he's 5 out of 10 in every single stat, like a moron, right? Or even less. 4 to 5 out of 10. He can't do anything well. Everything is average. Literally everything. Yeah, he excels in nothing. And also is completely conformist to the normie narrative. He buys everything on the BBC, everything in the Guardian and the Times.
Does he drive a Tesla? Does he drive a Tesla?
He can't afford a Tesla.
Oh, okay.
The Oofy Doofy is the middle of the road twat on about 25 or 30k a year. Nothing. He's doing nothing with his life. He's not explaining anything. He's not discovering any truths. He's not a philosopher at any level. He's an absolute moron. But make no mistake, these guys are getting women, right? These women are going for these morons. I don't know.
What, these are women who couldn't get Chad and are settling for the Oofy Doofy, is what you're saying?
Yeah. They're actually quite successful.
Okay.
These middle management these middle management Oofy Doofies who have no discernible talent, nothing going for them, no athleticism, nothing, right? Intellectually zero, can just about do their job. That's it. That's all they've got, right?
Okay.
But women are going for them. We're being beaten by
these. So this guy is married. He's got a wife, I'm assuming, or a girlfriend, or what?
Yeah, he's got a wife.
Okay, so he's got a wife, and he's got this little job, and he's an Oofy Doofy. Okay, let's continue. So where's the story going?
So he's managing me, right? So I'm just
I'm sorry. Again, I'm getting the static again. He's what? He's what again? You say he's an American?
He's managing me.
Oh, managing you. He's managing you. Okay.
So anyway, he's managing me, well, and all the other apprentices and lower level staff, right? So the job is it's menial. It's very easy to
Wait, but do fire extinguishers have electronics? I thought it was all mechanical. You take a fire extinguisher, you spray the foam. Where's the electronic end? Unless modern day fire extinguishers have electronics in them. I recall fire extinguishers just pull it off the wall, the hose, and okay. This is my alarm. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a 1 minute break. You think of your story. I gotta go to the oven and rotate the lasagna. So we're gonna take a 1 minute break. When I come back, let's have a more coherent story. Okay. Okay, I'm back. There's the oven is a bit finicky. It's supposed to be 400. It says put it at 400. Let's see, 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I put it at 410. You can tell it's cooking. It smells pretty good, but it's still kind of frozeny. So I took you're supposed to take the top piece off, fold it like a teepee or a tent, put it on top. Then it says after 70 minutes, take it off and rotate. So it says 20 minutes. I'm gonna give it a good half hour. So let me set my alarm again. I'll keep talking because I'm cooking lasagna, and I'm gonna set my alarm here for, let's see, right now in New Jersey it's 7:37 p.m. I'm gonna set this for 8:10 p.m. 33. I'm gonna give it a good half hour, and then when that's done, I'm gonna shut the oven off and just let it sit in the heat because I want to make sure it's nice and cooked. Okay. Now we were talking to Danny, Dev Pike. He was giving us, for your sake, run and gun. I'm doing another stream because you didn't get enough of the last one. We're gonna find out. So let's set the stage. Dev Pike is working at some factory doing something with fire extinguishers, electronics side. I don't get it. Do fire extinguishers have electronics? Doing something with electronics and fire extinguishers. And the manager is an oofy doofy. He's kind of a dopey guy, but he's got a wife and he's got this job and he's managing them. I think I got this right. Yes, my brother went to bed. He was out of it. The pills, the alcohol, working all week. He went to bed. He'll wake up at an odd hour. I said, don't worry, bro. When you wake up, the lasagna will be nice and done. I got to make sure the lasagna is done. So when my brother wakes up, whenever, he can have some lasagna. I prefer Budweiser, but it's good to diversify. I used to drink a lot of Rolling Rock, but I lost the taste for it. So I prefer Budweiser is neutral. It's not that I love it, but I don't hate it. Budweiser is like the neutral. Busch is a little lesser, but it's okay. I like to diversify. So my brother likes to diversify. You should ask my brother. Maybe he likes Busch better because he gets both. So I prefer Budweiser. Not that it's great, but it's not horrible. It's like the midline beer. And Busch is a little lower, but I like both of them. They're both acceptable. Perfectly cromulent beers. Well, my boy James was so quick to get off to watch some videos. I felt insulted. I don't think he likes me at all. But there's plenty of lasagna. I showed you before how big the fucking look. This is the box that came in. This is a pretty big lasagna. There's no way I'm going to eat it all. Okay, so this is 2 nights worth of a meal. So I'll eat some. He'll eat some. We'll still have some leftovers. This is a big fucking lasagna. See this? Christ, this is why I got to repeat things. Okay, Danny, you might have to repeat things for the starlings because people don't pay attention. This is why repetition is a big deal around here. But okay, I think I got your story right. What exactly were you doing in this factory? What was your job exactly?
It's just basically constructing a solenoid, which is it's basically an electronic coil.
A celluloid? Is that what you're saying?
Solenoid.
So I hear type. I hear celluloid. No.
Solenoid.
Yes, starlings need repeat. It's part of this this world we're in here. I also want to talk about Donna. You mentioned something to me. James and I are both Americans. He lives in Pennsylvania, about 3 hours from me. I live in New Jersey. You say that my accent is stronger. And you asked me about yours, and I said, you and DBF have classic Australian accents. You're from Sydney, New South Wales, that area. You have the classic, crikey, mate. Chris Stubbs, who's from Perth, he definitely sounds Australian. He doesn't sound American or Canadian or British or Jamaican. He sounds Australian, but his accent is much more subdued. It's a much lighter. It's Australian for sure. He sounds like an Aussie, but it's a much lighter, subdued, less strong Aussie accent. You were saying what? I have a stronger accent than dumb. We can talk about that later. But okay, so continue with your story. You're making, what's it called? Let's see here. I got the word. Oh, solenoid. Okay. Solenoid. There we go. Okay, so you're doing solenoid shit at this factory, and you got an oofy doofy manager. Okay, how old is he about, would you say?
Who's this oofy doofy? Yeah, he's a middle managing idiot. He's about 40 years old.
Okay, and how old are you at this time? You're in your 20s, or what age are you?
20.
Okay, go ahead.
The point is that you're just making this kind of product over and over again. The same thing, this sort of cylindrical metal tube. It's a bit like what would it be? It's almost like kind of Jenga. You're just building this thing up. Yeah, you're just building it. You're
Right,
putting.
you're doing the same thing over and over again. Nothing really changes, all the same. Chris Dubbs wants to know why this manager was oofy doofy. I think you explained it, but once again, you got to repeat. Why was he an oofy doofy?
So I'll just define Oofy Doofy again. He's kind of just a bang average man that's like a 4 or 5 out of 10 in every single stat: height, face, frame.
Right, so he's not a Chad, but he's not a total incel either. He's like a normie, somewhere in the middle, kind of dopey. I think that's what you're trying to say.
The problem is that they've got, and the ultimate thing about the Oofy Doofy is they've got to be conformist. They can't deviate from the narrative. They've got to spout out everything that they're being told to say by the media and repeat it ad nauseum, right? So he can't. Actually, he was actually a board cell, I think. As well. But anyway, the point is that you're doing this process over and over again. It's very simple. I mean, you have to test the electronics are working, the circuitry's working, the voltage. But you get shown it's very easy to do. You're doing hundreds of these things a day, right? So it's very easy. OC's getting bored.
No, it's not I'm bored. I get the point. You're working at this factory. You're basically making these, I guess they're like coils, solenoid. You're doing the same thing over and over. It's a very repetitive, nothing really changes. It's all the same. Okay, I got the story. You got an oofy doofy manager. Okay, so let's okay. I got it. Forget the starlings. I'm listening, but okay, where's this going? So you're working here making solenoid. Are these like what coils you put into the fire extinguishers? Okay. All right. So you're making these solenoid coils, we'll call them. And,
right.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So I just sort of
Plus, when I'm not bored, I like to listen. So that's why I want to give you the spotlight so I can listen while you talk.
So basically, yeah, but so there's loads of problems with this kind of process. It's not very well done, and there are certain gaps that I keep. Because I'm a Spurg, I say, could we do this? Could we do that? And then you get huge pushback from this.
Right, because you're actually asking questions, whereas the other normies you work with don't. And this guy's a normie; he doesn't like being questioned. I understand where this is going, but okay.
So this is increasing his kind of hostility, and you get this hostility.
Right, hostility. How dare that troublemaker who questions things? Right, even though your intention isn't malicious, you're not being malicious. He starts to interpret it as maliciousness. Right.
Yeah, that's the problem, and also with Spurgs like myself and maybe you, I don't know. I do the job by the line.
Yeah,
everything's right. Yeah, and also at the end of the day, I don't leave at 5 o'clock. If I have something to finish, I'll leave at 5 past. Right.
Right.
They never noted, by the way. Right.
Mm-hmm. They don't care if you go the extra mile. They don't give a shit. But yeah, you're actually right. Others are just punching a clock. In American English, you're just punching a clock. You actually stay to finish the job if need be. I'm the same. I used to be. I'm not like that as much anymore after the way I've been treated. But that's how I was when I was in my 20s and 30s.
Yeah,
yes.
This is the actual crux. So remember that point. Yeah, I always punched out late.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
I was overtime every time. Yeah, almost every time. 5 minutes. Anyway, so then I keep on. I mentioned these problems, which because one of the some of the testing equipment was faulty, and it kept on coming up with the same error. I kept on reporting back to them. Then I worked out an actual fix for this thing. If you did a certain setting or whatever, and I kept on mentioning to them this is solving the problem. They just ignored it, right? They didn't give a shit.
They didn't give a shit. Okay.
Somehow, even though it improves the performance, it doesn't count, right, bro? And also, there was another thing where there was this IT glitch where they couldn't find they couldn't show the technical drawings or something on a screen, and I figured out a workaround so they could actually a certain menu was cleared. Nothing, right? So there's this going on in the background, whether this Oofy Doofy wasn't basically sidelining me. He was trying to be a cunt. Yeah.
Okay, but what about your other coworkers? Do they appreciate your hacks? HACKS. There's an American slang term. You hacked the system.
Chris
You found
Tubbs is
workarounds.
attacking me.
Right. No, no, stop. Yeah, Chris Dubbs is Dev Pike's opinions being disregarded in the workplace. That's what it sounds like. They don't want your solutions. Okay, but you hacked the system. You found workarounds. Did your coworkers appreciate your workarounds, or no one cared?
Yeah, no, yeah. I did say it to some of them, and they did it. But I mean, you don't get, as a normie, you don't get much status, right?
Well, as a spurg, you definitely don't get status. I don't know about normies, but okay. You just said as a normie, you don't get much status. As a spurg, you get 0 status, but okay.
Anyway, so this continues, and I kind of try and find, because I like to try and find solutions. There was a lot of different little problems that I was kind of solving because there was loads of little idiosyncratic things you had to do. You know,
right? And you were finding workarounds, and what you would point them out to just this guy, or would you point them out to your coworkers, or who knew about the workarounds?
Yeah, coworkers and stuff, but they didn't really.
Okay.
King Cobra's food hacks. King Cobra does not have food hacks. He makes food that doesn't make sense, to be honest with you. Shit. But anyway, I think this guy was getting pissed off because I was trying to solve problems in some pathetic. I don't even know. You see, this is a normie thing. They get pissed off if you're even trying to solve problems, right?
Right.
You can't win.
Well, Dub says maybe just get on to work and don't worry about finding solutions. That's what Chris Dubs is saying.
Yeah, but I was doing it to speed up the work, right? So I was getting more done, right? It was helping the speed of the work,
right?
You know, so I was sharing this stuff with other people, but anyway, and this is where me and you are the same. It kind of devolved into me lampooning this guy because I was like,
right, yeah, like morons, yeah. Okay.
I one time I walked into there was a communal eating area, and his name was Michael, yeah. And I did do you know Knight Rider, yeah?
The TV show with David Hasselhoff, you're talking about?
Yeah, his name was Michael Knight, yeah.
Okay.
So I did the Knight Rider theme tune with Michael Knight, yeah. And I walked straight in, blazing it out, yeah, to take the absolute piss out of him, right? But I didn't say anything. I was just playing it, yeah.
Okay.
Bling, digga, 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 digga. He's fighting crime, yeah. It was absolutely hilarious. He was the other employees were laughing.
Right, you're joking around with him, okay. Right.
He was getting rinsed without me saying anything, right? So I just stood there and then stopped it, and then he just stormed out, right?
Right.
And then I was suddenly put on this. I'll put it like this: somebody described it as the worst job in the whole place, right? And I had to do this. It's called sandblasting.
Right, you were demoted. You were sent to Siberia. Okay, so you were given a shittier position. Tell us about
the sandblasting thing was so shit. Yeah, you had to put this. Anyway, I don't know whether you know what sandblasting is, but you sandblast metal to get the to remove the kind of. In fact, it just removes the top layer of the metal by blasting sand at it. Yeah.
Okay.
But the problem is that this sand goes in your face, so you're in this metal box and you're blasting this sand, and I did this for 8. They put me on it for 8 hours of the day, and they said that no one's been on it for 8 hours, and that was day after day. So
well, hold on, stop. The guy Michael, he was a regular coworker, right?
Yeah.
Was Michael buddies with the Oofy Doofy? Why do they punish you and put you in sandblast?
No. Michael was the Oofy Doofy. He was named.
Oh, Michael was the Oofy Doofy. Okay.
Yeah.
So you pissed off your boss by playing the Knight Rider theme song. Okay.
Yeah, and then and I was blasting for 3 days. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he said, and somebody said, no one's done that for 3 days, bro. They kept on coming up to me saying, they're punishing you, bro, like that.
Mm-hmm. No one's when you. I guess people would take turns sandblasting. If you've done it for 3 days in a row, they're really punishing you because no one else has done it for 3 days in a row like that. Okay.
Or nobody's been asked to do that. Basically, that's
Right.
They said that's not that hasn't happened before. But anyway, the point is that I was actually liberated from that, I think, and I did another job cutting. Every job is monotonous, cutting lengths of metal.
Well, why were you liberated after 3 days of sandblasting? Why they send you to cut metal?
I think there literally was no sandblasting to do.
Okay.
Anyway, one time he said something like, "Have you had enough of this?" Because you have to understand, my kind of demeanor was very aggressive. It was I wasn't saying anything. I was just looking at him like you know, not the thousand cocks stare, but the a kind of dead-eyed stare. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was making it clear that I wasn't impressed with the sandblasting. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then he went right up to me and said, "It looks like you're a bit pissed off, Dan." I stood up right next to him and said, "You haven't seen me pissed off, mate." Straight up to his face, yeah. And he literally ran like a child. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. He ran like a child, going,
How
intimidated me. Yeah, no, wait there.
how tall, I want to know height. How tall was this guy? How tall are you? About the same height? He's a big guy, short guy. I mean, how tall are you? What?
He's 5'6", and I'm gym maxed 5'10".
Okay, so you're bigger than him, and he's older than you, so he's shorter and frumpier and older, and he got scared you're going to attack him, or?
I just stood up and said, "You haven't seen me angry, mate." That's what I said.
Okay.
And then he ran away like a child to the senior manager, and then I was fired immediately for doing. And I was literally put in front of two people and saying, "Your behavior is." They trumped up charges. You're always late. Remember, I wasn't late.
Oh my God! When I was fired from this most recent job delivering auto parts, the boss was trying to get me to quit. I called the police because I wanted an outside report. The boss said quit. I contacted a dozen lawyers. Finally, one agreed to take the case. And he's like, "Did you have attendance issues?" And I said, "No." They allegedly fired me for attendance, but the write-up was for an unauthorized stop. I stopped to get a tea. So they can't even get their story straight. Thank God I had taken a picture. I got a write-up right after I complained about the tall fag trying to beat me up or break my jaw. I called the cops. The day after, they wrote me up for stopping when I shouldn't. You were supposed to go from point A to point B. You stopped at a grocery store for an iced tea. That's what they wrote me up for. I took a picture. They didn't give me a copy. I took a picture. They tried to claim they fired me for attendance issues, and I explained to the lawyer, no, they're just making up bullshit. So, yeah, I know exactly. They'll trump up charges. They can't even get their story straight half the time. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. The point is that it was a kangaroo court. There was no. They had no.
Right.
I literally just stood up to him and said, "You haven't seen me angry." That's not a threat of anything.
No, not really. And did you clarify? Did you say, "Listen, I wasn't threatening the guy. He was going on about me being angry." I said, "I'm not angry. You haven't seen me. I'm not angry." Like, did you try to clarify that it was a misunderstanding? Or
no? I said in plain terms, and then I also asked them to look back at the telemetry. How many times did I stay after work? Even if I was late a couple of times, how many 5 minutes over and 5 minutes over and 5 minutes over have I worked to make up this? If I was late for 5.
Actually, I'm going to stop you right now. That's not a good defense. I was 10 minutes late, but I stayed 10 minutes later. They don't like hearing that. That I can tell you will never work. They'll say, "You don't get to stay 10 minutes later. You were supposed to be here on time." That's not a good defense. They won't care. Yeah, I was late, but I stayed later. So it's like they'll just say you're trying to make up your time because you were late. We need you. That never works. At least in this country, every job I ever worked at.
I'm not trying to make up time at all because I'm late.
No, I understand, but that's how they're going to perceive it. In this country, at least, people are sticklers for time. You were supposed to be here at 7 a.m. You came in at 7:07. Yeah, but I stayed, an extra 7 minutes. It doesn't matter. You're trying to make up your time. You got to be on time. They'll use that. Every job I've had, they're not going to want to listen to, "Well, I stayed later to make up the time." They don't like that. whatever the reason is, whether you're trying to make up the time or you're really doing it for the job's sake, they see it as you were supposed to be here at this time and you weren't. Yeah, and that won't work. That I can tell you right now, that will not, at least in America, that will not fly. But okay.
Okay, that won't work for the once. But the point is that I was hardly ever late. I was late a couple of times. That's not enough to fire any. I don't care what you say.
Okay. Plus, you can say, if my being late was such a big deal, why didn't you give me a warning or a write-up or something beforehand?
I got no.
Had they ever warned you for tardiness or what?
That's it. That's the whole cake. No warning. Zero written warnings at all. You can't just get one warning and you're out. That's not how it works.
And they didn't even warn you, so they're firing you over attendance issues when they never spoken to you. Said, I would have said, listen, you never told me attendance was a problem. I didn't realize. They never wrote you up or gave you a warning. So how are they going to use attendance as the excuse, right?
By the way, I was almost I was laughing at them while they were firing me because they were trumping up all these allegations, and also, like you said, there was no written warning. So how it made no sense. It's all these charges have come. All these charges have come after the event, after I've stood up to the bot, right?
Right.
Precisely.
Like with me. The guy threatens to break my jaw right in front of the boss. Everyone in the room is on my side. They're like, holy shit, this guy's nuts. The boss man sticks up for the crazy guy. I call the police only because, not that the police cared. I wanted an outside report. This pisses the boss off. He encourages me to quit. He writes me up for making a stop for iced tea that I shouldn't have. They fire me allegedly for tardiness. They make up any bullshit. They're not going to say we fired him because we don't like him. They're going to make up bullshit, and they can't even keep their story straight half the time. I agree.
HR are a joke, yeah, and also it was 2 female managers, and yeah, I
think you already, again, repetition. You answered this, but the Starlings need repetition. Donda has a question for you.
Yeah,
we talked about this earlier. She wants to know if you're still studying accounting because you could work for yourself and not have a boss. The answer is yes, but it's you got to get out of the pub into like an employee accountant job and then work for yourself. And you're already 35. So time is of the essence here. So yes, Donna, he still wants to do that, but he hasn't even gotten to the accounting grunt worker stage. He's still at the pub. So yeah, is that correct?
That's true. No one wants to hire a white man. They're being eliminated from the industry. Eliminated. I've got a second class, nearly a first class degree in history and politics, but apparently I can't do a low level accounting role. It's absurd, bro. It's nonsense. How?
Well, so then let me ask you this: what is your alternate plan? Because I relate to your story. The Oofy Doofy felt threatened, or he felt intimidated, or he felt like he was a moron, or he felt like he didn't like you. So the Oofy Doofy complained to management, and they made up some bullshit charge to get rid of you. I understand that. I've been there, done that. But what is your plan if you can't even get like a grunt worker? I don't know. Do the British use that term? A grunt? Do you know what that means? A grunt worker? Do the British use that term?
No, that's not my back of my book.
Right. If you can't get like an entry level accounting job, how can you eventually evolve to that point where you're your own boss if you're still working in the pub? I mean, what is your alternate plan?
That's very true, by the way. I do need the accounting
right
for the experience, but I actually have an alternative plan as well. Simultaneously, while I'm doing this, I'm doing welding.
Okay. You know who did welding? You know who was a welder for many, many years? Who was a welder? Do you know?
Who's that?
Destroyed by Foyds. Wasn't he a welder? He was a welder. That's how he made his money. He was a welder for 20, 30 years. He was a welder for, I think your buddy DBF was a welder, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Sure he was. I've learned from him. I've learned all I know from DBF. All I know is from DBF. He's that intelligent.
No, what I'm saying is DBF was a welder. You've always said accountant. Now you're telling us your alternate plan is welding, which is what DBF did. It worked out for him apparently. So okay. So you want to be a welder? Like if accounting doesn't work out, are you taking classes to be a welder, or what's going on?
Yeah, I want to take. I'm going to study it. I think it's
okay. So you haven't done it yet, but you want to take. If you can't get an accounting job, you want to become a welder. DBF did it for years. He was a welder. He apparently made enough money to travel the world. He says so. You can be like your buddy, Destroyed by Foyds, Matthew in Australia, and you can make some money. And
I can just see that the I don't know. it seems normally white men are being they're eliminating them from middle class jobs. I think the working class jobs.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I mean, you're more likely to be eliminated in accounting than you are in welding, I would say. You know what I mean? There are probably more brown-skinned people and women applying to be accountants than there are to be welders. You know what I'm saying? So you probably have a better chance in welding than you do in accounting with the white male elimination.
Who's a giant troon lover? What does that mean?
Destroyed by Foids, and if you go into the welding guild, you'll also fall in love with troons. The chemicals make you fall in love with troons, is what Donda is saying.
So, do you think? Why can't you do these niche skills like that? I think you could do
I'm too old, too damaged, too broken, can't be bothered. That's how I feel. I'm at a point where it's like, fuck it. I'm not going to learn a fucking trade at 43 years old. Fuck that. That's how I feel. You're still youngish. Maybe 10 years ago I would have thought differently, but I'm like, oh God.
The welding guild sounds like something out of Elder Scrolls or something. Is that the computer game?
Oh, I'm using whatever you want to call it, the welding trade, the welding guild, the welding U, whatever you want to call it.
No, but so are you saying that Brucey's going to wake up again after?
Well, he went to bed very early. He was so drunk and pilled up. He went to bed at like what, 6 o'clock p.m. our time. Right now it's 8 p.m. So it's been 2 hours. It's very early for him. He usually goes to bed at like 10 o'clock at night. He went to bed at like 6. So he might get a good sleep and wake up. Let's say he gets a good 8-9 hours. He'll wake up at 3 in the morning and be like, ugh. So yes, I'll have some lasagna ready for him when he wakes up. I should have cleaned the bathroom. He's still pissed about the bathroom, but yeah, I'm having fun streaming.
I'm glad that you're back streaming. Is part of the reason why you quit is the stream, or is that not a consideration?
Well, we're having the fade out again. Why I quit the other stream? He had to go to bed. I said I got to put the lasagna in. That's going to take some time. So I put him to bed because he was out of it. I got the lasagna. I preheated the oven. So that's why I killed the other stream. And I came back once the lasagna was in the oven. I said, in fact, my alarm's probably going to ring in about 5 or 6 minutes. I got to go turn the lasagna again. So I'll probably go away in about 6 minutes to turn it. It's supposed to be done, but I'll probably turn it for another 20 minutes and then I'll shut it off and leave it in the heat and make sure it's nice and cooked. So yes, I'm cooking lasagna, and this is what I'm doing while the lasagna is cooking.
Have you ever made lasagna before?
Yeah, I've never made lasagna from scratch where you buy all the ingredients and put it in. It's a pretty involved process. But yes, I've heated up these.
No, that doesn't count as making lasagna. That's not.
No, I've never made lasagna from scratch. No.
You should do. It's much nicer than the packet, dude.
I'm sure it is, but it's very time consuming. It takes like a whole day to do that, right?
Yeah, true, but it's only layers of pasta. It's not that bad. But
my mother used to make lasagna. It was pretty good, but it would take her a while. It was like if she was making lasagna, it was a process. So I just know it's a lot. It's very time consuming. And you're basically a day to devote to making lasagna.
Do you know why Brucey was so on fire today? He was like he was ignited or something. He was very animated.
Who's Brucey? Who's Brucey?
Brucey.
Oh, Brother C, he was animated. Well, I think he hadn't streamed in a while. He's been working all week. I think it was the Concerta. He took a bunch of pills. He took propranolol, which he's had before. Gabapentin, he's had before. Prozac, he's had before. He's never had or taken Concerta, so the Concerta might have gotten his mind going. It tells me I have a new subscriber, Horsehead Nebula. I thought he already subscribed to me. But
Horsehead wasn't even a subscriber.
No, apparently not. Here's the thing. I think I'm subscribed to him, but maybe I'm not. I got to check. Horsehead, come on. I'll click on your channel and make sure I'm subscribed. Because he's
that is funny. Horsehead's not even subscribed. No. He's the ultimate troll.
He wasn't even subscribed. I think I subscribed to him, but I can't remember now. So, but apparently he streamed. Dumb said, "Good stream, Horsehead." I had no idea he was,
Horsehead is oblivious, man. He's one of the obliviouses. Surely now, he's not even subscribed, and he goes to your streams all the time. That's oblivious. That is the definition of oblivious, isn't it?
In a way, yes. I'm going to his channel. Am I subscribed to him? How do I subscribe?
Unsubscribe now. No, you have to unsubscribe because he was unsubscribed.
Actually. Here's the truth now. I'm not subscribed to him either. There's a button that says subscribe. I'm going to subscribe. I just subscribed to Horsehead. Okay, so, all right. on both of us. He wasn't subscribed to me. I wasn't subscribed to him. I am now subscribed to Horsehead, Nebula, and he to me. I wasn't subscribed. There's a button, subscribe. I clicked it. Maybe you'll get a message, Horsehead. I just subscribed to you. Okay, so now we're subscribed to each other. Okay, after all this time, we're finally subscribed to each other.
Do you not want Xenesis to come back on? What are your thoughts on Xenesis now?
Oh, he can come on if he wants, but he hasn't been around. I thought he wanted a break. Like I say, last time I spoke to him, he said, you're going back to work soon, which is true. And I didn't stream for like 2 weeks. And he said, I myself might not be interested in this. So if he wants to come on, he's more than welcome. But if he doesn't want to, I don't force people. He just hasn't been around.
Sure.
Why? Did he say something like he thinks I don't want him on? I never said that. I welcome anybody. In fact, I was still hoping that dude, that dark guy, whatever his name was, that Pakistani in the Midwest, I thought he'd come back, but he didn't come back. No, I'm more than happy to have Xenesis on, but he hasn't been around, so I don't chase people down.
Look, I piqued the interest of the Starlings. Where has Xenesis gone?
Yes, you did.
Especially Donna said that. Interesting, isn't it?
Well, I think he's tired because he's been talking to you every day. After talking to you every day, I don't think he has the strength to come on my channel.
No, but it's very interesting that Donna wants Chad to come back on.
Of course, Chad Preach. She's definitely absolutely.
Very.
What is it you said? I was honest. You can share your opinion. I'm not knocking Donna, but I told her, Waynesboro, Pennsylvania is like 4 hours from New York City.
Oh yeah, let's get into this.
It's only about an hour and a half from D.C., our capital, Washington D.C., the capital. So I said you'd have a much better time going to D.C. Trying to go from Waynesboro to New York City is going to be kind of a bitch. Even Philadelphia. New York City is about 4 hours. Philadelphia is like 3.5 hours. I said maybe Philadelphia, but New York is way out of range. Go to Washington, D.C., which is only an hour and a half away. And she was like,
You see, this is what they call with the standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they have.
We know he's not a Chad. He's too brown to be a Chad. He's like a Chad Preet or a Chad Light. He's good looking, but he's not white enough to be a Chad. We understand. Okay, good.
This is what
Donda says she doesn't think Xenesis is a Chad. Okay.
Low blow from Donna.
Well, that was before I went to work for 2 weeks, and he began talking to Xenesis every day. I think he's burned out talking to Xenesis. Yeah. Chadula. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the whole tourist thing. Donna's more interested in going to New York City than she is in going to Waynesboro, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Why? How is she going to visit Dumb when she's in New York? It doesn't make sense.
She wants to visit Dumb, have her drive him to New York, and spend a night there. She's more interested in going to New York than seeing fucking Waynesboro. I guess I can't fully blame her, but still, you say you love this guy. Wouldn't you want to spend all the time with him in his homeland of Waynesboro, Pennsylvania? And Chris Dubbs asks a good question. Who is a Chad to Donna? What's Wanda's version of a Chad? No, I think my alarm's about to go off, but we'll all right. You keep talking, or should I do a minute break? What are we doing here?
Time me out. You're very popular, very, very popular, Dan. Yeah.
I gotta go rotate my lasagna. You want the floor? I'll give you the floor. Or do you want to do a minute? All right, we'll do a minute break. Okay. Okay. I'm supposed to actually take it out now, but It's looking brown on the top, but I'm going to give it another 15 minutes in the oven, and then I'm going to shut the oven off and let it sit in its heat. It might be crisp on the top, but I want to make sure the insides cook. So I'm going to give it another 15 minutes in the oven, and the alarm will go off, and I'll shut the oven off and just leave it in the heat. Okay, so where were we? Donda was going to tell us her definition of a Chad. She says James is a Chad. No, we know James is not a Chad. He's had a lifetime of experience telling him he's not a Chad. We don't need to not.
Oh my god, the lies never stop.
Nope. And again, thank you, Dog Pill. I think it's great you think I'm good looking, but it doesn't matter what a man thinks. A man can say you're good looking. A man can say you're an ugly fuck. Women are the choosers. I've always said this. Get a bunch of women, get 100 women of all different races and ages and backgrounds, 100 women, ask them to judge my face, scale of 1 to 10. Whatever the average is, that's how good looking I am to women. You can't go by what a man says. So if a man says I'm good looking, or if a man says you're ugly, I don't care. How do women perceive me? You'd have to get an average, and it would probably be maybe a 3 out of 10 if I'm lucky, based upon my life experience. So I don't care if a man thinks I'm good looking or ugly looking. It doesn't matter what a man thinks. Irrelevant. Where it's all how good looking we are is determined by women, not what another man thinks. Either way. But okay, I've said this many times. But okay,
it's true.
Right.
Dumb is in the clouds, according to Chris Dubbs. When a man hears a woman call him a Chad, he's very uplifting.
Well, you're my man. You're my knight in shining armor. You're my Chad. Dumb is not a Chad. If he was a Chad, he never would have been on the internet in the first place crying in his beer. Okay, he's not a Chad. He was never a Chad. Let's cut the shit. Okay. And Dub said he dated a girl who flat out said he was not a Chad. Okay.
That's
he dated her, yeah.
I feel for Dubs. No woman should say to your face, "You're not Chad, bro."
Right.
Especially one going out with you. What the fuck? Bin the bitch.
Again, I think it's great that a bunch of dudes think I'm a 5 out of 10, but women think I'm a 2 out of 10. So a bunch of guys say, "Oh, see, you're good looking. Why don't you get a girlfriend?" Because you're not a woman. Women look at me and they say 2 out of 10. They see a 2. Women see a 2. You guys see, "Oh, you're a 5." I think a lot of men overinflate their value, overinflate the good lookingness of other men. So when men tell me you're good looking, it just shows how delusional a lot of men are. They don't realize how women are very picky, very selective. It's all biological. Women don't see us as good looking as we see ourselves. That's true.
Yeah, it's a bit like Donna and the kind of vacation.
Well,
vacation.
This isn't true. Dumb just had low self-esteem. Well, a Chad doesn't have low self-esteem. That's number one. A Chad would never have low self-esteem. Dumb had a lot of women interested in her. No, he didn't. He had you and one other girl he flirted with and it went nowhere. Who are all these women that were chasing after Dumb?
Amy.
No. Right. Amy. No, I thought Amy Beth went after chicken dinner. There was some girl here in New Jersey who he called but didn't work out. There weren't a ton of women lining up to date Dumb. And if Dumb were a Chad, he wouldn't have been, low self-esteem in the first place. Well, it's all an equation. If I were really good looking, it might make up for my spurginess. If I were a normie, I might have a frumpy, ugly girlfriend. I think it's both. It's an equation. I'm not good looking and I'm a spurg. Together, it's a kiss of death. The combination is, yes, maybe my exact twin who's a normie has his fat, ugly wife. Maybe a good looking guy who thinks like me, who's 6'4" and has a great jaw, is able to get away with it. It's a combination of my looks and my spurgdom. Yeah, spurgdom is part of looks. People can pick up, even if they don't know what a spurg is, they can pick up something's different just by looking at you, talking with you. So being a spurg is part of your looks. It's how you come across. It's part of lookism.
True.
Right.
Yeah, but so anyway, well,
hold on, Dubs. While that's true, low self-esteem comes from other places. That's true. Dumb's contention from the get-go, from his first channel before he streamed, which you probably never saw, was, "I can't get a girlfriend. I'm so alone." So for Dumb, it was always about low self-esteem was from not getting a woman. So he was never a fucking Chad. Yes, you can have low self-esteem for other reasons, but in Dumb's case, it was, "No, the women don't like me." Who was that one girl he was begging to come back? Who was it? That Girlfriend's Guide for Guys. He was drunk. We love guys in this video. He was drunk. "Please, Amanda, come back, Amanda." No, it was always about women with him. Let's cut the shit. Let's stop rewriting history here.
Yeah, Girlfriend for Guys is an absolute retard. She's chasing what's his name? The Glow. What's his name? Pierre, what was his name? Glow Pierre. Is that what it is?
I don't know, but you were telling me about some other guy also that you were talking about. Okay, who's Glow Pierre, and who's the other guy you were trying to share before we?
Who's this? What were you talking about?
Who's the guy who you said Dumb did better than him? He's got more money, but Dumb did better. What was his name?
Raymond.
Raymond. Okay. Okay. So who's Glow Pierre? Who's Raymond? I don't know either of them.
No, Glow Pierre's some twat that Donna's not Donna. Sorry, Donna. That girlfriend for Chad's is chasing after. I think she got rejected by him, by the way. So he's just a dumb black guy, muscle maxed black guy. She's literally falling into the fucking memes.
He's a Tyrone. What they call it, a white guy's a Chad, a black guy's a Tyrone. He's a Tyrone. He's a jacked, good-looking Negro. So Glow Pierre is a Tyrone, is what you're saying?
I think he's trying to be a Tyrone. Yeah,
trying to be a Tyrone. Now, who's this Raymond dude? You say you think Raymond should be doing better than Dumb, but you're saying that women like Dumb better than Raymond?
No, I just did a comparison to who's rated better by this Costa Rican crazy woman. And she said she wouldn't date Raymond. Crazy stuff. Even in Costa Rica, a real bad.
Well, then maybe Donda's right. Maybe Dumb really is a Chad. You know what I mean? Maybe she's right. Maybe women find him irresistible. I don't know.
Chad.
Yeah, but here's what I say. Again, if he were a Chad, he would have been crying. I've never had a girlfriend. I had a brief marriage. It went nowhere. Why don't women like me? Chads don't do that. They don't have to. By definition, a Chad, for all the problems a Chad might have, crying over women not liking him isn't one of them. So by definition, Dumb couldn't have been a Chad if that's what he was crying over.
Yeah, I mean, his self-esteem was really, really.
Well, do it. Post Raymond's channel, and we can simul stream. What's Raymond's channel? Because according to Endymion's a starling in many nests. Raymond is making a date with a woman on stream right now. So I'll pull on. I don't know who this Raymond guy is. I've never watched him, never seen him.
I posted the link,
but apparently it's. According to Thule, it's really cringe. He's gone total simp mode. All right, so let's see what's going on. I don't know who Raymond is. Let's find out. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I got to pull it up. I'll post a link to his channel, and then I'll go on it. Hold on. Okay, so Dev Pike just shared this link with me. This is Raymond. I don't know Raymond, but I'm going to go to his channel and see what he's doing. Apparently, he's simping for a woman, so says Endymion and Thule. Notice how these starlings, they must have like multiple streams open at once. They're watching me, but they're watching Raymond, and they're watching who knows who. So they're all over the place. They can't get enough of their feed. Okay, let's see what we can do here. How do I share?
You show this image first.
Who is this?
That's DBF when he sees a troon. Yeah.
Where this came from? What, some British TV show? I have no idea who this is.
That's Jim Carrey, by the way.
That's Jim Carrey? I didn't recognize him. Either I kind of see it now. He looks different here. That's Jim Carrey?
Or it's DBF when he sees a troon. Right?
Hold on. Let's bring up Raymond. Let's see this Raymond dude. Skip this ad. What's Raymond up to?
Exactly.
He's simping for a woman.
This is Raymond.
So I did the little 23andMe.
Yeah, I did that too.
So this is Raymond.
I did.
Yeah, he's simping out of his mind for this woman. He's found a woman in the wild. And he's simping like an idiot.
Okay, look, let me tell you the truth. If I were a woman, I'm not a woman. I'd prefer Dumb over this dude. This dude looks like some like effeminate college professor who can't get shit done. At least Dumb can fix the door while I get drunk on the couch. Yeah, I would go for Dumb over this dude. If I were I'm dead serious. I'm not just saying that because I know Dumb. I'm saying that because this guy looks like some effeminate, faggoty. I hate to say it. I don't eat meat. He seems like some faggoty college professor. I'd pick Dumb over this guy if I were a woman. Absolutely. But okay.
That's not fair. You're using it
like French. Like I can tell French.
I'm going based on pure lookism.
I am mostly Northwestern European, so
Northwestern
German.
Oh, I love it.
So am I. So's Dumb.
Yeah.
A lot of Irish on my mother's side. Do you think where my personality is?
Ironically,
Charlie L. Smoke 79, $4.99.
Ironically, this guy is quite good around
We'll get
the
there,
house.
Raymond. We can't give up.
Houses. So ironically, he's actually a good.
He's also got those rapist glasses. Yes, I'm a lookist. This guy looks too skinny, a pencil dick. They call him a pencil dick.
You just attacked me.
It doesn't just mean pencil dick has two meanings. It could refer to a very scrawny, genitalia, but it could also be this sort of scrawny, asshole-ish. He's a pencil dick. I'm like, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's the nicest guy in the world. Maybe he and I would be a great match. My first impression is I'd rather be a fag for dumb, fixing my door while I get drunk, than this fucking faggot who wants to talk about discourse of it doesn't surprise me that dumb would do better than this dude. This dude is not doing it for me. I'm not a woman, but I can fully see why.
Christ,
in fairness, dumb looks, even though they're both bald, this guy looks older than dumb. He looks like an old man. He looks like some old, fruity college professor. I don't eat meat. And let's talk about the discourse. And he thinks he knows best. That's the vibe I'm getting off this dude. If you think he's better, that's cool. Well, I would pick. I'm going to say it now. I'm going to say it right now for everyone watching. If I were a faggot, I would take dumb over Raymond. There, I said it.
This guy's only 36 years old.
He looks like shit. Dumb is 44 and looks 44. This guy looks like he's over 50. You're telling me he's only 36.
Quite frankly, that's
another nail against him.
I'm going to go probably watch a movie or something and maybe go listen to that She Wants Revenge album I was telling you about.
Yay.
I mean, I'm sure he's an interesting dude. He might have interesting stuff to talk about. If I had to be a faggot and live with a dude and cohabitate with a dude and sleep next to a dude and get drunk while the dude does work around the house, I'd rather pick dumb over this guy. I'll say it 1,000%. This guy just seems like some. They call them ineffectual intellectuals. He seems like, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not right. Maybe I'm punching down when I shouldn't. But you are punching down. Yes, I am. Maybe I am. I misspelled shit. Intellectual. Did I spell? Okay, how do you spell? I'm misspelling intellectual. There we go. He's what they call. There's a term for it. I hate to say it. My first impression: he's an ineffectual intellectual who'll go on about this. Argue his points. At the end of the day, he's not really accomplishing much anything, and the back door is still broken. Dumb's a moron, but at least he's like a workhorse, like you said, a worker drone. He'd fix my back door. I'd say, good job, honey. Maybe I'll bring you an iced tea if I feel like it. After he fixes the door, he'll go out and cut the grass, and I'll be like drunk on the couch watching TV. I'd be like Peggy Bundy eating my bonbons, and he'd be the workhorse. I couldn't see that kind of relationship with Raymond. Raymond just, I don't know. Raymond seems too. Yeah, I'm not feeling Raymond at all. But that's my.
By the way, Donna's finding what's referred to as the crab in the bucket effect.
Absolutely. I've never denied being a lookist. I believe in being fair. I believe in stepping back and saying, whoa, maybe I prejudged, which I will do with Raymond. But I've never denied that I have that lookist, and we all do. We all do. I just don't deny it. So that's my first impression of Raymond. I might be wrong. I might be dead wrong. But, he's going to hop
forever, but I just want to see. Okay, so MXINF with a.
Okay, so again, maybe I'm 1,000% wrong on Raymond, but when Dev Pike says to me, "Can you believe Costa Rican girls prefer dumb over Raymond?" I'm not surprised. If I'm trying to put myself in their shoes and make a quick, 3-second deduction, I'm actually not surprised that dumb does better than Raymond. And so that's what I'm trying to be honest about. Maybe Raymond is a much better dude. Maybe he's a hard worker. Maybe he's a better door fixer. Maybe he's a better choice. But first impressions, I'm not shocked at all. Dev Pike says he's shocked. Costa Rican girls prefer dumb over this guy. I'm not shocked. I'd pick dumb over this guy. So yes. Am I making myself clear? Christ.
Yeah, that proves I can't rate for shit. But men can't rate other men. But Donna's hit on a theme here. Men don't have each other's back. The crab in the correct. This is why also.
No, we are. That's just my impression. To a woman, average, dumb might be a 4, and this guy's a 2. I really can't judge. I'm not saying this guy is hideous, but it's like him and dumb are comparable, but dumb can at least get shit done and not give me a lecture on bullshit. This guy would give me a lecture on bullshit, and the door still isn't fixed. I would pick dumb just for the workhorse aspect. You know what I mean? I think this guy would lecture. He'd give me about the discourse, and Foucault said this, and blah, blah. He's talking about ineffectual intellectual. I'd be like, dude, fix the fucking door. I'm here to get drunk. Whereas dumb, Hi, honey, I'm going to fix the door, and I'm going to cut the grass, and I'm going to fix the roof. Good. I'll be here getting drunk. Maybe I'll bring you a lemonade if I feel like it. I would pick Dumb over this dude. Absolutely. Dumb, if you're watching, no, you're still loved. You piss me off, but if I'd be a faggot, I like you better than Raymond. Dev Pike likes Raymond better. Maybe that's why Dumb is pissed with you. You're more attracted to the Raymond types. I'm more attracted to the Dumb types, if we had to be fags. Okay, I'll put that out there.
Yeah, Raymond is tall as well, so you really can't catch a break.
Yeah, but Dumb's tall too. I'm 5'9". Dumb is like 6 foot. How tall is Raymond? But basically, both he and Dumb are taller than me, close enough. So 2 guys, both bald, both tall. You got 2 men. They're both taller than me. They're both bald. One guy's an idiot, but he can fix the door. The other wants to babble on and on and on, but can't do shit. I'm going to go with the idiot moron workhorse. Yes, like a woman, I would go for the workhorse over the ineffectual intellectual.
How many calls are you taking, bro?
This isn't a call. This is an alarm. You weren't paying attention. I got to repeat myself. I got to go now and turn off the oven. Okay, I'm back early, prematurely. No, I explained before. I got to repeat myself yet again. I had a lasagna in the oven. Now, I was supposed to shut it off 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago, but I decided, fuck it, let me let it cook. Now, it does. I'm going to show you when it's done. It looks a little brown on the top, but I found even if the top is really brown and crusty, the inside is nice and cooked. When the top layer looks cooked, the inside's kind of raw. So I deliberately overdid it. The top is very brown. I shut the oven off. Oven is off, no more cooking, but I'm going to leave it in there because the heat's going to slowly dissipate. Let it heat a little more. I'll take it out. I'll show you guys. It is kind of brown and crusty on the top, but I'll cut into it and see how it came out. Hope I didn't ruin it. Okay, so where are we?
Lasagna takes longer than you think.
Yes, it does. And this is a pre-made lasagna, not one I made from scratch. This is why if this lasagna takes like 2 hours to make, I don't want to make lasagna from scratch. It's a pain in the ass. Well, if I had neat bucks and everything was paid for, then yeah, I'd make. What the hell? I know where to go today. Let's make a lasagna. But I don't waste time making a fucking lasagna from scratch. Like I said, my mother used to do it. It would take her like all day. It was a really time-consuming process. It was good, but it took all fucking day. She said, okay, if she was making lasagna, it was like an event. Okay, I'm off today. I'm gonna make lasagna, and it was like an all-day affair. Whether the layering and the meat, you cook the meat separately, and the ricotta cheese, and the way she put it together, it was an all-day event. So I don't feel like doing that.
Todd makes lasagna every Saturday without fail.
Does he really? Is he making lasagna from scratch, or is he putting like preheated shit in the oven?
That's the likely thing he did. He's low effort as fuck. There's no way he's making lasagna.
Yes, I am a piece of shit. I just ragged on what's his name, Raymond. But Dumb also has a bald head. They're both baldies. They don't have hair like me. What I was doing, I was basically asked. Here's the effective question. Women like Dumb better than Raymond. Can you believe it, OC? The answer is yes, I can believe it. I was asked to be a lookist. And yes, as a lookist, I can see why people might prefer Dumb over Raymond. I understand it. Dev Pike is shocked by it, but I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Dumb is out of shape, can't even do a pull-up. James really loves you and Dick.
Probably, but if you can fix the door, if you can fix the door and cut the grass and fix the roof and put the mailbox up, hey, you put yourself to work, workhorse. I'll sit here on the couch getting drunk, eating bonbons. Yeah, I prefer that over some guy who wants to talk to me for 3 hours about the discourse of female empowerment. I'm like, oh, dude, this is interesting, but if I'm going to be in a committed relationship, I need a man who's going to fix the door and cut the grass and leave me alone, not a man who wants to lecture me for 3 hours and do nothing. That's the role I fill. That might be part of it. I might be too much like this Raymond guy. It wouldn't work. I would need an idiot workhorse like Dumb. I think Raymond and I were, I do the pseudo intellectual shit. I don't need a man who's going to do that for me. So I would pick Dumb just because that guy Raymond seems pretentious. I'm pretentious. We don't need two pretentious dudes together. It wouldn't work. So I would pick Dumb James over Raymond any day. Yes. And I swear, but even though the fact James pisses me off, you saw how quickly I gotta go now because Donna sent me a video. Even though he pisses me off, I'd still rather hang out with him than hang out with Raymond. That's how I feel. But you can disagree, Danny. We can have different points of view. What the hell is this?
Don't you like that? By the way, everyone.
But that's what I want. I want a dumb idiot who can get shit done, not some pseudo-intellectual, ineffectual intellectual. So yes, I'd prefer idiot James over blowhard Raymond. Yes, idiot James takes wins over idiot Raymond. But anyway, what were you saying?
Why is everyone shitting on this Raymond guy? I mean, Horsehead called him Raymond.
I'm actually not. See, in fairness, and Totem criticized me. I'm not shitting on him. He might actually be a genius. I got to check him out. I know nothing about him. You were asking specifically for first impressions. I made it clear. I have no idea who Raymond is. You posted a link. I had no idea. You wanted first impressions. I'm being a lookist and giving my first impressions. I'll check him out. Maybe he'll be interesting. Maybe I'll start talking to him. He might be a good dude. You're asking me because your experiment was with Costa Rican women, and you know how women make up their mind in 3 seconds? So I was trying to put myself in their shoes. I'm not a woman, but I'm trying to say, okay, I know who Dumb is. I've just seen this guy. Looking at him, I'd rather go Dumb, an idiot who can fix the door, than some asshole wants to go on about, yes, I was giving you my first impression. Whether it's wrong, I don't know, but I'm trying to think like the Costa Rican women to explain to you why I actually understand why they would pick Dumb over Raymond. You don't get it. I do.
No, I do get it, but the point is...
Yeah, and you're right. Hold on. Parker Peters brings up a good point. Raymond, I think you said Raymond has a good job, right? He's got money. He's well established.
Yeah, he earned 120K a year, I think.
And while that's great, if I were a gold digger, I'd go for Raymond. But if I want a guy to hang out with and live with, I'd rather a guy who can fix the shit himself than some asshole who wants to blah 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 blah. Oh, and I'll hire someone to fix the door. I'd be turned off too. I'd rather go with the Dumb. Honey, I'm going to fix the door. Okay, that's great. You go do that. Leave me alone. It's almost like maybe that's what women like men who fix things for two reasons. They get something done and they get away from them. Women really don't like men. That's what it comes down to. So even if a woman's attracted to a guy, she doesn't want to spend 24/7 with him. Men are more romantic than women. I think women have that, okay, I like you, but enough is enough. You go fix the door. I'm going to go over here and watch a soap opera. I think women have that, I need my space, go away. Go do something constructive that helps me out, but I don't have to look at you. I think Dumb is a better candidate for that than Raymond. You can disagree with me, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
I hear click. What are you doing? I hear click. Wait. You're not even listening to me. You're not even listening. You're just tuning me out. I'm making good points here, but okay.
No, I'm not. I'm just I'm trying to find something for your edification regarding memes. But
well, we can go back to the story, but the story was kind of over. He was fired because the story went, he was pointing out things that would make things more efficient. His oofy doofy manager didn't appreciate it. The oofy doofy manager said something like, why are you so upset? And he said, I'm not upset. You haven't seen me angry. And the oofy doofy manager used that as an excuse to go to the higher ups and say, he threatened me. And they fired Danny allegedly for tardiness. A very common story for a lot of us Spurgs. I've lived through that many, many times. We heard, if he wants to tell another story, that's great, but he finished that. You finished your story, right? Was there more you wanted to say about the fire extinguisher job? Or
that's basically the story.
Right. So Dubs wasn't really paying attention. We evolved into a Raymond stream, but yeah, Dubs wasn't paying attention. We finished that story. Dubs is still kind of like, he's 20 minutes behind apparently.
Yeah, what was it? What's wrong? Sorry, I missed that.
Okay, Danny, you currently work at a pub, correct? Washing dishes?
Yeah, dive pub.
Dubs wants to know what you're doing. You're trying to get a job as an accountant.
I'm trying to
work for yourself, or you're also considering going into the welding trade. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I can't get a fucking an entry level job at the most base pay in these accounting firms.
I don't know what Dubs is talking about. Something about you wanted to get a lawyer. I'm not following.
He just misremembered it.
So Dubs needs to pay more attention is what this boils down to.
Dubs,
No, Dubs, you clearly weren't. Okay, lawyers never came up, but okay.
Can you show one of these images that I'm sharing?
No, you make me a sandwich, some fat ugly bitch. I call them. This is what I call an as-if girl.
Yeah,
I call her an as-if girl. Like, ew, you're sexually harassing me. As if I'm going to sexually harass someone, if I'm going to rape someone, you're last on my list, you fat ugly bitch. I've encountered girls like this, fat, ugly, disgusting, but they want to believe. I think they know they're disgusting, but they want to believe there's something more. Ew, he's harassing me. He's undressing me with his eyes.
What about
as if, you ugly bitch? Okay.
Can you show these queued up images that I've got?
Okay, so we got me looking like a goat.
You did it to yourself. Yeah.
We got me looking like a goat. I like my majestic Chad up on the mountain. Ugly incel Spurg on the dump pile, but we're both elevated above the normie masses who live in the valley of la la la. So Chads and incel Spurgs see the world differently from the normies. We both have different lots in life. The majestic mountain god versus the ugly trash pile heap, but we're both above the normie valley fray. Okay, so I like that one. And this is okay, I guess that is what's his name? Jim Carrey. He looks a little different. He looks a little fatter in the face. And you got this, make me a sandwich. What else do you want me to show? Are there other images here?
Yeah.
Oh, before I show him, what do you think about Dubs? He thinks normies are more elevated. Maybe he's right. Why doesn't he elaborate? How are normies more elevated than Chad, or more elevated than the incel? Who are normies more elevated than?
Look at Totem's comment. He's saying I'm a big brain guy. Why is big brain guy? Am I big brain? Is that what he's saying?
Well, I'm more interested. Okay, we can address him. I'm more interested in Chris Dubs. I think normies are more elevated. Okay, maybe you're right. Elaborate. More elevated than the Chad, more elevated than the incel. We have to see life differently than the average person, but okay, how are normies more elevated? And yes, if you're such a genius, Danny, why are you washing dishes at a pub instead of,
Because the normal white guy is getting fucked over. They don't give a shit how good you are.
Right, so you're being discriminated against because you're a white male. And this is what I call an as-if girl. Like, I'm not a rapist, but if I were going to rape a chick and go to jail, you're like, if I'm going to rape a girl and go to jail, I'd pick a really good-looking one. Not you disgusting pig. But they like that, ew, look at that ugly creep. He clearly wants me. I'm so sexy. An as-if girl, yeah.
That's the joke. She's completely
right
on the bail.
Okay, now you have this. What is this? This is Todd. What's the lower half? What's the lower half there? I don't get this. I see my name. Look at that. I was in this.
Like this. I put a chat jaw. It works, right, bro? Or not? Does that make him? What about that?
Okay, so this is Todd. Sorry, this is Todd with a. The jaw is not that great. He looks just like some criminal. This looks like a mugshot. Like, he raped someone or he robbed a bank. This is his mugshot. So, I'm not seeing the, you got to give him some hair. Maybe if you gave him some hair, it would look better. Now, who is this? Jack Tisson on Titanic? Who's that?
Oh, Jack Tisson. That's someone called Nuclear Redfield, another Spurg. What do you think about, do you think Titanic would work if he's the lead character?
On a side note, I don't think Todd looks Finnish at all. Finnish are a bit darker. I think he looks more. He could pass for Polish. He could pass for Danish, Northern German. I don't see Finnish. I disagree with you. I don't think Scandinavian. I think Central Slav or Northeastern German. Maybe Dane. I don't get a Finnish vibe from him. But that's just fine.
Have his looks level got? Wait, go back. Has his looks level gone up?
Oh no. Totem as Totem is a Swede living in Norway. He hates the Finns, so he's saying Todd looks like an ugly Finn. While the Finns are ugly, I don't think Todd looks Finnish. Todd's ugly and Finns are ugly, but he doesn't look Finnish to me. He looks, like I said, Central Slavic, Danish, maybe Northeastern Germany. I don't see Finnish or Scandinavian, but okay. Yeah. Like an Eastern European monster. I agree with that.
No, he said mobster. That makes him look like Hannibal.
Oh, I think Totem is saying your doctoring it up makes him look more Finnish. Okay, Totem is saying that Todd, as we know him, plus your alteration, you made Todd look Finnish. That's what Totem is saying. You made by adding this jaw and this mouth, you make Todd look more Finnish. Maybe. I thought we were talking about Todd in general. Okay, maybe.
So you like my hot book? Does it work?
Not really. Now, who is this? This is
No.
Jack Tisson on Titanic. What is this? Is that Jack Tisson or who is this?
No, this is somebody called Nuclear Redfield.
He's another guy I don't know. I'm okay.
You don't want to know him. You don't. He's insane.
Nuclear Redfield. Okay. And who is what is he? He's British or what's his?
Yeah, he's British, and he streams basically every day, and he's clinically insane.
I'll go visit him. I've had a lifetime of dealing with nutty people. I can go visit him and say, "Hi, I'm Occupational Click. Dev Pike sent me." I've never heard of him. But why did you? So if I don't know who he is, and you think it's a bad idea for me to even see him, why are you sharing this picture? I don't understand. Why are you sharing a picture of a guy you think I shouldn't even go see? I don't know this guy.
He's a very funny character in this space. He flip flops his position all the time. So, for example, in one stream we'll say height doesn't matter, and then the next day he'll say, height is law, over 6'3" or you're dead, right?
Okay. You say
I thought this is just a very funny image that shows you.
Let me see something here. I found a channel for a Nuclear Redfield. Hold on. Let me see this. Is this him? Because is he like Totem? He deletes his lives.
That's him.
Listen. There's only one video, Jewish Group Evolutionary Strategy. There's some shorts. There are no lives. So this guy deletes his lives. You said he streams every day. I'm not seeing any live streams.
He'll be live in a minute, probably.
Well, I'll leave him up, but I've never. So he's like Totem. He goes live and then deletes it immediately. Okay.
By the way, I just thought it was a funny image because Titanic doesn't work without Chad, right? You need, if you put a guy like that in, suddenly it all falls apart, right? The whole story falls apart.
Right. Kate Winslet.
Like that.
Right. Kate Winslet in her prime isn't going to have the same response to this guy that she had for Leonardo DiCaprio. Yes, I understand. Yes.
I thought that was funny. And also, the next image is an incel version of Jordan Peterson with no chin.
Jordan Peterson. I think instead of getting rid of, you should have added Glub. Make him look fat. Like he's not fat, but he's got a fat face. I think that's worse.
Don't you think that's brilliant? the lack of the chin it's literally the quintessential.
Who is Donda talking about? Leo was a Chad, but she still wouldn't let him on the door. What are they? Who's Leo? What are we talking
Leonardo
about?
DiCaprio.
Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio. Leo, duh. Right. So if Leo struggled, this guy's not getting any action whatsoever. Okay.
I got no chin, bugger. That's precisely. I've robbed him of his chin, and it's right. He looks less intellectual now. Jordan Peterson looks less intellectual if you roll him with his chin. Suddenly, no one's listening to what he's
right.
saying.
He looks like some used car salesman or something, not someone you want to listen to pontificate about theory and philosophy. Right.
Well, just because I robbed him of his chin. It's fucking hilarious. I just want. Where's this image?
Now, does anybody else want to come on and talk to Dev Pike? I'm going to get the lasagna out of the oven, and I'm going to try some. I'll eat it on stream. I'll do a mukbang. You can watch me eat my lasagna. But does anyone else want to come on? Like, does Horsehead want to talk to Dev Pike?
Horsehead hates me.
I'm not getting off. I just want to get the lasagna. Let me put a light on here.
What about this? This is a funny image. Surely that's funny. Surely you can laugh at that. Do you like that one? Does that explain?
Horsehead, that's really sexy. Put a towel or a washcloth in like a spot that doesn't give up your modesty, and come on. We'd love to see you in the bath. If you can like chat with us in the bath, you can stream in the bath. So come on. No, I don't find this. What am I seeing here? It's Todd as an astronaut on the moon. I'm not getting the humor.
Look at Todd's face.
No, not your channel, you asshole. I'm asking you to come on as a guest on mine and talk to Dev Pike, you asshole. Don't give me this on my channel shit. But okay, what's okay? So Horsehead's a dead end. What's
Look at the facial expression. You're saying that's not funny. Look at the fucking face there.
I mean, it's. Let's ask the Starlings. Is anyone cracking up laughing over this? Because I'm not getting it.
What? Okay, guess what? Guess what this image captured when Todd was fapping on his stream.
Okay, he was using that. Yeah,
that's why it's funny. That's why it's funny. What? And you want to see that man on the moon, right?
No, I want to get some. I'm right back. I'm gonna get some lasagna. Do you want to stay on and talk, or I leave this up as the image? I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring the lasagna over, show it to you, and I'll cut a piece off, and I'll see how it came out. Who wants to see me eat some lasagna? I called it lasagna stream. You know, it's funny. I thought I'm glad Horsehead is streaming. Maybe I'll come on. I haven't seen the streams yet. I don't know what the streams are like, but I thought he would come on at least be a guest and talk to Dev Pike. But I guess Horsehead can't be bothered now. You know, what about Todd? He's probably lurking. Why doesn't he come on and at least tell us about supplemental in state supplemental in addition to SSI? But no one wants to tell us much anything. And we're looking at Dev Pike's artwork, which is lackluster. Do I dare say? I hate to say it. Lackluster.
That's not fair. You're
I'm not trying to be mean, but it's kind of I'm like, okay, all right, it's funny. Okay, he was masturbating at that point in time, but it just, if you don't know that, it's just the context. It's like I don't find it hilarious. It's like, okay, Todd, an astronaut. Okay, some guy I don't know named Nuclear Redfield in Titanic. Okay, it doesn't work. I get what you're saying, but I'm not cracking up laughing here. I'm trying to say, I'm not getting that. Ha ha ha! That's hilarious.
Yeah, but Endymion it is. Yeah, that's really funny. Bingo.
Well, there you go. He should come on. You can talk to him for like 10 minutes while I get my lasagna.
Okay, why not?
Why not? Yeah, someone come on. I'm getting pissed. No one wants to come on anymore, and I just want to get my lasagna. I want you guys to talk amongst yourselves. I'll come back and eat my lasagna and listen to you.
Go on then, get lasagna.
In fact, why doesn't this bitch come on? She's come on before. Donda, why don't you come on? Don't tell me you're at work. Why don't you come on and talk to Dev Pike for 10 minutes? I'll be back. You won't go totally nuts. 5-10 minutes of Dev Pike. Come on, and I will. I'm gonna eat my lasagna while you guys chat amongst yourselves.
Donna is not gonna talk to me. That ain't gonna happen.
Oh, who wants to talk to Dev Pike? Nobody.
No, I don't think anyone wants to talk to Dev Pike.
That's funny. That makes me laugh. But okay, now. Everyone's taking a bath right now, so everyone's in the bath watching Occupational Click talk to Dev Pike. So Danny, these people are getting off. They're naked. They're naked right now, listening or watching me and you talk. You find that a little weird, or?
It's weird.
It is. So they're all in the bath, and they're either listening or watching me talk to you. It's like a bunch of perverts on the stream tonight. Ooh, Occupational Click is on. Perfect time to take a bath. Let me get naked while I listen to him. Okay. Like this dude here. Okay. They're having their similar moments right now.
By the way, why? Yeah, they're in the bath. Okay. That is... I will talk... Yeah, okay. That's a good promise. I'm holding out for it like dumb. I'm holding out. Yeah, right.
Why not right now? In fact, again, Donna, same thing. Use some bubbles and washcloth. Hide. Keep your modesty and come on. We'd love to see you in the bath. So we're going to see Donda in the bath. She's not going to show us anything. She'll cover the the naughty bits, but she's going to come on right now.
Everyone is in the fucking bath.
Everyone's in the bath. They're all in different parts of the world, different times of day, but everyone's taking a bath. Okay.
Yeah, precisely. There's there's a global water shortage because everyone's taking a bath simultaneously during the stream. Right?
They're just laughing. It's all an excuse. I'm in the bath. I'm in the bath. I'm in the bath. Maybe I should stream from the bath next time. I'll get in the bathtub, which I got to clean, and I'll stream there. I'll be sitting there. Hi, I'm Occupational Click. There'll be bubbles and shit. And I'll be like, I'm in the bath. Here's my stream. Would that be interesting, or would that be just weird? What do you think?
Endymion's mate guarding Donna.
Yeah, she's not your woman, and Dumb's not here apparently, so shut the fuck up, Endymion. Donda, what does that mean if everyone comes on? What the fuck? I'm not going to have like a 12-person panel. What does that even mean if everyone comes on? I can't bring everyone on at once. It'd be madness. Yes, she should show me that off, not on YouTube, but separately. I agree. Exactly. Okay, well, I'm going to get my lasagna. So I'll put us in a 1-minute break, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think it was 2 minutes.
How long does it take to eat the
No, I had to get a bunch of shit. Okay,
lasagna?
first of all, I may have burned. I will admit, it does look a little burned. It looks a little. I probably left it in too long. I should have taken it out instead of moving that extra 20 minutes.
For cement.
Here's the thing.
Caramelization, yeah. Oh, see, you can get away with it. It's called caramelization, yeah.
It feels pretty gooey underneath. That's the thing I've always noticed. With these lasagnas, the top is all crusty, but the inside is pretty good. So let's find
Oh,
out.
see, it's okay. You can have a crunch on the top. It's fine. Crunch on the top is good.
So I'm cutting me a piece. Spatula.
A crunch on the top is all right.
Yes, hold on. And I've never had this one. What is this one was called? Hold on, I'm trying to get it out without making a mess. Okay. I'll take. Oh, actually, it doesn't look. Actually, despite the crunch on the top, it doesn't look too bad. Hold on. Let me cut another piece. Ooh, yeah, crunchy on top, but nice.
That just gives an excuse for him to eat even more.
I want to share with you. Despite being all brown on top, this is what the inside looks like. Nice and cooked. I don't know if you can see that. Hot. You see I'm making a mess.
It's all over his keyboard.
Yep. But that's okay. That means despite the crusty top, it's cooked.
Oh, see, that's a hell of a slice you got there, bro.
How many? I got some. Let's see. This is salt, sea salt. Everyone see the sea salt in a grinder? Can add some sea salt.
Yeah,
Add
that's okay.
some pepper. I got some peppercorn in the grinder.
Pepper? Okay.
Salt, pepper. And the last thing I'm going to add.
It's not a steak.
No, but still, salt, pepper go with everything. And this is called Italian seasoning.
That'll work.
Put that on because it's lasagna.
Can you add cheese on? No.
I could, but I don't have any Parmesan. I really don't want to add cheese. It should be fine like it is. So
lasagna and cheese is like bread and butter.
I can live without it. All right, let's see what's happening here. Okay.
Let's see a man eating lasagna.
Here's the problem. It's still hot as hell. I don't know if you can see. Can you see the smoke billowing off the? See that smoke?
Looks like it needs more cheese, OC. Does look cheesy. That's attractive, OC. That really is attractive. I can see why people.
It's cooked. It's cooked. Hot as hell. It's hot as hell. I got it cool.
I can see why there's African American women in London, bro. I can see why they like you.
Yeah, it's good. It's cooked. There's outside crust. The crust, maybe I'll eat it, but it's very burned on top. but the inside is very good. It's very, very hot. It's very hot. God, is it hot. Whoa. But I'm getting hungry, so I want to eat something. Okay. I was hoping someone else come on, and you guys could talk for like 10 minutes while I eat my meal. I was hoping someone would come on and relieve me, but no one wants to.
Oh, no, wait. You missed someone. It's There's Nick Ochiltree. He's in the waiting room. Can you see anyone in the waiting room?
Yes?
That's called holding frame, right? Him. Oh, no.
Horsehead, I want to see you in the bath. I want to see something.
No. I'm not turning the camera on. I don't know why it linked my personal account, but now you know my name, Dev.
What, the Bath King? Okay.
No, from the chat.
Hey?
Okay, never mind. I'll let you figure it out. What's up, man?
I thought you hated me.
I don't hate you. We had a good conversation last time. I can't stay long, though, because I got to put my kid to bed.
Horsehead Nebula. That's all I can see. Sorry, I don't know.
It's fine. It's all good.
No, I want you to dox yourself. No, I'm joking.
Well, just about everybody knows who I am.
I know you're famous. I didn't realize I was the last one to know.
Yeah.
So, do you want to extend the film conversation we had or not? You enjoyed that, didn't you?
It was a good conversation. Yeah. I don't have time to just extend it right now, but I wanted to. I didn't want to upset our compatriot. He seemed upset that I wasn't popping in to say hi, so I popped in to say hi.
I really wanted someone to keep him company while I eat.
Yeah. I hear you. I got like 5 or 6 minutes, so go for it. So what else is going on?
What are your thoughts on the original Blade Runner?
I like the original Blade Runner.
You just like it, so it's not one of the.
Well, what part of it? What do you want to ask me about? The way it was made, the reception to it, what?
Well, you're into film, so don't you think the kind of opening shot? Do you know anything about how that?
Yeah. I know what. Actually, if you watch the old one and the new one, they tried to kind of recreate a lot of the same production processes. They used miniatures. Miniatures look really cool.
I had to chime in. It had like a blue tint to it, didn't it? I remember the original Blade Runner had like this blue kind of tint. Am I right?
Yeah, it had like a color cast kind of to it. But in terms of like all those buildings, the reason Blade Runner looks so damn good nowadays is because it's all miniatures. You go watch like Tron, which came out the same year, and it looks like shit.
Did you know there's a new Tron? You're going to see that October?
Yeah, the new one. I can't stand
looks
Jared
really
Leto,
good,
but
actually.
I don't like Jared Leto, but I'll go see it because I want to listen to the music.
Oh, Jared Leto's a clown. Yeah, I agree. Is he actually?
I don't like Jared Leto.
This guy gives Chads like you a bad name, Jared Leto, right?
You think I look like Jared Leto?
No. Chads like you. You're a different Chad.
Okay. Well,
Jared
Leto's like in his 50s, and he looks like he's barely 30. So.
Yeah, but also he's got kind of act of a jock Chad as well. He hasn't grown up. He's 50 and he acts 20. Yeah.
Yep.
He's a joke.
Because he's a millionaire.
Yeah, but I just like the way that Ridley Scott's probably a genius. And he's the way that you can, with very limited budget. Actually, the budget wasn't that bad, was it? But the very limited tech, and they've made something like that.
He and Harrison Ford hated each other.
Harrison
It's a miracle that movie even got made because they still to this day are like, I don't fucking like him.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, it proves that. I mean, I'm totally on Ridley Scott's side. Harrison Ford's like a wooden chair. He's got the personality of a horse. He's got no personality. He's really.
Yeah. All right, I gotta wrap it up. But I'll if he's on later, I'll pop on. I just gotta get my kid to bed. Good talk, man.
Just like dumb. We didn't expect we didn't expect him to stay on too long, but he could have been like, I gotta go now. Like you see the truth about these people. This lasagna, despite the brown upper crust, is actually pretty damn. I leave it up for my brother. I gotta tell him, don't worry about the brown upper crust. It's actually very well cooked. It's pretty good. I'm more hungry than I realized. I'm sorry my brother got so tired, but this is like 3 hours in the making here. So you wanted to ask Horsehead about what? About movies and shit? That's what you want to talk to him about?
He's gone. It's over.
I know he's gone now, but we came on for a few minutes and you want to talk, movies?
I didn't get to talk to him. That's
You
it.
want
So.
to talk Harrison Ford? I mean, I'm looking for a debate, some kind of panel. I like talking to you, but it'd be nice to have like a third party on. We had weird, but he was a piece of shit who had to, he was too busy with whatever, watching videos of Donna. So Dumb's a piece of shit. This guy comes on and doesn't come on. Everyone else is in the bath, allegedly.
I want to talk to Endymion. He's got good takes. I haven't liked any movie made after 2007. That's a good take. That's a great take. There hasn't been a good movie since 2000. Well, maybe the one, maybe the new Dunes aren't that bad. I would say watch the new Dunes and maybe Tron. But if Jared Leto's in it, I'm probably not going to watch it. I mean, what's your what's your best movie of the last decade? OC? Has there been any?
I got to stop and think. The last decades, you're saying between 2015 and 2025?
The Joker, maybe one. The Joker.
I like Joker. I also like that movie. When it's got the movie where Marky Mark and The Rock and the guy who played Monk. Remember that movie? Like they want to rob him, so they kidnap him. I like that one. That was what's his name? Mark Wahlberg and The Rock.
Morgan and
what was it? Yeah.
What Hedon 6? No, not Hedon 16. What the fuck is it called? It's that what's it called? Where they're bodybuilders? Is it the one where the bodybuilders?
Okay, it's called Pain and Gain.
Pain and Gain.
But the problem is, it came out in 2013, so it's 12 years old. So, yeah,
sorry, Nightcrawler is a good film, actually.
Yeah,
Nightcrawler is a good film.
I like Pain and Gain. You're right. I'm trying the past 10 years. I guess the Joker. I like the Joker, the original Joker.
Do you like Nightcrawler? You got to see.
I never saw Nightcrawler. No.
Watch it. It's a good film.
Okay.
Mel Gibson makes great movies about Jews. Do you like the? Can you play that GIF again with the holding frame? No one. I don't think they caught it.
That you want everyone to see that?
No, the holding frame thing. The one at the end.
Hold on. I wonder if Chris Dubs will come on. Django Unchained was like 15 years ago at this point. This.
Do you think this is holding frame?
Pulling your pants up to what? Try to.
That's referred to as holding frame. That's fucking hilarious. Do you think that's funny?
Right. Hilarious.
You don't like it. You don't laugh at much.
No.
You've got standards. You're like a woman, OC. Your standards are very high.
They are. I wouldn't get with Raymond. I get those Costa Rican girls who don't want to get with Raymond. I'm hoping Donda. She can't still be in the bath. Is Donda coming on? Is Chris Dubs coming on? I want to see someone else talk to. I like to have a three-way.
Okay. You're very forward, OC. Do you think that woman in the bar would have a three-way?
Woman in the what? What are you saying? I'm trying to eat right now. It's part of it. I want someone to talk to you while I eat.
Okay, I'll just go mute. I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, go ahead.
If you can't concentrate on...
I was hoping eat my meal and have you and someone else talk while I eat and listen. That's what I was hoping for. No one's bailing me out. I'll listen. I'll pay attention. But so I can take a little break while I eat. I need my lunch break. We need on stream. We need our lunch breaks.
The
dinner break.
About your lunch breaks, right? I understand. Spurs need to recharge their batteries.
Absolutely. And you're right. I'd be careful. I already ate like a third of this lasagna. I'm like, this is better. I'm more hungry than I realized.
You're only about 2,000 calories in one go. Pretty impressive, bro.
Yep. Well, I haven't eaten all day.
You have to remember how much that massive bomb weighed. 2.5 kilos. No, 2.25 kilos, remember?
Oh,
Fucking huge.
I drank a bunch of alcohol. I took some pills, so it's like I think my stomach wants some substance.
But the alcohol still has calories in it. Doesn't matter. So, why do you mix the alcohol and the drugs? What? Don't you have any fear with that?
I want to see if the drugs help, but I can't go without alcohol. I'm off and I'm on stream. I want some alcohol.
Why do you? Yeah, this is a question straight from Xenesis. Do you have to drink to stream?
I don't have to, but it's become part of the ritual. I've done sober streams before.
Do you think they've been better without being sober or straight?
Sorry,
I
don't know. Hard to say, but I don't know if I've been on for 2 hours now, 3 hours last stream. I don't know if I were sober. If I'd probably be too anxious. I wouldn't be able to get through it. So I think getting drunk helps me unwind, helps me go on for hours on end.
Do you think I should go to this bar drunk to get the courage up to ask this girl?
No, I think you should test your courage here. I want to see your face. So log off and come back on with a camera. We want to see what you look like. Come on, be bold.
Wait there. The way that you just rinsed. Think about it. Think it through, OC. The way that you just rinsed Raymond. Why would I now show my face to you when you're going to rinse me?
No, again, you're so hung up on looks. I don't know, Raymond.
No, you are hung up on looks.
No, you asked
the shit out of him.
But you asked me for like my initial gut reaction on Raymond. With you, I know you. We've been interacting for some time. I don't really care what you look like. We just want to see you to have like an idea. So no, it's not the same. I didn't know who Raymond was until you gave me the link. We have a history together.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to men, does it?
Well, it means something to me. If it doesn't mean anything to you, I'll just kick you off. I mean, I want to see your face.
Oh, so you can just kick... Yeah, okay, you'll kick me off. So it's
well, what's the good point? Don disagreeing with you. What good point? I'm already kicked Don off.
So basically, it's lookism for thee, but not for me. Tee.
No, it's different. You asked me. Here's a guy named Raymond. What do you think about him, OC? I've never seen him before. You're asking me to compare him to Dumb. You asked me that. This is different. You've come on. Remember Xenesis, the first time he came on, he was voice only, then he showed his face. Whatever you look like, who cares? Wait a minute. Dubs, we've seen your face. Where's your fucking face?
Dubs is going full Dev Pike. He's not going for the face. Is it? Hello? Dubs? He's mute. Get Dubs off. Get him out of here.
No.
Hello?
Hello?
Am I in Chad Australia? I'm calling Chad Australia.
Hold on. Hello?
I'm calling Chad Australia.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. How you doing, mate?
I said I'm calling Chad Australia. You didn't get it. No, it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't get it. Well, that went right over my head.
So, what's your deal now? What work are you in now?
I'm doing truck driving and crane operating.
Nice. Working class, Max. Does that get you women?
It can do. Depends how you, I guess, present yourself. Just shower, bro.
Really? Do you believe in that?
To an extent.
Do you listen to dubstep?
No.
So, would you actually do believe in the shower meme, and then doing weights in the shower as well, and then spinning the plates? Do you believe in all of
sure. That? Like you got to do semen retention, weights, shave, all of that while in the shower,
While frying a steak, reciting the
Yes.
Bible. Yeah.
Yeah. And you got to have Andrew Tate on in the background as well. That always helps.
While doing 1,000 sit-ups. Yeah.
10,000. I would go the extra mile. I mean, you want to get that primo, Stacy. Obviously I'm being facetious. I mean, I don't know. Is that what you want to talk about? That stuff like the kind of the red pill, black pill stuff, or is there something else you want to talk about?
No, I just want to know what's your evolution? Were you always a truck driver, or what? Where did you go from? Did you go from a middle class job to were you pushed down?
I originally wanted to enter like academia and stuff, but
Really?
the cost of the entry into university and all that was just too high, like getting straight away into debt, and like it didn't sit right with me. So I was just kind of at that crossroads where I can either put myself into a ton of debt, or I can just start working and make money, and it's worked out fine for the last 10-ish years. So yeah.
You've always been a truck driver?
I haven't, not from my start of working. My first job was like a video retail place back when DVDs were pretty prominent. I enjoyed that quite a lot, but as the economy was changing, I realized I needed to get a more high-paying job, more lucrative work. So I went and just got my truck license, and then from there on, it just pretty much just built on top of that. Getting like a, I don't know what you call it over there, but we got like a HC, like a multi-combination driving vehicles and stuff.
Yeah,
big money, but it's very, very time consuming. Like you're on the road a lot. And that's kind of what, because I was working a lot of hours, but I had really nothing in tangible to show for it. No, like wife, kids, a house of my own, that kind of thing.
True.
So I pulled back on that, just because I didn't see the point in it.
True.
And I was just using my money then just for like debaucherous fucking stuff.
How many hookers did you buy? How many hookers?
Sorry?
How many hookers did you buy?
I went to the well a few times. So
Went to the well.
Yeah.
Did it go well?
I think the first time it did.
Really?
Few times, yeah, because it's all new and exciting and whatever. And then after that, it does, the reality of it does set in. It's kind of like, this is depressing as fuck, like this costs a lot. They're just really just doing a job. It's it loses that, the illusion lifts, the veil lifts, and it's like, okay, well, this is the reality of it sets in, I suppose.
Yeah, but so you like dumb maxed, and you're doing. So what's your angle to get these women now then, with the structure?
I guess I would say I'm not heavily focused on getting women at the moment. It's not my top priority.
Yeah.
Although like I've installed Tinder a few times, sort of pursued that route here and there, but I just don't. It to me, it just feels more like an audition. It feels more like a job resume. It's the previous relationships I've had have been through proximity, bro. So it's just being just around women, whether it was at work or back when it was kind of like you could sort of hit on a coworker at work, but a hobby or interest, or I've had a few matches on like dating apps, but they never last as long as meeting someone in person.
Women's common interest is chat, right? That's the common interest, yeah.
What's that?
I said women's common interest is Chad. That seems to be the common interest, yeah.
I don't. Well, I disagree just because I don't know, like Chad. How do you define Chad? I guess now. I mean, if we're just Ryan Gosling, Jake Gyllenhaal. See, like I think.
But they're just guys that look don't have that status, but look like them. Basically, that's it.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, wait a minute, wait.
Oh.
Chris Dubs, why don't you show your face? You've shown it before. You're kind of Chad light, I think. Why don't you show your face? You've done it before. Why is this voice only?
I'm just eating at the moment, so.
Well, so am I.
Don't wanna be
I
rude,
put
you know?
you on so I could eat in peace, but okay.
He doesn't want to
Yeah, I
dox
mean-
his mouth.
Well, that's cool. I'm not. I'm in the bath, mate. I'm in the bath. Okay. You know. So I can't.
Yeah,
can't,
precisely.
Yes, everyone loves to watch or listen to me in the bath. I get it. Okay. You guys like to get when you hear my voice, it's a cue to get naked and clean
It's
yourself.
just straight away. Like I get the hot water running, I get the fucking soap out. I'm like, fuck yeah, we're going to town tonight. This is it. Yeah.
So
I don't know.
what chance do you think I have with that? With this barmaid that you saw? What's the level of chance that I have? Do you think?
Are you? Is this someone that you've met? Is it? I am behind. I will admit. Yeah, I may have missed a part of that story. If you want to just give me the quick.
Remember, she's just a co-worker at this diving bar that I work at. Yeah.
Okay, so you work with this lady at a bar, and you're interested in her, are you?
Yeah.
Does she have you spoken to her at all? Just have you has she laughed at any of your jokes or anything? Are you quite funny? Or you seem quite funny, you know, like you got a sense of humor. So have you
Am I funny? Am I laughing? Am I funny to you? You know what?
don't fucking good first.
What?
What's
am I funny to you?
What's so fucking funny? What's so fucking funny?
That is funny. No, but I'm not funny. That's funny. I think Joseph is very funny.
That's funny. You know, that's you might be able to win her over with a couple of little quotes and stuff like that. You know, like
they don't get it. These whores are dumb. They're dumb as shit.
Well, now see now, but you say that now, and that might discredit you now. You know, that's
She ain't laughing. Look at her face. She's not laughing.
This is the girl, his coworker, who puts hearts.
Is that really?
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah.
Is that the one, Dev? That's the girl, is it?
Yeah. What do you think?
Really? I mean, she's cute as hell. I mean, you could
You could do what?
You could do something, mate. Just don't be creepy. Just fucking just ask how she's going.
We all know the creepy is code for just unattractive, right? It's anything that look, anything a sub 5 does is creepy. Even if you cure
I
cancer,
agree. I agree with absolutely.
Like Todd says, you could cure cancer, dance the Macarena blindfold and all the rest of it. But if you're a sub 5, you're still creepy, right? It doesn't matter. The move doesn't matter. It's doing it.
Does she have a boyfriend, or how much do you know about her? Does she have a boyfriend? I think
she's actually single.
Is she straight? Is she like what? Because like she could be non-binary or whatever the fuck. She might not even be interested in.
Now we're coping. Now we're coping. This chick would easily spread it for Chad. Let's not cope, Dubs. Let's not cope.
No, I'm not coping, bro. I'm not coping, man. I'm not coping. I'm just being realistic. It's a different environment these days, you know. So
it's all bad. Why is it all bad? Not all good. It's not all good. No. I already know it's all bad.
Well, you gotta. It's okay. I can only speak from experience. I can only give you an anecdotal story, I suppose. I can't give you a we want
to hear your story. Tell your story.
Right. So yeah, I was working at the video shop, like I mentioned, and I was working with a Becky, I suppose you'd call it.
Shit.
And we'd worked together for a few months. So I didn't intend on going out with her, and I think that's kind of the best way of putting it. It's when you kind of you put it to the back of your mind, and because you're there to do a job, and I think women and people in general pick up on someone that's at the workplace, and they're hanging around or lurking or eyeing off someone when they should just be doing their job. So I put it to the back of my I took note of it. I was like, oh, she's attractive, but I'm here to do a job. I'm here to make money, and I want to get the fuck out of here. And as we were working over these weeks and weeks and weeks, we just got more comfortable, and we just started making each other laugh. And as the nights got later and later, we eventually like we swapped numbers. But this took a long time, and we swapped numbers on the premise that it was for work. And then later we joked about the idea that oh, you wanted my number just so you could text me and blah blah. So it was Chris is a fake spook. No, I've already got my diagnosis totem, so you can take that to the bank, buddy.
Totem's claiming to message. Even if Totem messaged her, what would he message her? So what if he messaged her? It doesn't mean anything.
Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, we messaged outside of workout, and keep in mind this did take like 3 months. This took a while. It took a long time, and it just kept taking it slow. Just kept going slow. Kept taking it slow.
What does that mean?
And just not rushing stuff. Like, hey,
day, yeah, that's taking it slow, right?
No, it's like. No, it was just like, oh, do you want to meet up? Like, do you want to go for you want to meet up? You want to hang out after work, or do you want to go to McDonald's slops and get something? I was younger then, so like it wasn't uncommon to go to McDonald's or some shit like that to hang out. And it just took a long time, And I think nowadays, men are they're constant. They want to play the long game. They're not adverse to playing the long game, but in the back of their heads, they're thinking, "Oh, she's just fucking Chad behind my back, anyways. She's just getting railed out by fucking this and that all the while, And I mean, maybe not. I don't know, but I don't know. You got to have a little copium to get through the day. I don't know. Sometimes you got to fucking lie to yourself a little bit. I don't know. But in my advice, Danny, would be just focus on the job. Just do the job. If you organically end up talking with each other, then so be it. There also has to be an element of maybe she's not the one for me. But there's a lot of other women out there.
Well, that's fine. In fairness, stop. That's part of the problem. Stop a minute. Danny, I'm not criticizing you, but Chris Dubs, I think Danny has what they call one-itis. He's got this one-itis. You're saying you and this girl that you worked with, Dubs, you weren't thinking about her that way. It just sort of happened organically. I think Danny is hung up on the one-itis as his problem right now, which is going to blow it. Right?
So you've kind of put her onto a pedestal. Is that what you're saying, Danny?
Yes, he has. He's asking everybody, "Do I have a shot, bro? Do I have a shot, bro?" Yes, he's put her on a pedestal. Don't lie, Danny. You put this girl on a pedestal.
No, mate. I'm not bro. No.
You got to have. Oh, sorry, Danny. You go.
I was just talking to you as talking to her as I was to you. That smoothly. I wasn't going. I was literally just reading off jokes, like, as you said, I can be funny, maybe. I know OC would.
You've never made me laugh. I'm being honest with you. Tough love. You've never made me laugh, really. So I don't think your jokes are as funny as you think they are.
But Chris Stubbs has stated it just in the first minute that I've talked to him that I make him laugh. So that has to be something.
Is that true, Tubbs? Is Dev Pike just a barrel of laughs to you, Chris?
Not a barrel of.
I think he's got the potential. I think he's got a sort of a cynical sense of humor, maybe. That
a girl like this would find hilarious. Let's be honest. This is a girl like this is gonna love his cynical sense of humor.
Maybe over time, it takes time. Over time, yeah, over time. That's how life works. That's how people work. Getting involved with someone it's a commitment. It's not just something that. all right, off rip, I'm just going to hit you with my super cynical sense of humor, because that can be off-putting because they don't know you. They know you as a co-worker. They want to see you work. They want to see where your priorities lie. If you're going over to her, putting her on a pedestal, you know, that tells her that she's you're just you're just a simp, you know. I don't know what to say. I don't want to sound too fucking like red pill and shit like that, but there is an element of where it's just like just take it easy and just do your job. And hey, you know what? Maybe one afternoon when it's a quiet day at the bar, she might be looking happy or stressed out about something. You maybe say, like, "Oh, you all good? Like, what's you want to talk about something?" And she might just open up to you. It might just happen organically like that. It might not.
I hope so, but I don't think it will. But
Well, so, I mean, if you say you don't think it will, or whatever, then that's fine too. You know.
I was just talking. I don't put a person at the door. I just talk normally, like I did with you, just joking around. Basically, that's all right. There was one incident where we were making a cake, and she accepted my help making the cake.
That's really good. Yeah, that's good. That's little moments like that. You know, you can. That's a chance to talk.
I would say, careful. The pies are hot. Be careful. The pies are hot. Good.
Oh, see, he just attacks. That's brilliant. Any kind of small victory is nullified by OC.
I think
I don't get the
okay. Forget the pirate. I think what I'm trying to say is, I don't think Chad or even normies have to think about it this much. If you're thinking about it this much, the answer is probably no. I think it comes organically, to use Dubs' term, organically to most. If it's not coming organically, if you've got to ask 1,000 questions and ask different people the same question over and over, that's a sign that you wouldn't have to ask if it were coming naturally. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
well, I mean, there's no harm in learning and getting outside perspective. You know, that's what guys do. If I'm interested in a woman, I'll go ask people I know, like, what should I do? Am I doing enough? Am I doing too much? And they'll say and they usually just say the same shit as well. Just take it easy and just, if it happens, it happens, you know? Yeah. At least you're in that proximity. And you said something about you made a cake. Did you, Danny? And she helped you with that making of the cake, did you?
And I just advised her on something, to add something ingredient, and she, but she did allow me to make the adjustment, help her. She didn't say fuck off.
Well, that's always good. And did she follow up? Did you guys follow up on that? Like, was there any follow up on that, or like? Did you ask her that's a good opportunity? Like, who's the cake for? What's the cake for? Or is there a special occasion? Or that's an opportunity. It's like a lead, you know. You can sort of follow that, I suppose. But
I could ask about the cake. I don't know. So for instance, she's fallen for the holiday meme, so she's just getting dicked by Chad in Greece. So I've got no hope for this shit.
Well, it sounds promising. Don't count yourself out. You know, you sound like a good bloke, I guess. And
I guess.
I don't know you personally, do I? I just know of you. But you know, you just don't be too hard on yourself. You know, yeah. I'm reading the chat here. So Donna says, "Get her talking." So yeah, get her talking. Yeah, just ask some light-hearted questions. You know. Just
plans for himself.
You have to. Yeah. He's digging on that lasagna, isn't he?
Like an idiot. Oh no! What's this all about?
What is this? Oh, okay. Is this the pies thing?
He's gone back to this.
What is this? Oh, this is new to me. You muted OC, I think.
I was at McDonald's the other night, and so I'm going in there, and the girl is really smiling at me intensely and like looking at me and sticking her head out the window and going all up into my car and just being very flirtatious and stuff. And then I was like, all right, that's cool. And then because the other women were flirting with me too there, and then I'm just trying to make sense of it all. So I don't know what happened, but I went back a couple of times and then she was acting, you know, very cold. And then I went back again, and she was initiating flirting with me again.
Right.
So I was
Because
like,
she
all
works
right,
at
cool.
McDonald's?
But then now it's like, what's that?
She works at McDonald's.
Yeah.
You
You're
can hear me now.
not listening to
This guy
the last
These
call.
McDonald's workers.
Why did you call in with the same question?
Wait, hold on. So wait, so you were in a McDonald's drive-through?
Yeah.
And so the girl that was coming to your car was a McDonald's worker. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the thing. Whenever you're dealing with chicks who are at work, it's you can't really tell if they're really trying to fuck with you because they're at work. You understand? Because they're being nice because they're at work.
Okay. Let me ask you this: if this was her trying to mess with me, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I ordered a pumpkin pie and an apple pie, and she's handing them to me. She reaches over, and she's like, you know, be careful, the pies are hot. And she's like giving me a big old smile.
That's the reference. And that's how Danny's coming across. It's like, you know, well, the girl was flirting with me, then she was cold, and she's flirting with me again. She's a McDonald's worker. Careful, the pies are hot. Is she flirting with me? That's the reference I'm making. And that's why I'm critical, because Danny sounds like that dude in that phone call there.
That's cold.
No.
Yeah.
The pie is hot, bro.
No, I don't think that's. Well, there's a few differences there. She's a co-worker, right? No.
Precisely. That's what OC doesn't get. He's trying to crowbar in this. Oh, pies hot, bro.
I mean, there's a.
I think that's a funny clip, though.
That's hilarious.
I can laugh at myself. That might have been funny, OC. You cracked me up.
I just visualized the whole thing too. I don't know why I saw it as like a 1950s restaurant in my head though. Like they parked out the front. And she came over with the pies on. Like,
that was McDonald's. You talked about going to McDonald's on dates earlier. That was at a McDonald's. You know what a McDonald's is, Dubs. That occurred at McDonald's. He was giving the guy was buying those McDonald's apple pie things. So you know what a McDonald's is.
He's not a co-worker.
And Donna, like
I just was commenting. I just visioned it differently in my head for some reason.
I think it's normal in your red-pilled mind to try to write things to be more like happy, you know, like the fairy tale.
Oh, okay.
But we got to be realistic. This is why I'm talking about being realistic. That's the black pill, just hard, brutal reality. Whether it's good or bad. Right.
Don't straw man me. I'm not like
it's not straw manning. It's making an honest observation. You don't want to hear it, so you're hiding behind the straw man defense. But it's true. It's true.
No, I disagree,
There's a big argument going on.
It could also be biased. Remember, Dev Pike is British. I'm American. You guys are Australian. It sounds like you, even though he's British, you Aussies are picturing like some American sock hop, sock hop from like 70 years ago. So it's almost it's like you're, because I'm an American, I'm influencing you, and you're thinking of like some old Americana from decades ago. So you're not. He's working in an English pub. He lives in England. It's a picture of a traditional British pub. He's in a British pub, not an American milkshake hamburger shack.
No, I was just It's just the way I pictured it. But anyway.
Well, what you're describing was very common in this country like 50, 60, 70 years ago. But we're talking about Dev Pike in 2025 in England. I don't think they got girls on roller skates. He's at a pub, a traditional English pub.
No, I know the difference. I'm not equating. I was just making a comment on it.
Look, I'm going to make this very clear to you because I'm getting pissed. Annie's 12 years old, in 2 more she'll be a whore. Nobody ever told her it's the wrong way. Don't be afraid with the quickness to get laid. For your family, get paid, it's the wrong way. I gave her all that I had to give. I'm gonna make it hard to live. Soggy tears running down her chin and spills up her makeup. Her number one gift, a cigarette pressed between her lips, but I'm staring at her tits. It's the wrong way. So, okay, he wanted me to sing that. I haven't heard that. I haven't thought of that song in a long time. Sublime, when I was a teenager. I don't know why he requested that song, but yeah, good song, you know. Only family that she's ever had is her 7 horny brothers and a drunk-ass dad. He needed money, so he put her on the street. Everything was going fine until the day she met me. Happy, are you sad? Wanna shoot your dad? I'll do anything I can. It's the wrong way. Okay. All right, I'll stop now. Just wanted to sing. Thule asked me to sing.
Bars. You got bars.
It's good. OC cannot be beaten for singing.
We got to do a karaoke stream where we all sing the same song.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm tired of being the only one singing here.
I haven't got.
Yeah, go on. Throw up some songs in chat. Well, I can't say I know them all because I'm a little bit younger, but I can. I might know some.
Showing up his age.
I'm 32, but I do know some of the old school classics. I think. But
point is, why Dubs? Why aren't you showing your face? You've shown your face a couple times before. Why are you suddenly in the bath? What's going on?
Because I'm just not I haven't gotten I only just woke up not that long ago, to be honest. So I'm kind of scuzzed, you know.
Okay, what time is it in Perth right now?
9:30.
Okay, you're 12 hours ahead of me, so it's 9:30 in the morning. You do have to work today, or you're off on Sunday?
Off on Sunday.
Okay, so you're just hanging. It's like, again, it doesn't matter what you look like. It helps to have visuals, whether you're gorgeous or ugly. I tell Danny, it helps to have visuals. You guys are so timid, but okay. Danny, what did you want to ask Dubs? Go ahead.
Why? How are you not? What do you mean you're not chasing women? The only reason I'm going mental over this is because this is the one woman I'm chasing at the moment, right? That's the only reason I keep on asking. Admittedly, I mean, asking the same fucking question over and over again because I'm probably a spurred, right?
No, that's fair, Danny. Yeah, I mean, I am. I think we're all.
Guys,
chasing
we got to stop
women.
for a minute. We got to stop. Everybody, stop. Donda has to stop everything and watch a dumb video. So we're going to pause the clock until Donda comes back. So let's just sit here and twiddle our thumbs until Donda gets done watching the dumb video. Play the Jeopardy music. Do, 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 do. I'm just kidding around. Go ahead.
Why are we stopping until Donda? What?
What's he doing in the video? Is he fixing something or?
He's dancing.
He actually told me he installed the pole in his kitchen. He installed this pole. And he was doing like a dance, something like that. I'd love to see it too. It sounds sexy. He said he'll do it for me in real life when I go to see him.
He's not throwing out any more Wonder Woman cutouts, is he? Because hang on to those, just in case. Or send them my way.
Okay, he had 5. 4 got ruined in the shower. He brought 4 into the shower. They got ruined. The other one he threw out. So he doesn't have any more Wonder Woman cutouts.
God, soggy Wonder Woman. Oh, dang. I mean, that's a shame. But
Well, by the way, Dubs, do you want us? He's only about 3.5 hours away. My brother's going to rent a car paid for by the insurance company. I don't want to repeat the story again. A guy crashed into my brother's car. My brother's going to get it fixed. The insurance is paying for rent a car. I said we'll use the rent a car to go out to see Dumb, or a car to hire, or whatever you say in Australia. Would you like to see me and my brother meet Dumb, or what do you think? Bad idea?
No, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
You could even do like a road trip camera in the car too.
I'll talk about my stories, my workplace stories.
Yeah, that's a classic. OC, absolutely. I actually quite enjoyed that story. It was quite sad, and that story.
And that's actually a fairly minor one compared to other stories I have. I have much worse, which I will share. But I want to do it in video form. Like I did that one in video form. I feel more comfortable doing that as a video than just talking about it in chat. I want to do a video where it's all right there, and then we can talk about it after. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but. That's the whole basis of the name is an occupational clique. I've noticed these kinds of cliques in every workplace I go into as well. Yep. And a lot of work drama can be associated with these cliques, whether you're in one or whether you're trying to get in one or whether you're just
you're the victim of one. Yeah.
Yeah, or
easier to get rid of the one guy than the whole mob. Even though the mob is wrong, it's easier to take care of one. Yeah, it becomes a disaster. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's why I gravitated towards truck driving, just because it's you and yourself. Although you do have to deal with other truck drivers on the comms and dispatch, truck drivers can be quite a unruly bunch.
Right, and just to clarify real quick, Thule, I'm not talking about the guy threatening to break my jaw. That one I made a video of. We've talked about it. I want to tell some other stories and then talk about them. So you're talking about a story. I've got a lot of stories. And at Dubs, I'm going to take a job driving for Amazon for a little bit, just for the summer, because same thing. I want to go there, pick the shit up, and not go back till I'm done with my shift. I want to be away. Like with the auto parts job, every time I make a delivery, I have to go back to the watering hole. And that's where that fucking asshole was, and the boss liked him better, and the boss hated me. I like the idea of being on the road all day. You leave the station, you come back to the station. So I'm going to do the driver job myself. I'm going to try it out for a bit. So you probably missed all that. But see, Danny, you got to repeat things over and over and over for the Starlings. But yes, we're all on the same page now? Okay.
No, I think I caught on to that bit. Yeah, that might be the best move for you, OC, honestly. And you got time to think. I don't know if you like to put the radio on when you drive, or you
sure.
just like
I don't care. I like being by myself. I like driving. I like being on my own. I like not being around people. So I don't care. I'll I don't know if they have cameras. Can I vape, or are they going to see me vaping? But other than that, yeah, I can listen to the radio. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, well, we haven't got the camera setups here yet where I am. I don't know in more the urban areas. How was the video, Donna?
Yeah, we got to repeat. We got to repeat everything we said in her absence. And we want to know what was going on in this video. Was he dancing around in a pole? Share the video with. Come on stream and share the video with us, you bitch.
Yeah, jump on stream, Donna.
Yeah, you've heard the story before, but not all Starlings pay attention. It's the first time Dubs has heard it. And when I told Danny before, it was the first time he heard it. Even though I told him I was going to be streaming, so I've had to repeat myself like 7 or 8 times now.
Oh, Dom was twerking, eh? Oh. He might bust a pelvis if he does that too much, you know. I don't know. Well, I don't know about you, OC, but yeah, I like to just drive in silence. I don't know, that might be.
Yeah, I can do that too. I can do whatever. I can drive in silence. I can drive the radio. Being by myself in a vehicle isn't a problem for me. What about you, Danny? Maybe you should become a British truck driver. Drive up to Scotland, drive over to Wales. Maybe you should, or a lorry driver. They call them lorries.
Yeah, lorry driver.
Yeah, become a lorry driver.
Except for I can't drive. I got a driver pill. I'm a cyclist still.
You're lived in London all your life, never really had to drive, walks everywhere, so driving isn't your thing. I think I understand.
Does that lady that you work with, does she cycle? Maybe that's something you could.
There you go. Yeah, for a bicycle ride. A bicycle built for two. Okay.
Oh yeah. I want to ride my bicycle.
Oh, that's Queen. You're singing Queen.
Oh,
bicycle,
sorry. Yeah.
Bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. That's Queen. I was singing a much older American tune. Very old song. It was actually featured in the movie 2001: Space Odyssey. Very old song. I'm going to sing it for you. An American tune. You might not know it. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. It's an old American tune that they teach us as kids. So I get a bicycle built for two, and you and Rhiannon can go for a cycle. Yeah. You ever hear that song? It's an old American tune. Daisy, Daisy. No idea. In the movie 2001: Space Odyssey, Hal, whatever, the computer sang that song as it was being. Never mind.
It's from 1892. Wow, that is old.
It's an old song.
Oh, it's those old 2-seater bikes with the
a bicycle built for two, a 2-seater bike. Right. I guess you didn't know the term. Right.
Let's go to 10.
Right. When Hal is in 2001: Space Odyssey, when Hal is being deactivated, he starts singing that, and his voice gets lower. Daisy, Daisy.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting. I didn't
Heartbreaking,
know
but that's an old American tune. A bicycle built for two, one of those 2-seaters. A bicycle built for two. I can't afford a carriage. I'm cheap. I'm poor. Let's get married. I can't afford a carriage, but you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. It's okay. I guess Aussies and Brits don't know this song, but okay.
Well, maybe Danny could get like a little 2-seater bicycle and ask her to go for a ride on it or something, or. That might be an option. Or I see a lot of people.
I'm a lookist, man. I want to see Dubs. You should be showing your face. You've shown us before. I want to see Danny's face, and we can ask the Starlings what they think. Here's what the girl looks like. Can we picture? Let's see what Danny looks like and see if we can picture the two of them on a bicycle built for two.
How old is she? She looks like maybe 26. Is she? I mean, how old are you, Danny? Oh, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, you don't have to say, but that age is a factor.
See, Danny, you got to repeat and repeat and repeat. How old are you?
Yes,
Danny?
repeat for the Starling con.
I'm 37.
Wait.
Whoa,
Wait. He kept saying he was 35. Now we ask him, I'm 30, 37. Okay.
And that was like,
he's told us, you can go back and watch. He said 35 the past 2 or 3 times. Now he's 37. He can't remember his age, can he? Okay.
No, it's
Danny,
not.
how old are you for real?
I think you owe an apology to
22?
the
Yeah, be honest.
I think you owe an apology to the Starlings, I
It's
see.
my birthday soon.
Wait, what? No. First, why do I owe the Starlings an apology? And Danny,
Because
why
if people are changing their age,
Yeah, Danny, you shouldn't have to think about your age. You should know. You've told me 35 a couple times. Now all of a sudden I'm 30, 37. Okay, how are we supposed to take you seriously now? Now I think all the Starlings and me are starting to think, what's going on here, Danny? Danny, what's going on here?
the Starlings have been vindicated.
It's my
That's what's
birthday soon, so I'm 36.
Okay, well, where did 37 come from? I'm 35 going on 36. How do we get 37? How do we jump so far ahead? Something's not right here.
I know. Sorry, I said the wrong age, but
Yeah, because you can't agree what your age is. Okay, Danny, give me your answer. Tell me your real age, because I want to know how old are you. Yeah, how old are you?
Birthday soon, then. 5
Oh,
days.
Danny boy, the pipes. Okay, fine. But you were 35. You have a birthday soon. You'll be 36. Why did we jump to 37? What's going on, Daniel?
No, I misremembered it.
Of course.
Well, how old's the miss here anyway? How old's this lady here?
Yeah, she's only like 20. What is it? I think she's last year.
She looks 25, 26-ish.
No, she's only 22.
Oh, 22. Oh Lord. Yeah, that's a tough one.
That's brutal.
That is tough. Yeah, honestly. I mean, I don't know, mate. Maybe just let that one go. I don't know, or maybe just really just
I think
focus on.
I think she's 23, 24. I think. Because she's finishing uni around it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think. I think it's too old. I'm with you. I think I should.
Yeah, I think.
I can't approach because it's too risky. It's too.
Yeah. Maybe if you just stick to the work, and again, like maybe just these little interactions over a course of a couple months, see where that. If you can just build some rapport with her, maybe that's just maybe that's the extent of it, Just have it. Maybe she can give you she might be able to give you an insight on the culture of the youth or some shit. You might learn some shit, or she might sort of see you as like she might poke fun at you. Maybe she like neg you a little bit. She might be like, oh, you're the older guy, like she might, or granddad or something. I don't know. Who knows, but at least you can have her as an acquaintance, I suppose.
So I am her granddad now. I've been demoted. Uncle Danny. I love an uncle. Like a brother.
Uncle Danny.
Like an older brother.
Actually, maybe I should go find. There was a girl I worked with at the what do you call it? The one, not the furniture store, the department store where I bashed up my finger. And this girl was like 20 years younger than me, and she was kind of cute. She wasn't hot, but by the time I met her, I was already kind of black-pilled. So I didn't expect. She and I got along, but I even said to her, we're not brother sister, we're not uncle, we're not father daughter, we're like uncle nephew, uncle niece here. She's like, yeah, you're like an uncle. So I got along with her. She's a very nice girl, and she would tell me stories about. Yeah, I'm going to meet this guy on a farm. I met him online. I'm like, you're driving out to a farm in the middle of nowhere to have sex with some dude you met online. So we got along. She was not attracted to me, but we had that uncle-niece relationship. You might be able to get that. Maybe I'll go find her. Her name was Joy, Joy. Joy. I don't know if she still works there. If I can find Joy, she wasn't hot, but she was kind of cute, and we got along. She liked me as a person, but I was like an uncle to her, not someone she found attractive. And she would tell me these sexcapades she had, and I look at her like, yeah, I met this guy online. He was really cute. I went to go see him. I'm like, wait, you just drove out to the middle of the country in the middle of nowhere to meet some weird? You can get beheaded. "Oh, but he seems so nice online." She was an airhead, but we had a nice uncle niece relationship. So
That's interesting. She's like Joy from Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner.
I guess if I can, I don't know if she still works. After I lost that job. We weren't that close, but we got along on the job. And we exchanged numbers, and it was always very like I said, not father daughter, not brother sister. It was like an uncle niece. I was like the older generation. She liked me, she respected me, but she wasn't attracted to me. And she would tell me stories about the guys she was fucking. I would say, "Okay, tell me more," and I would just sort of listen. Occasionally, like I could say things to her that you normally can't say to a girl. We got along well enough that I'd say, "Joy, you're kind of a whore here." "Well, no, it's different. I really like him. I thought he could be the one." "Okay, fine. You want to be a whore? Go be a whore." "Okay, you're not a whore. You're a slut." No, I'm not a slut. So we got along, but she wasn't attracted to me. But she told me some interesting stories. If I ever see her again, I'll record a video. You can meet Joy, my niece.
Interesting. We're getting more stories from her.
I know. And by the way, I've said many times. I've said this many times. I've said this to my fucking shrink. Not everyone hates me. There are people I get along with. But once again, let me repeat myself for the 1,000th time.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Because I don't know if Totem is trolling or if he really is a moron.
Let's go, boys.
Okay. You got the hostiles and you got me.
Yeah.
Then you got the oblivious. I like you, OC. And I like you, hostile. You're not hostile. I like you both. GOC, why do you have such a problem with him? So there are people I get along with, but they don't have the problems I do. There's a group of people who hates me, and those people, and a group of people who likes me. But the people who like me don't get fucked with by the people who hate me. So they're just like, "Well, I like you, but I also like the hostile, so I don't get it. What'd you do wrong?" No, there are people I get along with, but they don't have the problems I do. I've been over this 1,000 times. Dubs, you've seen enough of my videos. I've explained this before, have I not?
Dumb.
No? No, answer my. You're not dumb. I'm about to ban dumb. Answer my goddamn.
Dumb busted his pelvis. I knew it. There's too much twerking on that video.
On that video, No, I didn't hang up on him. Dev Pike, you were there. I didn't hang up on dumb. He's like, "I gotta go now. Donna sent me a video." That's how I recall it. What do you recall? You were there, Danny.
It's all adding up now. So like Donna was in the bath, and then she gets a video.
Right, makes a video for Dumb.
And then we find out that Dumb hurt his pelvis. So it's
twerking
all
on
coming
a pole.
together now.
Right. Danny, you were there. Didn't Dumb say to us, "I gotta go now. I'm gonna watch a video"? You were there, Danny, correct? Why does everybody have such shitty memory? It's like a memory problem with the Starlings. Like, Christ, I gotta repeat myself because no one seems to remember a fucking thing.
Oh, stop attacking the Starlings, I see. Come on, mate.
Well, I asked you both a question, and neither of you gave me a straight answer. Danny, didn't Dumb say he had to go watch a video from Donda, and he hung up on me? Dubs, haven't I mentioned this hostiles and oblivious, and not everyone hates me, but the people who don't hate me don't have a problem with the people who do? Haven't I mentioned this 1,000 times?
I've never disagreed with that. What
I just want you to confirm that I've said this before, so why do I have this idiot Totem? I know he's a troll, but I mean, no, I've never said everybody hates me, but, Christ. And Danny, didn't Dumb, you were there, you were talking to Dumb, my brother was there, didn't Dumb leave us to go watch a video? You remember this.
I don't understand. Dumb literally told us to fuck off and left.
Right, he told us to fuck off and he left. Now he's saying, "You hung up on me." He plays this, "I'm the nice guy, OC Ramino." He hung up on us because he wanted to go watch a video. You were there. He told us to go fuck off. You can go back and watch the last stream. He told us to fuck off. He wanted to go watch a video.
Dumb's making shit up, as usual.
He is, as usual. I agree. Like he says he likes you, he's lying. He hates you, he hates me. I think he hates Chris Dubs. He hates everybody because he thinks we're going to drag him back into that cesspool.
He's coming to my country, man.
Okay, fine. So, hey, listen, Dubs. Todd doesn't seem to appear to be going to Australia, and I don't think DBF wants to meet Dumb. So maybe you can be the best man at their wedding. You can travel across country from Perth to Sydney. Maybe you, in place of, because DBF and Todd can't be there, you can be the best man at their wedding.
I'll get a bicycle built for two. We'll ride together around the eastern suburbs. It'll be great.
This isn't a joke. No, this isn't a joke. I expect you to use your truck driving money, take a couple days off, fly across country if you have to. I want you to be the best man in the wedding video of Dumb and Donda.
Well, that's up to the bride and the groom.
They agree. Donda agrees. Therefore, Dumb will go along with it. Donda already agrees. So yes,
if I get an invite, I'll go. But
you have been invited. Donda, can you invite Dubs to your wedding right now so we can get this over with?
It's up to the groom. It's up to the
bride.
No,
it's up to the bride. The woman makes the decision for the wedding. It's up to the bride.
I'll go.
You're invited. We're all invited. You're invited.
Hell yeah, I'll go. I'll put on my best suit and tie.
Truck. No.
What's that, Danny?
Don't get married in Chris Stubbs' truck.
Yeah, in the freight container. Yeah, I'll just
Oh,
they
Chris,
can get married.
are you one of those? Are you one of those truck driver preachers? Like Dumb would know at truck stops. There's like a few religious people. I'm a truckie, but I'm also a preacher man, and he gives a sermon.
Yeah.
You're one of those religious truck drivers.
I got it online. Yeah.
So well, you can marry them. You can officiate. You can marry the two of them. Awesome. Here, so we're saving. Yeah.
So you can be the master of ceremonies, yeah, and you can marry Donna and Dumb in the truck while you're driving across. Yeah. Across
I could do.
And if you really can't make it to Eastern Australia, you can marry them over the radio, over the CB. You can say, "All right, I'm Reverend Dubs." You can marry them over the CB. Worst case.
Breaker. Do you come in, Donna? Breaker.
That's funny. Reverend Dubs really works. Reverend.
Do you take this Aussie girl to be your bride? 10-4, big buddy. 10-4.
Yeah, that's good shit. No, I'm definitely. I'll go for sure. Maybe OC, can you come down to Australia? You can go too. Maybe.
Tell you what, if you guys want to pay for it, I'll come. I can't afford a ticket to go down there. If you guys want to do it, I'll do a GoFundMe. If you want to pay, I'll go. But yeah,
we'll start a GoFundMe for OC.
Sure. Yeah. If you do that, if you buy me a ticket, I'll go. Otherwise, I can't afford that.
Where's my fund? So no one wants me to come here.
I was just about to ask you, Danny. I was just about to ask if you can come too.
I'll definitely be on the plane, bro.
Dubs will go. I'll go if you buy me a ticket. Danny, you're on your own. You got to buy your own ticket. Work hard at the pub and save up some money.
Danny, you can ask that lady you work with. You can ask if she wants
can
to
be
go
your
for a trip
plus
to
too.
Australia.
Well, because she likes traveling. Maybe that might work actually. She likes traveling.
Yeah.
The problem is she'll probably just get a Chad in Chad Australia. Right?
That's exactly what happened. I can see here again. I'm being the realist. Hey, Rhiannon, do you want to come with me to Australia? Yeah, I'd love a free trip to Australia. You, the simp, pay for it. She gets there. And she's banging one of Donda's cousins. One of her bogan Chad Australians at the wedding. Yeah.
Some fucking Chad Australian playing rugby league or,
right.
or footy, just like kicking it
He throws his boomerang around, it wraps around, he pulls her in with his boomerang. Yeah, I can see that. And you're the simp, Danny, who pays for her to go there to get railed by Chad Australian.
He'll hit her with the, "How you doing, love?" And then Danny will just be over in the corner, just like, "Oh, fuck."
He'll be like, "I got a didgeridoo, want to play it?" And she'll be like, "Yeah, show me your didgeridoo." Yeah, it's not going to go too well.
I sound like I'm going to be cucked out of my mind.
Yeah, if you bring her to Australia, you will be cucked out of your mind. Yeah.
No, but Danny, though, it can work both ways. If you come over here with your accent, I've seen plenty of Brits come over here, and they pull women easily, like just off their accent alone.
Really?
Yes.
I just got to get a few £1,000 to go all the way to Australia.
You'll do, and I think your money will carry further here.
Theory, yeah.
You can try it out for come for the wedding, stay for maybe 1 month, and just go to the locals and just they'll pick up on the accent straight away. And I think you'll be able to pull someone. I think that's a better route.
In fact, Danny could probably get a job there because it's all part of the British Commonwealth, right? Like Dumb needs to apply for papers and visas. Danny, because it's part of the British realm, you could probably get a job in Australia, at least temporarily. Yeah, as a British subject, right? Am I correct? You guys can work in each other's countries?
I think the visa process is a lot more lenient. I don't know whether or not. I think you can just get a work visa a lot easier if
you're part of the British realm.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to say one thing. You will not be getting with Donda because Donda told me personally there's 2 things she loves. There's 2 things Donda loves. Do you want to know what they are? Her 2 favorite things?
Dumb?
No. Her 2 favorite things in a man. An American accent. She can't stand the British. She loves an American accent. And number 2, a full head of hair. She loves an American accent and a full head of hair. So DBF didn't have a shot. Dumb, be careful. Donda, when you coming to Waynesboro? I'd love to meet you. Yeah, she loves an American accent and a full head of hair. So, yeah.
What?
Wouldn't that put you at the top of the line, OC?
Yeah, well, we haven't met yet. Yeah, right. She's settling for Dumb, no hair. couldn't stand DBF. There's nothing special about him. She's waiting for a full head of hair and a very brazen, strong American accent. Yes.
She hates British accent.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, terrible. She was worse than DBF. She was mocking you. You're all a bunch of morons. She was mocking your accent. Yeah.
Christ almighty. Donna is brutal.
She is. She's a heartbreaker. She's brutal, but yeah, you can't help but love her. And Bash wants to know how you guys feel about My Little Ponies. How do you two feel about My Little Ponies?
I got a little bit red pilled on My Little Pony last night. Actually, I was one of my mates was talking to me about it. I don't know what to feel about it, but I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting because you and your mate were talking about what Bash wants to talk about. Does My Little Ponies help you get more red pilled or black pilled? That's what he was asking. I don't know. This isn't a joke. This is what he asked me before. I don't know.
No, I don't know. It just got brought up.
I want to hear about it, but first I gotta say one thing. Donda, James and I both have American accents. Who has the stronger accent? In other words, who has the sexier accent? Which of us has the stronger American accent? You told me it was me, Donda. Anyway, continue, Dubs, with your story about.
I like Dum's accent. I
wasn't asking you, asshole, but okay. About your story about My Little Pony.
It just mate brought it up. I just had a look because it was a big thing, wasn't it? Like last 10 years ago or something. It was like a whole brony following, like a cult following to it. Like, and it just reminded me. I had a mate in high school that like it was over for him, and he had like My Little Pony figurines and stuff. And it kind of retrospectively looking at it, I was like, oh, that's kind of.
You think it would be sad, but Bash has a girlfriend, and she likes going to My Little Pony conventions with him. So it worked for Bash. But for that,
I didn't say it was sad.
Right, but for that dude in high school, it was sad. It was over for him, and he was coping with My Little Ponies. But Bash actually used it to attract a woman. So Bash got a girlfriend with My Little Ponies.
Well, maybe that's what he should do. Like, I think he might have been ashamed of his My Little Pony interest hobby, so he might have reclused himself, but. Little did he know there might have been actually women in his proximity that were Applejack maxing, or I don't know the other one, Rainbow Dash or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I mean, just goes to show you, just like follow your interest.
Look, when it comes to girly shows, I will be honest. I'm going to show her. I had a crush on her. I much more preferred. Where is she? Rainbow Bright. So don't ask me. I don't know anything about My Little Ponies. I preferred, when I was a little boy, I did watch Rainbow Bright. You guys are probably too young to remember her. It was an American cartoon show from my childhood. I used to watch, along with G.I. Joe and Transformers and He-Man, I would also watch Rainbow Bright. I know nothing. So I'm not afraid about admitting watching a girls show, but I just know nothing about My Little Ponies. I preferred Rainbow Bright. But okay, we're going back to nostalgia, Bash, childhood memories. I like Rainbow Bright, which is a girls show. I never watched My Little Ponies. Sorry. If you're going to get into a girl, I thought Rainbow Bright, when I remember from a kid, it was more entertaining. So yeah, I'd rather watch Rainbow Bright. You guys don't even know who Rainbow Bright is. All right, forget Rainbow Bright. But no, my kid sister liked My Little Ponies, but I don't know anything about it.
I think the first show that comes to mind that might have been a girls' show was Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I think that's kind of the show I used to watch a little bit, but.
Well, that bitch, Melissa Joan Hart, she used to be in a show called Clarissa Explains It All. She was Clarissa, and she later became Sabrina, but it's okay. You remember Sabrina. That's nice. Now, James has a terrible accent. He's got that South Jersey, Southern Tier, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Delmarva. Oh, Tony, get a hoagie. He's got a terrible, that's not a Chad O, that's a disgusting O, but so we're having a debate about who is the sexier accent, and Donna doesn't want to hurt Dump's feelings by saying she finds my accent more sexy. But okay, so where were we? We talked Rainbow Bright. We talked My Little Ponies. We talked to Bash. Okay, well, what else do we have to discuss?
Well, another thing I wanted to mention to Danny was if you get to know this woman at work, she might have friends or family that are a bit older that she might be able to introduce to you through like proximity and stuff. So there's always that route as well. So
and by the way, no, it wasn't the boots. It was like she would fly around on a rainbow. It was like point A to point B on a rainbow. I thought that was pretty cool. It was the flying around magic part, not the boots. But okay, what are you saying about the girl at work?
Oh, I was just saying that she might have friends or family that are older that might be able to get to know Danny through her as well. So there's that route as well.
So you can't
could
get
try
with
that.
Stacy. You can't get with Stacy like Danny, but maybe she's got an old frumpy cousin she can hook you up with. She's got some old, this is my aunt Hilda. She's in her 50s. That's kind of near your age.
Aunt Hilda.
Yeah.
Aunt Hilda in the 50s, maybe a stretch. Maybe just like Aunt Janet, who's in her early 30s or something, you know. Maybe she's available. Maybe. Don't know. Well, if you work at a pub, that's quite a social setting. Like, isn't there a lot of other people that come through and in and out? And what about like the patrons and stuff?
By the
Like,
way, sorry, we were talking about rainbow, bright and rainbows. Look at my cool vape; it lights up like a constellation.
That's
like the universe in my hands. I think I like the universe. Okay. Anyway, we're talking about we're trying to fix Danny up, not with the pretty girl, but her older ugly cousin. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean that's one potential route.
And maybe the older, like Donda's right. Maybe he'll really hit it off with the older cousin. It'll come naturally. No need to ask a bunch of questions, and they'll click. What do you think? You'll get an occupational click, no pun intended. Through your occupation, you'll meet your girlfriend. The girl will hook you up with her aunt. What do you think, Danny? It's cosmic. Yes, it's cosmic.
Isn't that illegal in your state?
It is.
But you have to go. But I remember Starling. I do remember as a Starling, you have to. You get them from a shop that's on like near the border, right, next to the next state.
We're near the border.
Yeah.
Major stores won't sell them. It's too illegal. But these small shops run by Currys, they'll go over to Pennsylvania, buy a bunch, and sell them. They don't give a shit. They'll break the law. So I buy it at the shop around the corner from this Indian guy, but they can't sell them at the major stores. Like, I don't know about Australia. We got some called 7-Eleven. I don't know if you know what that is. The big stores, right? The big stores won't sell them. The big corporation stores, but these small hole-in-the-wall places, they'll go across the state line, buy them, and sell them. But yeah, technically, it's illegal in New Jersey. That's correct. Good memory, Dubs. You've redeemed yourself. You've redeemed yourself, Starling. Good, yeah.
Yeah, 1 point for the Starlings. That's it. I thought Dumb was in the chat. Is he coming on? Is he? Or
I doubt it. He was on before. He hung up. He hung up on me and Danny, and he claimed that I hung up on him. So I don't think he's coming back on. I could try calling him again, but I really don't want to. But if you want, I'll try. What the hell?
No, that's up to you. That's all good.
Hey, ask Donna. What the hell is that? And Danny, you got oddly quiet. You were so talkative before. Is Danny? Well, it must be 3 a.m. in England. Danny might have fallen asleep.
Danny, are you awake, mate? He's having a nap.
Yeah, he stayed up late for the stream, so I guess we'll say goodbye to him. Okay.
Well, I hope he's able to take away some of the our advice. You know, I mean, that's what guys got to do. Got to look out for each other. You know, make sure.
Well, you and I have conflicting advice. I was saying I don't think you have a shot with this chick. Forget it. You ultimately agree with me. You played the more red pill. Well, maybe get to know her, let it happen organically. Then it slowly, gradually came over to my side. Well, she's 22. You think you're 30-something. He won't tell us his real age. Maybe you should try to be friendly with her and meet her older cousin. So basically, you ultimately agreed with me. It just took a long year.
If anything, my advice is actually more blue-pilled cucked shit, to be honest with you. No, that's me just being...
It started out that way, then it turned to the whole, well, you know, maybe you can get it on with her cousin instead of her herself. It went from blue to red. You got to come over fully black. Once you go black, you don't go back. So you got to, you know.
So your advice would be like, just, it's over, buddy.
Well, what I would say, yeah, I would say if he
don't like see if there's an alternate, like maybe just getting to know someone and knowing her friend group or family groups not enough. Like, just don't even try it. Or just...
Well, no, there's two different things, man. Trying to get with her as a girlfriend versus trying to become her friend are two different things. If she's nice and polite, they can, like I said, like the girl at the what do you call it? I keep saying furniture store, the department store. The department store girl, we were friendly, but she wasn't attracted to me. If it's understood there's no attraction, but the girl is nice and treats you like an uncle or something, then yeah, he can become her friend, learn things, like you said, learn things about the current generation, and maybe, you know, branch off. That's different than what he's trying to do, which is, you know, he claims he doesn't know his own age, 35, then he's 37. He doesn't. I think he might only be 21, 22 himself. But if he really is mid-30s and this girl's in her early 20s, it just seems like, unless she's into really, even if she were into older guys, wouldn't she want an older guy with money, like an oofy doofy, like he was talking about? He says he has no money. He works at a pub. He's trying to become an accountant. So,
if that's something that she explicitly says, I suppose. Like I dated a girl that she explicitly said she wanted a family that had money. So that kind of ruined the experience for me. But
well, you come from money. That's why you've had so many girlfriends, correct?
no, I don't come from money at all.
Oh, so then you're a Chad or a Chad light. You're that good. You're poor, but women love you.
No, I'm like 5'7".
Well,
I
understand.
have bad
think
posture.
Look, I think I know why Destroyed by Foids thinks autism doesn't exist, because it sounds like in Australia, you don't sound autistic to me, but they give
you've already diagnosed me.
So right. So in other words, in Australia, they give the diagnosis out like candy. So Destroyed by Foids is looking at it from a very Australian point of view. Oh, it's all bullshit. No, in this country, it was a bit more comprehensive. There are real spurgs, but it sounds like in Australia, anyone can get a spurg diagnosis.
I think I don't think you're discredited for getting someone if you have a spurg diagnosis. I mean,
it's not personal answer versus question. This isn't just a knife; it's a sex toy. There, you happy? It doubles up. I can cut things with it, and I can cut myself with it. Now, I'm not trying to dismiss you, but it sounds like you've done pretty well socially. Well, what do you think about when Destroyed by Foids says autism doesn't exist, Asperger's doesn't exist, it's all just Jew bullshit? What is your thought on that?
I think it's over exaggerated in some elements. I think a lot of the diagnoses are handed out. I think the definition has changed. It's gotten a lot broader over the years. And I think a lot more people believe they are when they're not. Well,
then how? Maybe that's you. Maybe they gave the diagnosis out too easily. You think you're a spurg, even though you're fairly socially normal, and that's why people like DBF don't understand that spurgdom is real. You're just meeting a lot of fake spurgs. I'm just putting it out there to play devil's advocate, because you're basically saying you're agreeing with me, but you're saying it doesn't apply to you. You are a true blue spurg. I mean,
can a spurg never get a girlfriend?
No, but I mean,
because I know. I speak for myself, and I know plenty of people. I live next to my neighbor. He was a 6'3" Christ Chad, but he was a full spurg. Right? He couldn't make eye contact. Couldn't.
You answered the question. He was 6'3", so that makes up for his otherwise spurg weirdness. A girl he'd probably have a hard time keeping a relationship as a spurg, but he can attract a woman being. Yeah, so that's different. That's a bad example. Very bad example, but yes. So yes,
no, well, there's also,
sure.
That was just one, but
okay.
There are shorter guys that have.
I'm starting to agree. If you know all these spurgs, if you know so many official spurgs, maybe they do overdiagnose in Australia. Because how many spurgs have you known personally?
Well, I'm just saying, can a spurg not ever have a girlfriend? Is that the contention?
Like I said, I think the 6'4" dude can get a girlfriend. It might not last very long, but he can definitely get one. I think you might not be a real spurg. It sounds like your story is so normy. Like, I worked with this girl. It took some time. We got to know each other at work, and then we got together. Sounds like a normie tale to me. No, most spurgs don't have tales like that. No.
I've met plenty of spurgs that do have.
How many spurgs, like with me? I've met people I suspect are spurgs. How do you? I don't walk around saying to people I'm a spurg. How do you know all these people are spurgs? You're assuming they're spurgs. You guys all. In Australia, is half the population is diagnosed spurg? I mean, what's going on here?
No, I'm just saying. I think you can get a girlfriend. It's not.
That's not even the point. We're beyond that. How many? I know plenty of spurgs. How many fucking spurgs have you not only met but you know are spurgs? I mean, like, if I walk by.
Totem, are you a spurg, mate? Are you?
You're ducking my question here, man.
I'm not ducking the question.
So
I don't know. I don't have the exact number. I don't have the exact number.
How many? You know this many people who are diagnosed spurg, and you've all shared your diagnoses, and you all know the other one's a spurg. I mean, unless you met them all at some
Well, my question. Can you answer the question? Can
you didn't answer mine yet? How many official spurgs
get a girlfriend?
No, I'm talking official. How many people do you know in real life that are officially diagnosed?
Can a spurg never get a girlfriend?
I've already answered this fucking question. I'm sure the 6'4". I'm sure this. Okay. The 6'4" guy can get a girlfriend. It might not last too long, but he's tall enough. If a spurg is really good looking, his looks will compensate. If a normie is diagnosed as a spurg, which is a normie, which is what you sound like, then no, sure, a normie diagnosed spurg can get a girlfriend. So yes, the answer is sure, but you're not answering my question. How many? I know plenty of spurgs who have girlfriends. How many official spurgs, like they're diagnosed? How many for real? Because I don't know too many people in real life who are diagnosed spurg. It's not something that comes up too often. Yeah, Danny's back. Danny, have you been listening to this? We thought you fell asleep. Dubs is giving me the runaround.
Yeah, no, I got a mate. He was actually quite large too. He was kind of obese.
Okay, so these big, tall fag spurgs are able to get girls for a short time. You're answering my question. Okay.
No, you didn't let me finish. I know I had a mate. He was a roommate actually, and he was very autistic. And it only took him later in life, and he was working a job too, where I think he was a cook, a chef, and he just started making some money, and then he was able to sort of, through proximity, get a girlfriend. But yeah, I will concede that they don't stick around. The women don't stick around with a spurg. I think because long-term strategy is not the best, but short-term, I think they can offer some kind of excitement or anecdote,
if they're good looking enough, their looks temporarily add a halo that overrides the spurgy behavior, because it's all about lookism. And then once things settle down, okay, wow, he's 6'4", he's kind of cute, great jawline. I've been with him for 3 weeks now. Okay, he's kind of a weirdo, has not a lot of friends, wants to talk about Jesus all the time. Okay, the fun is over. But the good looks will override the spurg behavior in the short term. So sure, in short term, a good looking spurg.
My roommate was like 5'8", and he was obese, and he
was diagnosed spurg. He told you flat out.
Yes. In fact, he would bring it up a lot. And I hadn't seen him in like years, and then he had a girlfriend with him, but I don't know. But here's the thing: I will concede OC. Maybe it's a novelty thing. I don't know if it's true love. I don't know if it's true. Because obviously I'm not with that same girl that I met at the video shop. So there you go. So it's like you can have these kind of every now and then. You can have these kind of, maybe it's just dumb fucking luck. I don't know. But I know that I have trouble with social groups. I have over interest in hobbies. I have trouble gauging expressions. I do have a lot of trouble. I have had a few times where I've just taken a chance and asked a woman out, and they're hesitant, and it doesn't last long, and it's not like I'm Chad beating that pussy up every night. It's we'll go out on a date, we'll maybe last a bit, but ultimately I have trouble maintaining a relationship because of my spurg, because of my autisticness.
Right. So you're good looking enough to attract a woman, but too spurgy to keep her. Okay.
I
believe it. Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
I might I don't know how I would rate myself. I do have my hair and shit, but
why don't you put yourself on, and we'll ask the two girls here what they think. It's not a joke.
No, I haven't even gotten dressed yet. I'm just fucking.
Why does everybody watch me naked? Half of you people are in the back laying around. Everyone's naked watching me. Should I feel flattered? Or is it
you should.
The opposite? You people are ashamed of your naked bodies, but then you see me and you feel less ashamed. It's like, I'm an ugly fuck. Oh, but OC's even uglier. I can walk around naked now. I feel sexy. I think that's what it is. You want to get naked because it makes you feel sexier watching ugly. Okay, I get it now.
You mug me, OC. You mug me.
No, I don't. Danny came back on, but he's not talking. Danny, does your microphone die? We can't hear you, Daniel.
I'm nearly asleep, but not quite.
I can barely hear you. You got to turn up your volume. What do you think about what Dubs is? So Dubs has some interesting points here. He's naked right now, so he can't come.
I'll be right back.
What's happening? Although Donna's making shit up. Women, men like a wide range of women, and women have extreme strict standards for men. It's Chad or bust in the UK. It's 80-20. But women make up that men only like thin women. It's garbage. It's literal garbage. It's brain rot shit. You can see it by the actual
Last piece of lasagna. Yeah, no, I agree.
You can see it by women's actions.
So many men are so desperate nowadays. Like you said, the whole dating up, women date up kind of thing. You'll see what would have been conventionally attractive guys a few decades ago dating fat, ugly whales just so desperate to have something.
Precisely, yeah. The dating market is so jacked up, but it's just painfully obvious that the women are the ones with the narrow standards.
Right. Incredibly selective. Yes.
It's not the other way around. And saying otherwise is nonsense because the actions are totally contradictory to what they're saying.
I agree.
And also, your standards are narrow as well, OC. You were attacking Raymond. He's a pencil-dicked retard, right? Your standards are narrow as well of what you'll accept from a man.
Well, I'm middle-aged. I want a guy who's going to get stuff done around the house, not some guy who's going to lecture me about bullshit. So if that's our standard, then yeah, I would definitely pick. At my age, I would pick a dumb over a Raymond because I want someone to mow the grass and clean the gutters while I just watch TV.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, precisely. Women are 80s and 90s about their butts, precisely about their shape, about the standards that men accept, which was always wide. It was never a narrow standard. So it's nonsense.
Yeah, I don't think attraction has changed in a few decades. I agree.
The range of women that men like was always broad, and then you're
correct.
somehow buying this fucking media meme that they're all stick themed models. It's nonsense. It's brain rot shit, and that still holds today. So what you're saying doesn't mean anything.
Sorry, what did I miss? Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm not too sure. Danny came back, and yeah, you guys, what's going on here?
I just came back too, so. You fall asleep, Danny?
Yeah, a little bit. But just to Horsehead's comments about Kate Moss being analysed, as opposed to now, literal like ham beasts are being. You have overweight models.
That's a fair point. First, let's talk about Kate Moss first. There were men who found her attractive back then, men who didn't, men who would find someone like her attractive now, men who aren't. But still, Kate Moss was still better looking than these fat, disgusting whales that men are like really going desperate for now. So it's gotten worse, if anything.
That's what I'm saying. The standards plummeted. No, this is what's happening. It's inversion. The standards for men have gone parabolic, and the standards of women have fallen through the fucking floor. You've got women on the fucking cover of Vogue who are fat as fuck. Where's the cover model of men that? Where's someone like OC on the cover of Men's Health? Nowhere, Donna.
Me, dumb, Todd, maybe Raymond.
Yeah, where are they?
Yeah, women are their pussies getting.
Where are they?
Yeah.
Game over. See you later. No. Now what have you got? Nothing. Precisely. It's over. Come at me. With that face that Horsehead Nebula is, come at me. Rubbish. Not interested. It's all rubbish. It's all talk, and then when the action comes to it, it's nonsense.
Right. And with Totem, yeah, we're talking about women. Yes, I could appear on the cover of, some gay magazine, and I'm sure you jerk off to it. But we're not talking about men, because men don't care. Like you said, men have such a broad range, they don't give a shit. We're talking about women's attraction to men. So you're right. I agree with what you're saying, Danny. Absolutely.
You'd be on the cover of some Hunter's Weekly or something, with a gun.
Holding a shotgun.
Yeah.
And wrestling a bear.
Yeah, that's where you'd be at. Or Beer Weekly, Beer Monthly, try these new flavors or something. That's where you'd be.
No, I'm saying women are being held up. These lamb whales are being held up.
I think what you're saying is guys who wouldn't have gone for these ham beasts in the past are now kind of forced to because the pretty girls don't want them. So these better looking guys have to go are so desperate they're going for ham beasts. It's not that they find them attractive; it's that they're desperate. It's out of desperation. Men are flocking to uglier women that they wouldn't have settled for a few decades ago. That is what I would argue. I mean, I think that's what we're getting at, right?
What about What about SSDI Weekly with OC on the front cover? Yeah, SSDI Weekly. Yeah, that could be the guide to getting SSDI with OC. That would work. I can see that. Right.
I actually, let me show you the picture real quick. I actually did a shoot for that mag. I was on the cover. You want to see it? Let me show you. Maybe you've seen it before. Let me pull it up. Here it is. There he is. That's me. That's me back when I did. You ever see this? Forget it. I kind of ruined it. That was a famous meme. No one knows who this is. It's a famous meme going around of some like. Yeah. I was so sexy. Oh, I was getting love letters from that. Okay. Yes. Okay. Anyway,
that's great. But that's a guy that's fed up with computers and wants puss, right?
Yeah. Even back then, there were incels.
Or the inverse.
Back in the 70s.
Or the inverse. He might be fed up with pussy and he wants
he's
to
got so much pussy he wants to play on a computer. Yeah. Maybe.
Or maybe he's fed up with puss and wants a computer, right? He's got had so much.
I understand. Okay. The whale look is a fad right now because it was empty.
Yeah, of course, it's a fad, bro.
It's not a fad. No one wants all the men want whales. Men are so desperate they'll take a whale.
By the way, these women are a joke. They're just making up shit to further the narrative. It's nonsense. So men are attracted to whales, right? Not the other way around. We're being forced to do it. They're attracted to the overweight. No, we're not. This is nonsense. It's garbage level stuff.
I don't know.
So you've gone from herd thin to men like whales. Right. Okay. Nonsense.
I mean, there might be a few who have a fetish, chubby chasers, but far and few between. Dubs, no offense if you're a chubby chaser, but those aren't, they call them chubby chasers. Those are rare. Most men don't find these women attractive.
1%.
A lot of men are so desperate, they'll go for them because they can't get like a normal looking girl. That's absolutely true.
Because normal-looking women are shooting for the top 20%, as we keep on fucking saying.
Right.
As we keep on fucking saying. And where there's someone that's way overweight, like those plus-size models on the front of Vogue. I'm gonna show you a plus-size model on Vogue, and I'll get. Oh
yes, Danny's gonna go ahead, share it. You'll get. I'll agree to share it. Danny's gonna pull up a picture of what he thinks represents a whale, and I'll pull it up, Donda, and we'll see if you guys have the same comprehension of a whale. Dubs, what do you consider a whale?
Like more.
Oh, I've got the perfect one.
Well, let Dubs talk. Go ahead, Dubs. What were you saying? Oh shit! I muted the wrong person. Go ahead, Dubs.
Gina Reinhardt, like maybe even bigger than that.
Okay. Thule is seemingly agreeing with Dev Pike. He saw a stereotypical Chad with a whale troll ugly girlfriend. It's so brutal. That Chad doesn't want a whale. That's the best he can do now. So let me look up Gina Reinhardt. Who's that? Gina? Was she that Australian? I think she's.
Yeah, she's like a mining.
She's definitely a whale. Let me pull her up for sure. But she's kind of old. She's a roasty. We're hoping for like a younger version.
She's
of a whale.
very rich. She's very wealthy.
Good for her. I don't think I'd want to. I wouldn't want to get in bed with her. But let's see here. We can pull her up.
You'd have all that mining money though.
True. Well. Yeah, she's a whale. Sure, definitely. I'm with you. I see it.
Oof.
We pulled her up. She's a billionaire.
She's old though. She's quite old.
That's true. She's a little too old. Let's see who Danny wants to pull up.
Show Free Willy. There you go. Bingo. On the cover of Vogue.
What? Is she Australian too? This actress, she's Australian, right?
Yeah, I think so. Rebel Wilson.
Yeah, she's definitely on the plus side.
No, Donna, come at me now. Come on, let's go. Right, now what have you got? Oh, now Rebel Wilson's lost a lot of weight, bro. You can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up.
Yeah, but she looks after herself.
You're a joke. You're an absolute joke. Plus size, not whale. Yeah, you see, this is a joke. This woman is 200 pounds and 5'5". It's a joke. How? Where do you extend? It's nonsense, love. Ask 100 men how many think she's attractive.
She's a pear-shaped.
One. What was that?
She's pear-shaped.
Pear-shaped. She's pear-shaped.
She's a goddamn whale, man. She's way overweight. Okay, okay. Let's do the same analogy then. A male version of her ain't getting on the front of fucking Vogue, and that's for sure.
I agree with Horsehead there.
What?
A whale, like 300-pound woman, has no shape. Gina Reinhardt doesn't have any shape. She's just like a melted pudding cup, you know. Whereas like, but then again, like women have a lot of ways to shape their bodies. Like, they might
basically,
wear a
I'm talking
or a bra type or a certain, like, you notice this picture, Rebel. She's got a giant skirt on, so she could be hiding a ton of shit.
Right, she's wearing a muumuu like Mama. Okay, I'll give you an example. Here's what I think is a classic whale. Maybe I gave it away. Let me pull her up. I mean, don't get me wrong. She was a good singer. I like her music. But here's a classic whale. Let me pull her up. A retro whale, if I can get a picture of her. There. You know who I'm talking about or not yet? Let me pull her up.
Retro whale.
A retro whale. She's dead now. But let me pull her up. Hold on. I remove her. Here's who I think of definitely as a whale. Whale of a tail. Do you know who this lady is? Oh, shit. I wanted to share this screen. Whoa. Shit, I shared the wrong screen.
Christ almighty, what was that?
There we go. Okay, that first screen was an image screen. This is a very good example of a whale. Do you know who this is? Anyone any idea who this is? No one's getting fat except Mama Cass. The mamas and the papas. Monday. Mama Cass. She's dead now. She choked on a ham bone or something, eating a sandwich. She is a whale. I would definitely say she's a whale. And that Australian chick might have lost some weight, but she was originally a whale. I would definitely say this is a whale. Mama Cass. No one's getting fat except Mama Cass.
Interesting.
What, you've never seen Mama Cass? You disagree? She's not a whale. She's a thin, fine-figured woman.
I wouldn't say she's thin, fine-figured, but
she's a fucking whale. How do you look at this woman and say anything other than she's a fucking whale? What about you, Danny? Is this a whale or is this a shapely woman to you?
She's a whale.
She's a whale. Okay.
She's a fucking whale, man.
Yeah.
And it's all about this rebranding, right? You go plus size, bro. She's not a whale. She's plus size. Yeah, right.
She had one kid out of wedlock because there were guys who were, back in the 60s, free love. She would give out her hotel key. She wasn't as sexy as the other girl, but she would get some action because all women get action. She had a daughter who's also fat. But could you imagine if she had a son who was fat with that glove? He'd be a total incel deluxe. So yeah, good point. But I don't think she ever had a son. She had a daughter out of wedlock.
I've got a better one. I can just keep on torching you with these images of Vogue. I'll just bring up these. Keep on torching them with images like this. I mean, if you want to really go there, I can just go all night.
Hold on. Well, no.
One after the other.
Horsehead wants to opine. He says there's a big difference between Mama Cass and Rebel Wilson, and if you can't see the difference, that's your problem. He's agreeing that Mama Cass is a whale, but he doesn't think he's trying to argue that Rebel Wilson is not a whale. Wilson,
I know he loves Rebel Wilson, but I've got another one here as well, so I don't really care. I'll just keep on showing you different sized.
This is stretched out. Yeah, she's a whale, but this is stretched out. This is a bad image because it's too stretched out. Here we go. Here's Mama Cass. Yeah, she's fat, but you got the stretched out. Why is this so stretched out?
All right, I'll reduce the size of the image. Wow, that's great.
This is Mama Cass. I think she's a whale. And there are less overweight people in Sydney.
There's a couple of other pictures of Mama Cass, though, that she doesn't look as fucked, but I don't know.
No, those were doctored up. This is Mama Cass in her natural state. This is Mama Cass.
This is Mama Cass in reality, as opposed to the
the doctored, airbrushed photos.
Okay, you want it less fucked up.
Less stretched out, yes. Okay, yes, this is a fat woman.
How is she? I don't get it. Your argument's dead. I'll keep on pulling up front covers of these models, and then I'll keep on pulling up covers of male cover models which have six packs, and then how can you deny the disparity between the two? It's a nonsense.
And she kind of looks like Gillian Anderson, but Gillian Anderson is not a whale. Gillian Anderson's probably anorexic. Scully from the X-Files. This chick here is a whale. I agree. She's a whale. But a lot of men will date her out of desperation. You know what I mean? Men who wouldn't have looked at her, given her a second look.
But the main point is...
Yeah, but she might be a freak in the sack, though, you know?
The main point is the disparity in the status, right? She's got this she's the highest end, right? To be on Vogue is like to be elevated to the top level. People like OC are invisible. They're not elevated to the top level. You understand?
Who are you asking? Me or Dubs or the Starlings? Who are you asking this question?
She might throw it back. Nice, you know. You don't know.
All right,
yeah,
but she belong on the cover of Vogue. I mean, yeah.
What I'm saying is that OC will never be on the front cover of Men's Health and all these high-end magazines, and this whale is on the front of Vogue. It makes no sense. If she, right?
Well, I mean,
this just shows the degradation in quality in standards of women. They're allowed to just
right. And here's a good point. But here, if I were on the cover of Men's Magazine, women would say, "Ew."
Yeah, precisely.
You put a whale like this on Vogue, and you got guys like Dubs. Well, maybe she's a demon in the sack.
She throws it back.
Proving our
Maybe she throws it back, bro. What is this all about?
He's laughing. Maybe he's proving your point. Yeah.
Black?
Oh no, that's true.
No, maybe she throws it black.
But like you said, women have men have a broader. So even though this is a fat, ugly whale, you can put her on Vogue, and you'll still get guys like Dubs saying, "Well, maybe it should be fun to get in bed with." So yeah, that broader, yeah.
No, she's definitely broad.
You were talking about sexual preferences of men. I'm reiterating what you said. You seem to have forgotten already. Starlings forget what they themselves have said. This is what you were saying about men have a much broader sexual attraction range, and even a fat, ugly whale like this could, get someone like Dubs excited. But her male equivalent would never be on the cover of, Men's Magazine.
Well, that's because that's geared to women, isn't it? Vogue magazine. Like I said, you'd be on the cover of like Hunter and Beer Weekly, like Fishing Pro, by month.
But no women's watching that, bro.
But men aren't reading Vogue though.
No one's shitting on it, Horsehead. We're not shitting on him. I said, if you're a chubby chaser, that's fine. But a woman like this is not the ideal standard of any man's beauty. But women like this are now in demand because the pretty girls are turning away. So, no, I agree with what Danny is saying. Horsehead's kind of conflating things. And Horsehead, no offense, I'm going to ask you, has your wife gained weight recently? I mean, you seem a little defensive. I had to say it.
Yeah, he's defending for a reason. He's a joker.
I'm the joker, baby.
This is why I can't get on with Horsehead. He's literally like batting for the other side. He's an oofy doofy.
And Totem is correct.
This guy is a fucking oofy doofy. He's batting for the women's side.
Totem is correct. Horsehead says, "What does it matter if Dubs into chicks like that? It doesn't matter." But Totem is actually correct. Some sick motherfuckers like that. Hey, to each his own. But it's it's a rarity. But okay.
If you're banning for the other side, you're Oh fucking hell! Wait there, I've got a super one here. I've got the one to end all arguments, right? This ends all the arguments stone dead. There you go. Show it now.
Sorry, Master. I've shown enough of your pictures. Okay, it's been a good run. I think it's time we get off now. I say goodnight.
Just to the last one.
I'm not sure. Okay, so this.
Whoa! Good night. See you later. Night. See you later. Good sleep tight.
I gotta jump in the
night. See you later. Sleep tight. It's over. It's over. See you later. Bye bye. Yeah, of course they're Ozempic. I don't understand. Yeah, blame it on Ozempic, bro.
What does Ozempic have to do with anything?
It doesn't have anything. It's pure deflection nonsense. Keep on taking the Ozempic. I'm not interested. Piss off. It's rubbish.
Yeah, I don't understand the Ozempic. Why it keeps coming up?
It's nonsense. Stop eating food. That's the reality of it.
Well, Donna knows that model. She is. Oh, she's a sexy whale, but she's most certainly a whale, isn't she? This is a whale, 1,000%.
Let me guess, she isn't a whale, right? And she's not on the front cover. Okay, see you later.
I'm gonna say that's a whale. That's now.
So we all agree this is a whale. Okay, we all agree this is a whale. Okay.
I'm at the boundary line now.
You have to go this high up to get to the boundary. Okay.
You dragged me out to the deep water.
I told you, I'm a spug. I can drag people down. I can drag people out to shores they don't want to go to. Precisely. Even a Horsehead has been dragged. No, wait. I've even dragged horse. I've even dragged.
Off-grid likes it. You got a girl this large. How does she, go to the bathroom? How does she clean herself out properly? It must be disgusting back there. But again, some guys are into that. He wants to bury his head in her ass. God only knows, can it fit on a toilet seat? How does she clean herself?
Off-grid knows what's up. He knows.
Apparently.
He's playing the game.
I'm not punching down. I'm stating the facts that the disparity is huge. How am I punching down? Right. And you're not punching down on the men? Pathetic.
I don't know. Donda says you're punching down. We got to ask her to elaborate. I don't understand the Ozempic thing.
By the way, she doesn't like being called out for the fact that she's creating double standards of women and men. Women are being. The whole point is this woman is being held up as some kind of bastion of beauty and cosmopolitan. That's the whole fucking point. I'm not punching down. I'm stating the facts that she's on the cover of the magazine. Where's OC on the cover of the magazine? Where are people like OC on the cover of Men's Health and all GQ magazine, Danny, all these kind of shit?
Sorry,
where
like I said before, like OC, he'd be on the cover of some like Hunter's Weekly magazine. That's what men read. Women read Cosmopolitan.
Yeah, I know, but he's not on GQ or anything like that where he has any status. No one cares about.
No one reads those GQ.
Dude, no one cares about Hunter's magazine or Beer Weekly. That's the whole point.
They do.
Well,
some people do.
Dev, Donna wants to know how she punched down on men. How do you feel she's punched down on men?
Because she's creating she's creating this false narrative that men want thin women only. No, they don't. Where's that come from? Also, and then ignoring the fact that there's these fat whales on the front of these huge profile magazines, but the equivalent doesn't exist for men. Come at me with something, and all you've got is I'm punching down, bro. Punching down on who?
There is there's more plus size male shops now that I've noticed. They're trying to gear more towards the bloke type aesthetic, where it's like the beer gut is built in sort of thing. So I think there is, and I have seen some, like there are some magazines that they're starting to do it, but I think women have got the head start on it. But
Horsehead is now trying to punch down on me, and ironically now he's trying to punch down, right? You can't make this rubbish up. Once you prod the normies, then it all goes off, right? Yeah, their argument's dead. It's over. It was over already.
Right, but off-grid is correct. He was kind of agreeing with you. Men prefer thinner women, but many will lower their standards, especially out of desperation. The reason whales like this are getting attention is because men are desperate, not because they find them attractive all of a sudden. It just shows you how desperate men are. If men are willing to go for this, you know what I mean?
Men's standards haven't changed, Donna, from the 80s and 90s. It's the same now as it was then, so it's a non-point. It's a null point. You may like OC said, the standards for men, what they want doesn't change over time. They never wanted thin women. Only.
Well, what if men have always? What if there's always been a subsect of men that always wanted bigger women, but society or the culture as a whole told them like no, so they had to like bury it deep down, and only now that because it's being promoted or it's being more like accepted. That now the men that they're coming out and saying, "Oh, I do want a bigger woman," because society, those culture, the attitudes and those values have changed. Could that be a possibility?
Or they're just getting fat as fuck.
Well, Cassandra was telling me over the past few years, more men have been hitting on her. So maybe she's onto something. Fatter women are more in vogue now. Because Cassandra was telling me, wow, and it was never like this before. I'm still the same weight. Now all these guys are hitting on me. So maybe fatness in general is being promoted.
Wait. Cass said that men are hitting on her? What's that? When did you get that?
Never mind. All right, so let's see here.
Wait there. OC, when did she say that?
Right, let's go on to Donda. My point was that I thought when I was younger, men wanted a certain.
You're ignoring me.
I was making a joke. Never mind. I don't feel like explaining.
Okay.
You don't get my humor, I see. I said, Cassandra says she thinks that fatness in general is being promoted. Hence why she's getting hit on so much more often now, because fat women are being promoted. So I was making a joke. Okay. That went over everyone's head. Ooh, excuse me. All right. Where were we?
Maybe it's not funny, but I don't.
I'm just don't get what I'm saying. Good. Maybe it's better you don't get it. I'm gonna offend too many people if I explain that joke to you, Sterling. So let's ignore that.
Sorry. Yeah, that was...
I'm just teasing, but yeah, it's over Dev Pike's head. Yeah, I'm just teasing. Let's see here. Yes, I know you get it, Cassandra. I had to explain it for the Starling who still doesn't get it. He thinks he's funny, but he's not. He doesn't get good humor. I know you're sitting there laughing behind your keyboard. Okay, so yeah, but I agree with you, Danny, that no, I don't think standards of beauty have changed in the past few decades. So I don't really care about, well, I was talking about a few decades ago. I don't agree with that. What Donna's saying.
I still think that there's always been a group of men that have liked bigger women, but they were ashamed to admit it. And now that it's been more accepted because of the general population's getting bigger on account of there's more fast food options. We're driving everywhere. We're more industrialized and whatnot.
Yeah, but I've heard that argument for the past 30 years. So I mean, that's what you're saying is nothing new.
Is it really? Okay, you've never elaborated on that. Maybe
it's in Australia.
You've never mentioned that, and that's the first I'm hearing of it.
Dubs, you're just literally parroting the line. The media's just pumping. Everyone's getting fatter. You're just literally parroting the same media line that you're being pumped at.
What do you
That's
mean?
literally the same.
People are getting fatter though. In general.
Yeah. Why do we have to accept them being fatter? The whole reason you just accept.
You don't have to.
What does that mean?
You don't have to accept people getting fatter.
The point is that I'm the voice not accepting it, and you're just trying to justify. Do you understand what I'm doing? I'm saying I'm not having it.
Did I say I accept fat people? I think people should try to be fit and healthy. But
So
I'm not denying that there's probably a group of men that.
So what I'm saying is you have to call it out when you see it. I'm lampooning the shit out of them because I'm calling them out, right?
I mean, what, in public? You want to just shame fat people?
This is in public.
If you can, call it out if you like. If there's a magazine, if you're reading Cosmopolitan in your fucking room and you notice a fat chick on there and you're not happy with it, then write to the editor or some shit. I don't know.
No, I'm not talking about Cosmopolitan. It's across the board. It's Vogue. It's all the top. It's all about patterns, bro. You have to see the pattern of society. They're pushing these fat singers, fat movie stars.
Well, I mean, you got Taylor Swift. Isn't she fucking popular? There's Sydney Sweet.
Yeah. What about Billie Eilish? She's fatter.
She's not a whale though. She's just.
But she's fat. No, but they're gradually making
she's
it
got a little bit
bigger and bigger, right?
She's not a whale. She's a dog. Not a whale. She's a dog. By the way, this roaring supermodel Tess Holliday kind of looks like Lindsay Lohan, if she gained 300 pounds. She has a Lohan face, only much fatter. This is fat Lindsay Lohan. I just noticed that.
By the way,
ugly dog thing.
By the way, OC, can you come back on and back me up?
What is it?
It's basically what we were saying about being boiled, like a lobster being boiled slowly. We're having to accept bigger and bigger women on the right.
Yeah, we're supposed to look at this.
You don't have to accept.
They're slowly cooking them in and saying this is.
They wouldn't even put this on a magazine years ago, or maybe some fetish magazine. The fact they're supposed to pretend this is normal when this would have been laughable not that long ago. I think that's what Danny's point.
That's exactly it. They're cooking you slowly and say, accept it, bro. Everyone's getting fatter, bro. Yeah, but there's no fucking fat men on the front cover. There's no fat men in the lead roles. Yeah, but the women, bro, they can get fatter. Right, okay. It seems it's just happening one way, bro. What about the other way? No. Sorry, but fat men are laughed at. There's no fucking fat men being Superman.
I see
being
plenty
Batman.
I've seen plenty of like, well, yeah, they're not going to be
It's
models. Like, they're not
nonsense.
going to be Superman or Batman. I don't think they're going to do that.
Which is at the very top. No lead man is fat.
But like, they
Look
don't,
at
they
the
don't
fucking
put,
movies, bro. Connect the
they don't
dots.
put fat
No,
women
no lead
in
man
the
is
roles
fat.
of, like, who
Why
played
is
Wonder
that?
Woman?
Okay,
Gal Gadot. Who
James
played
Bond.
fucking and who played Tomb Raider? Angelina Jolie or whatever. And they're going to recast
Okay,
her probably
yeah.
or whatever. So
But
like,
then we've got Rebel Wilson. We've got. Do
yeah,
you want
she
me to
gets
go
some
through
roles.
the
She
fat
gets some roles.
actresses? What?
Like, she gets some roles here and there. She's not like she
Yeah,
doesn't.
no man gets.
portray-
Wait, there are no leading men that are fat. Name me one leading man that's fat,
like,
bro.
It depends on the movie.
Zero.
Depends on the movie. If you're watching like The Hangover or some bullshit, like the leading man, like you got like the fat dude who Jack Black. He's like a fucking fat dude. He gets every like major fucking role.
He's not a leading man. He's always a side man.
He's the leading man. He's in Minecraft.
In
He's
which film is he a leading
Minecraft?
man?
Minecraft movie.
The Minecraft movie.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Seth Rogen. There we go
That
in the
was
chat.
go
Seth
down to the
Rogen.
What?
He was also Jack. Hold on, Jack Black. He's in heaps of fucking movies.
Yeah, he's one.
He's
But there's
in
loads
Jumanji.
of these.
Goosebumps.
Where's Chicken Dinner?
Nacho Libre.
Well, what about
There you
Kevin
go.
James, the King of Queens? I don't know if you guys know this TV show. He was a fat guy. It was a whole thing. He was the fat
Tenacious
guy.
Yeah, he's laughed. Yeah. But he's
But
the
it's a comedy, right? He's being laughed
He's
at.
laughed
The
at.
fat jokes, yeah.
He ain't the no. Wait there. He's not a leading man. This guy is fucking laughed at, not laughed with. He's being laughed at. Ha ha. I don't understand. I don't how you don't get it. Amy Schumer is massively fat. Precisely, he's just named Horsehead's giving me ammunition. Amy Schumer is literally the fucking poster girl of who I'm talking about. This fat fuck.
But actually,
Who has no talent.
Amy
She's not.
Schumer's thinner than this chick. So
Yeah,
Amy
but she has no discernible talent, and she's at the very
That's what
eighth
I'm
with
saying.
no
You say
reason.
Amy Schumer's a whale.
We're saying that Amy Schumer's fat and disgusting. Okay, I agree. This chick is even fatter, and they put an even fatter woman on the cover of Cosmopolitan. I think that's the point.
Yeah, but Horsehead, she's got no talent whatsoever, and she's fat.
Well, I'm sorry.
Right.
What talent does Tess Holiday have other than being 350 pounds? I mean, what's looking like Lindsay Lohan with fatter face? I mean, wait.
Precisely, she's very, very talented. I'm joking. Yeah, now Donna's in wild defense of Amy Schumer. It's garbage. The whole position's sunk. She believes in this slow cooking of the men. Just accept this, bro. Just accept this way. Yeah, I'm not interested. Yeah, Cosmo are doing it to sell fat people to the masses. What's the actual rationale behind it? They do get a free pass to do whatever they want. They get a longer leash, which is the whole cake. Yeah, that's it. How much longer can the leash get? That's what I'm saying. Because it's already jacked up so much. How much more jacked up do you think it is? It's all rubbish. The chat is literal nonsense. That's not fat. What are you? Are you on?
Yeah, she's fat. She's probably trying to lose weight. You can't.
Yeah, but you don't understand.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't understand. She's like in a leading role. She's in the Henry Cavill kind of roles, leading roles in big films. Where's the male equivalent? And I'm not going for fucking Minecraft. That's bullshit. That's a bullshit analogy. It doesn't work. It's crap at best, by the way. Riddle me that. And then I'll shut the fuck up.
Was it?
Yeah, what does Dubs think? Dubs isn't giving us his opinions.
Because they're cooked, that's why.
Do I think she's a whale? Amy
Sure.
Schumer.
Do you think Amy Schumer's a whale? Good.
No.
She's fat as fuck.
She's not. Yeah, she's chubby. You know, she's got a little bit of weight on her. You know,
If she was a man, she ain't getting a leading role looking like this. Is Henry Cavill getting a leading role?
Amy Schumer doesn't get leading roles anyway. She barely
What?
gets leading.
What
roles.
are you on? I could name loads of Amy. Right, that's it. We're going into it.
Go on, y'all go into it then. Pull up the A-list movies where Amy Schumer's the lead role.
And to answer your question, Cassandra, he's flip-flopped on age. First he was 35, then 35, then we asked him, how old are you again? Dubs asked him, 37. And we're like, well, how do you forget your age?
No, it's 36.
That is true. We're being honest. You flip-flopped. You were there for that, Dubs. You couldn't think of his age. Remember this?
Yes, that's pathetic. Yes. You're nitpicking like an idiot.
All right, I like to do that. I like to play both sides because that did happen, and I have a witness. It wasn't
hold
just
him to
me.
the fire.
Dubs, you were here for that, so I'm not making this up. You were here for that.
I was here. Confirmed. Confirmed.
Yep, just like when Dumb said he hung up on me when you were here with that for me, Danny, and he hung up on us. Same thing. Chris Dubs was here when we said, okay, he goes, how old are you again, mate? I'm 37. That happened. This is real. I'm not making this up.
Okay, Trainwreck and Snatched.
Wow.
And all the rest of them rubbish.
Wow, those Hollywood hits, right? Up there with fucking...
No, and also she's got her own fucking show, the Amy Schumer show. She was on the Amy Schumer show or whatever the fuck.
So
she was the lead in that.
She had a couple movies. She's got a little show. She ultimately didn't do well.
Life and Beth or whatever the fuck it's called. Expecting Amy. She's got all these fucking high tier. It's rubbish.
No one's watching.
And by the way, your go-to is Minecraft. Yeah, that explodes.
Well, to be fair, that's the most recent movie. All right, to be fair. But I did say Nacho Libre and Tenacious D and whatnot. Now, there was a lot more.
He's starring in niche movies, bro. This is not high.
Yes, now he is starring in niche movies. He's honed in on the video game shit. Okay.
What about Rebel Wilson when she was fat? She was still getting lead roles. She was in, wasn't she in Legally Blonde, the second one or something?
That's not. She was in Pitch Perfect.
And Pitch Perfect, yeah, that's another one.
Like, I mean, she's gonna get some.
Oh, I'm not talking. I'm sorry. I was not. I was having trouble with my, probably because I'm drunk. Melissa McCarthy is a good example of a fat actress who probably wouldn't. Her own cousin Jenny McCarthy said to her years ago, "You'll never make it in the business because you're too fat." And then times changed and they accepted her. It was, and Jenny McCarthy was correct back then when she told Melissa, "You're too fucking fat," because at that time they wouldn't have put someone like her on TV. But standards changed. I think Melissa McCarthy is a good example.
Horsehead has killed his own point. You can find all kinds of ugly men in comedies. Bingo, dickhead.
Well, I'm talking about Melissa McCarthy. Okay. Her cousin told her, "You're too fat and ugly," and that was true at that time. And then, okay, no, fine. Talk to Horse.
By the way, you've literally sunk your own point. A lead man isn't in a funny fucking... There is no lead men in a comedy. What the... Are you insane?
All right, I got a good example.
We're talking about actual straight roles. That's the whole fucking point.
Tony
comedy
Soprano.
Almost is a different genre. It's a different kind of... They're laughing at the fat man. In fact, it's better to be fat in a role. Look at Tommy Cooper was fat. All these...
Tony Soprano.
Tony Soprano?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
He's a fat fuck, but he's not a comedy role. He runs a family, he runs a criminal empire, and Sopranos is largely regarded as one of the most successful TV shows of all time.
Yeah, and that was in the 90s.
Late 90s, early 2000s. But that still holds up today. People still talk about that show today.
True, but that was in the past. We've gone into now. I'm talking about now. It's gradually, the standards are gradually increasing, right? So Tony Soprano wouldn't work now. It wouldn't be.
Well, the actor
unacceptable.
I'm blanking on his fucking name, man. The actor before he passed, he was
James Gandolfini.
Yeah, and he wasn't getting lead roles.
He was. He was. He was in.
Not really. I
James
think
Gandolfini.
no. He was in The Sopranos.
No, he was getting pushed out of Hollywood.
He played a warden. He played a warden in some movie. He was not playing.
No.
He also played
He was
like
in The Drop. He was in The Drop, and Enough Said. Okay, he was in The Drop.
Yeah, he'll always be known as Tony Soprano. I can't think of anything he did of note. You know,
He was in 8mm. He was in The Drop.
no, he was in 8mm with Nicolas Cage. He was in that. Then it was.
Yeah.
He wasn't a starring role.
No. But he was a starring role.
Which is the whole fucking point. Oh,
Okay,
you're
well,
just
let me
missing the
fucking
point.
finish.
I'm not
He was in
interested.
He was in Killing Them Softly. Enough Said. The Drop. You can't just say I'm not interested when I.
He had roles, but he was never like
Because they weren't the lead roles. The whole point
He
is
was the leading role in Enough Said, which was in 2013.
What's Enough
okay.
Said?
And
So
enough,
there you go.
enough is said. Octavia Spencer, Chrissy Metz, Beanie Feldstein, Rebel Wilson, Melissa McCarthy. These are all fat fucks getting roles, bro. Where's the male equivalence? You got one Gandolfini, okay? How does that negate 10? Or what? However many.
I gotta say it. This movie, that's Tony Soprano, and the chick is what's her name from Seinfeld, right? Blaine from Seinfeld. This was more of a two people recognized for TV shows. Oh, I know him from The Sopranos. I know her from Seinfeld. Oh, they're in a movie together. This was put together just for that, and it's totally forgotten now. So this was one of those. Let's take two TV people and put them in a movie together. So I think it's a bad example.
No, but the movies that you've listed with Amy Schumer as lead roles or Melissa McCarthy as lead roles, they weren't successful movies either. I'd probably argue Enough Said was probably a lot more successful than those.
What?
Yes. So, like, even these movies that you've listed where Amy Schumer or Melissa McCarthy or whatnot as the lead role, those movies weren't successful either.
No, but they were pretty high profile. They were boosted by Hollywood. I saw loads of.
What do you mean? And I worked in a video shop, mate. So I saw a lot of promotionals for Enough Said, and people are they're gonna promote fucking movies. Like they're not gonna not promote movies. It's whether they can stand on their own 2 feet in the cinema and in sales. That's where it ends.
That's true, and Enough Said's been forgotten. Like OC
I didn't forget it. Anyone who's a James Gandolfini fan knows Enough Said.
Niche. This is niche to fuck. Doesn't mean anything.
Not niche. And a lot of those movies with Amy Schumer on the front cover where she's the lead role, they're pretty niche. Is Minecraft niche? I don't think so. That's the lead role with Jack Black. Again.
It's a child's movie.
And does that discredit him not being a lead role?
Yes.
He's also in Nacho Libre.
Which is another real fucking niche wrestling bullshit movie with no crossover.
I bring examples, and it's either too old or it's either too niche.
Kirstie Alley.
I can't win
because you're naming these pathetic roles that don't mean anything. It has no context.
What context does? Okay, let's go back to Rebel Wilson then.
Yeah. I don't even need to. I don't even need to pull out Rebel Wilson. I can just pull out loads of other names.
Actually, I'm going to go back in time now, about 25 years. I'm going to, since you mentioned Jack Black so many times, there was a movie, maybe you saw it. It was called Shallow Hal, where he played a guy named Hal who he was very vain. He was only into very pretty girls. And Tony Robbins hypnotized him so he could see people's inner beauty. So even if someone was fat or ugly, he would see them as really good looking. And, and I remember Gwyneth Paltrow, who played the fat woman that he was, she played both the thin version you saw and quote unquote in real life, Gwyneth Paltrow was, a whale in the movie, not in real life. You know what I'm saying? Within the movie, Rosemary appeared pretty like Gwyneth Paltrow when hypnotized Hal looked at her. But in real life, everybody else saw her as this, this ham beast. Let's see here. How do I, Christ. Where is it? Like that. So the point of the movie was a very blue-pilled movie looking at people's inner beauty. But, I remember Gwyneth Paltrow said something like that. Like, I don't know why people are so harsh on people who are overweight. It's not really that big a deal. And my brother clicked back then. He was like 15. He goes, Yeah, I'd like to see her gain 300 pounds for real and see if she still feels that way. I remember that, so I wanted to share that story. Shallow Hal, when that movie came out, my brother, Gwyneth Paltrow said, "I don't know why people are so hard on fat people." And my brother's like, "Why don't you try gaining, 500 pounds for real?" So it just that was, years before all this stuff. I just wanted to share that.
That just proves how retarded Gwyneth Paltrow is.
Yes.
Just and by the way, she's saying that from the position of being a literal anorexic woman. Right. You're fucking 100 pounds, you absolute clown.
Yes, Bro C was very. He's like, I'd like to see Gwyneth Paltrow gain 300 pounds and see if she'd still be saying that. Yeah,
Yeah, she's a moron. Paltrow is sub 90 IQ with that kind of. I don't get it. Anyway, yeah.
But even you and Horsehead agree on something.
For once. Anyway, I'll keep on hammering you with these names. Right. So there's another one. So I don't even need to go to Rebel Wilson. I can just go to America Ferrara. She's a big one. She was in the Barbie movie. She's another one that's overweight.
She was ugly.
Do you want to keep on hammering?
She's not a lead role.
She was Ugly Betty. She was in a TV show called Ugly Betty. And even David Spade said, yeah, she's on the plus side, but she's not really that ugly. Why don't they hire a real ugly person to play Ugly Betty? That was David Spade, the actor, saying they're hiring good or decent-looking people to play ugly characters. I remember that. She played Ugly Betty. She's not really that good-looking, but she wasn't as ugly as a real Ugly Betty would be. Yeah, that Mercedes, whatever. Why is everyone so quiet? I shared a point. Okay.
Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you later.
What, just like that? Wait, whoa, what the fuck was that? That asshole always begs me. I was actually going to leave you guys for a minute. I was going to put the lasagna in the fridge. I was going to let you talk it out for like 5 minutes going on about, whatever. Yeah, he can get a bit abrasive at times. I agree with his main premise, but okay. So, okay. That was kind of abrupt. It was worse than dumb. He pulled a dumb on me.
Damn. Is he gone? Is he?
Yeah, he killed himself.
Okay.
He X'd out on himself. Yeah, he did a dumb on me. He just dumbed me. He just said, "Gotta go now. Bye." Wow.
Damn, he's gonna go make a twerk video.
Right. He's gonna come back. He'll claim that was just a joke. He was kidding, but no, that was pretty abrupt. I thought he was gonna give you a few more examples. I was actually interested in hearing the conversation while I put lasagna away. I mentioned America for whatever her name is. Yeah, America Ferrara.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of good male actors that are pretty big still, but I think you will find more if you go back further in time. But
no, but Dev Pike just jamesed me. They both did the same thing. They act like they pretend they enjoy my company. They seem so desperate to talk to me, and then once they get a hold of me, they just throw me aside. So yes, Dev Pike and James Dumb are on the same level. Wow, Dev Pike just dumbed me. Wow.
Denies all arguments, doesn't elaborate, leaves abruptly. Yeah, Chad move. I love it. I like Dev Pike. He's a good sort. He's a good
I mean, he can be a pain in the ass. I'll criticize him, but I do like talking to him, and you seem to enjoy talking to him. That's why I thought I'll put the lasagna away, let you guys talk for 5 more minutes. But yeah, he just got to go now. Bye. He's trying
I'm glad I could be your lasagna entertainment.
No, you were. He left too abruptly. I was about to kill myself, shut myself off, and put the lasagna away. But yes, you were my entertainment while I was eating my lasagna. So thank you. I appreciate that.
It's a pleasure. Pleasure as always. You're my entertainment when I'm in the bathtub. So
I know
it works
a lot of people love watching me when they're naked, not because it turns them on, because it makes them feel less disgusting. Well, I might not have the best body, but look at OC. It makes them feel better about themselves. So I'm happy to make you feel better about your otherwise ugly naked body. Ditto for Donda, and several people were in the bath. Horsehead, yeah. Okay, so all you ugly fucks feel a little less ugly when you get naked. But look at me. Okay, I feel touched.
No, I'm intimidated. I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta start toning up a little bit. I gotta start hitting the gym a little bit more when I see you on screen,
You see me and you realize how fat you might get if you let yourself go. Gotcha. People tell me I actually lost weight for the couple weeks I was doing the lifting and lugging. I lost a little weight, but you're just telling me, you see me, you see how fat I am. You're like, oh shit, I better hit the gym before I turn. Okay. Your laughter speaks volumes. Thank you, Dubs. Okay, well, we could say goodnight. Just have a nice goodbye. Not just a gotta go see ya. Don't be a dumb. Don't be a Dev Pike. We can have a nice goodbye. So anything.
I gotta goodbye.
All right. Before you anything, fine. Anything you'd like to say? Any last thoughts? Anything you'd like to share? Any Starlings have questions for Dubs or vice versa? Anything before we have a nice transitional goodbye? I didn't get it from Dumb, and now I didn't get it from Dev Pike. Everyone's an asshole. Please don't break my heart, Dubs. Give me a transitional goodbye, not an abrupt goodbye. Who wants to ask Dubs a question, or does Dubs want to say anything? Last thoughts? Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say, don't be too hard on yourself. If you're a guy out there, and don't beat yourself up too much, and just keep on trucking. You know, that shit. Just keep your head up. You know, just keep moving forward, and yeah. Shit, I'm not good at that sort of thing. Don't jerk off too much. There you go. You know,
no, you don't have to give advice. You don't have to give advice. You can say something like, "Hey, OC, there's one thing I've been wanting to mention. I thought about this point, or I thought about this video. Anything about my videos, or anything the Starlings have said you want to touch upon, or no? I'm not asking for advice. We're asking if there's anything. The last thing you want to say, like, oh, OC, by the way, before I forget, what was the deal with this? Not if there's not, that's fine.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I'm open to going to the wedding.
Okay. We're good. Okay, good. Donda, were you serious? Yeah.
So yeah, I can get I've been over east before, so yeah, I can sort that out, and I'll come over, you know, and I mean, Dom, we can play a game of cricket, you know.
Well, you don't necessarily stream, but you got to record. We got to see a video of you at the wedding of Dumb and Donda. We got to see it. So I mean, you got to share something with us.
Yeah. Of course, I will, absolutely.
Because realistically, you're the only person who might actually go. We know Destroyed by Foids isn't going to go, and we know Todd isn't going to go, and I can't afford to go. So you actually have you're probably the one person who might actually show up. So
yeah, it's up to the bride and groom. I'd like to go. Yeah.
Well, it seems like you have an open invitation. It doesn't matter what Dumb thinks. Donna makes the decisions, and yes, she says she's claiming, unless she's saving face, she's saying that you're invited. I'd love to see, you know, I'm Chris Dubs. I'm at the wedding, and you can film them, eating the cake or whatever, and you're standing there. I love to see them doing a video together. It'd be awesome. You want to see me? But
well, maybe Danny can make a cake, you know, because he's given advice on how to make cakes and stuff. Maybe he can make a cake and bring it.
Well, I don't know if Danny's going to come. But Rafterman repeated what I said. I said this earlier. Rafterman is saying what I said. We know Todd's not going to come, so and DBF isn't going to come. So maybe you can be his best. Rafterman is saying what I said. Dubs, you can be his best man.
I'm sure you'll find someone a bit older who's more linked closely to his hobbies and interests. But
he knows no one. He knows no one in Australia.
He'll meet someone once he starts working and shit. He'll get some.
I don't think Todd wants to come. And I said to Dom, I said, don't worry. If you need a backup best man, you can pay my fare. I'll come. He goes, hell no, fuck you, OC. So I'm off the list. So I think it's got to be you, Dubs. He won't pay for me to come, and Todd ain't coming. So Dubs, you got to be there to represent.
I feel I don't think it should be. You got to work over Todd or someone or DBF or someone who's been there from the beginning. Because I'm not.
I like DBF because they're in Australia. I think I think that's great. Do you still keep in touch with Matthew or no?
Yeah, I'll watch the streams.
Tell him, say, hey, listen, we all agree, me and Occupational Click and Donda, we all agree you should be Dumb's best man since Todd's not coming. Tell him OC says you should be the best man. That'd be funny. We all agree.
I don't think that'll go over too well, but
nothing goes over. You yourself said it should be someone who's been there since the beginning, and you mentioned DBF's name, so you agree with me. So Tom, we all agree. OC says you should be the best man.
It should be you, mate. It should be you, really.
No, he hung up on me abruptly. He doesn't. That's why I always say, I really want to go visit him. I'll visit him for like the Starling value. He doesn't want to see me. We're not that close, and we're getting even further apart. So, we're not really friends. So I don't know if I want to go see him, but I want to see him just to say I did it. It's like a 50-50. If my brother's going to rent a car, then yeah, we'll put the miles on the car. I'll do it just for a video sake. But or if Donda comes, I'd like to meet Donda. Me and Dom, I'm not his buddy. So it's got to be DBF now. You got to convince Destroyed by Foids. He's got to,
Well, maybe just see how your meeting goes first. See where you guys stand, and then go from there. Maybe once because you just talk to him in person, right? So see where you guys stand there.
might make things worse. He might come on
Well,
and say
it might make things better. But if you're in person, you can get the fine details and be like, okay, well, here's the date. He might say, look, I wouldn't mind you as my best man, and you guys can.
Look, he doesn't want me to even visit him in fucking Pennsylvania, let alone bring me to Australia. So no, I'm not going to be his best man. You're in Australia. You can get over there for the wedding. Be his best man, or see if you can get destroyed by Foids to bury the hatchet. I'm putting it on you, Dubs. This is on you now. I can't do it. Todd can't do it. The power's in your hands here.
But I won't be able to make a good speech, so that's the thing. Because as the best man, you gotta like rib him a little bit when you make the speech. Well, now's the time. You've got your old ball and chain there.
Well, hold on. Let's say Todd actually came for the wedding. Could you picture Todd giving a speech like that?
He might do. People.
No, I don't think Todd. I don't think Todd could give a speech like that. I could. He doesn't want me to. The point is, I don't think Dumb was ever expecting a grandiose speech. So I think you can give something like you can say, what can I say? I know you guys from the internet. I'm so glad you have a great love affair. I'm glad it didn't work out with DBF and Donda because I think, Dumb, you're a much better match. Welcome to my country. We're happy to have you here. I don't like Yanks, but I'm okay with you. And you give a decent speech. Sure.
The only thing I got to work off of is Wonder Woman, light switches, and that's really it. The goodies. That's it. That's all I got.
Well, you both drove trucks. It's like we know what it's like to be by ourselves, and when we're out there on the road, all we think about is coming home to a great woman. I'm writing your speech for you, man. I'm giving you a great speech here.
That's good, actually. Yeah. You know what it's like out on that old country road, Dumb, and I know that feeling too.
Dubs,
you got yourself a nice Donna waiting at home for you, pal. You know you made it, son. Welcome.
Is that your American accent?
No, I didn't really try. I can try.
It's not that bad. It's unique. I kind of liked it. It's interesting. Okay, that you're doing like a trucker Southern accent. Okay, it was unique.
How you doing, partner? Hey, OC, I really enjoy your streams, partner.
Next time you come on, I want you speaking that accent only. I'll give you things to say. We'll have some dialogue, and I like your attempt at a Southern drawl. I like it.
That sounds like a good deal, partner.
Do you like my Australian accent? To be honest, it's crap. It's shit.
I know. I like it. It's pretty good.
All right, thank you. What part of Australia do I sound like I'm from when I talk like that? I sound like I'm from the north. What?
Can you give me another sample just to refresh?
I can try my best. I'm not very good at it. I'm just trying. It's like Donda said she'd date me next. I'm supposed to be her next in line. How's that?
Yeah, it's very like it's got a tinge of pommy to it though. That's the thing.
Pommy, yes, pommy.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a tinge of pommy to it. So you got to just talk with a bit of more drawl. Like, just heading out to the footy later on tonight, mate. Yeah, nah.
All kidding aside, I was telling Donda, I can tell you're Australian, but your accent from the West is much more subdued. You're definitely Aussie, but you don't have this, that what we consider the stereotypical, like Donda and Destroyed by Foids have more of a stereotypical, like, Paul Hogan, crikey, mate, or the crocodile hunter guy. What was his name? The guy who died. You have it's Australian, but it's a more I guess it's a different accent on the West Coast. It's a subdued Aussie accent.
Yeah, there's a lot of different variations. So it just depends on the mood. It just depends. Like you'll see a wide variety of them. There was a Loser Maxing. I like Loser Maxing's accent. Me and the baby. I met up with single mom and the baby. He's got No, I'm just fucking.
I'll have to look at Loser Maxing. All these. I'm not
really. He's just some. He's a YouTuber, but.
Right. I'm not much of a starling. I don't fly around too much, but I'll check out some other nests. It sounds okay. All right.
Yeah, you got to starling max a little bit every now and then.
I guess you're right. I've been nesting too much. I got to breach out,
Yeah.
starling max. Okay, fair enough.
Well, Anyway, I might drift off now. Anyways,
Yes,
been good.
that's
Been
where
fun.
exactly. Buddy, we're winding down. I told you to say your
Yeah.
goodbyes. This was a nice,
Yeah.
drawn out goodbye. We're ready to end it now. You don't have to make an excuse. I might drift up. That's what we're working up to. Okay, so we've said all we have to say. We've said our.
All right, bye. See you later. Bye.
Goodbyes. Okay, yeah, bye. See you later. Thank you for not. The one thing I want to thank you for is not for cutting me off abruptly. Dubs, where'd you go, Dubs? No, I'm just kidding. No. All right, thank you for joining me, Chris, and don't be a stranger. It's good to have you.
All right, mate. Catch you. Thank you for having me. Bye.
There we go. See, that's how you say goodbye politely. Dev Pike is picking up Dumb's bad habits, and Dumb is just a fucking asshole at this point. Okay, so I can't believe I've been on longer than I wanted to. One problem I've had, I'm going to get off soon, but this beer, because it was sitting so long, I was eating. The beer got warm. This beer is warm as piss. So I'm going to get myself another beer. Whether I stay on or not, I'm going to put the lasagna away, get myself another cold beer, and decide what I want to do. Yeah, whether I stay or go, I need a cold beer. You can't end the night on a warm beer, and the beer just sat too long. I don't mind. I mean, I was eating. And the lasagna, despite being burned on top, was very good. I think my brother will like it. I put it in the fridge because I'm done. I'm full. But I ate not quite half of it, but close to it. I was more hungry than I realized, and I think whenever he wakes up, he's going to be hungry. So you can have some of that. I made a mess on the fucking chair here. Sponge. But yes, I needed a cold beer. No matter what I do or don't do, I need a cold beer. I can't end it on a warm beer. It's just sacrilege. Okay, no one's talking. I think we're winding down. I think the starlings are flying off. All right. So do I end by reading a poem, or what do I do here? By the way, who is it that came on? We had we said goodbye to Chris Dubs. We had Dev Pike end abruptly. Wasn't there someone else like really early on? Indian guy. He said he was of Indian, Pakistani ancestry from the Midwest. Forget his name now. I'll have to rewind back. I can't remember. If he wants to come back, that would be cool because it's always nice to meet new people. But I can't remember his name. Darken something. I don't remember. I'm sure he will. Probably wake up. It'll wake up at he went to bed at 6 o'clock in the evening. So what? He's gonna get up at 2 o'clock at night. And he's got to go to work at 6. He's going to stay up. Is he going to try to go back to bed? I don't know. But, there'll be some lasagna. Maybe you can get a good sleep, get up at 4:35, have a lasagna breakfast, and just get to work a little early. I don't know. Dubs would like a poem. Let's see. I thought you left, Dubs. You said you had to leave. But you just don't want to talk to me anymore. I see how it is. Hold on. I'm looking for. I want to read this one poem, but I can't find it. It's not popping up. Yeah, I'll stay on. Like I said, I needed a cold beer. I'm going to drink this beer whether I'm on or off. So you got at least one more beer out of me. Okay, so let's take a look here. The name of this poem is "My Country" by Dorothea McKellar. Did I get her name right? Dorothea McKellar. My Country. Would you like me to read My Country? The love of field and coppice, of green and shaded lanes. I think is coppice when you cut a tree almost down to the end to use the wood, but you let it grow back into two trees. Okay, never mind. The love of field and coppice, of green and shaded lanes, of ordered woods and gardens, is running in your veins. Strong love of gray blue distance, brown streams and soft dim skies. I know but cannot share it. My love is otherwise. I love a sunburnt country, a land of sweeping plains, of ragged mountain ranges, of drought and flooding rains. I love her far horizons. I love her jewel sea, her beauty and her terror, the wide brown land for me. A stark white ring-barked forest, all tragic to the moon. The sapphire misted mountains, the hot gold hush of noon. Green tangle of the brushes, where little lianas coil. Or Lilith lianas. I'm screwing up. Lilith lianas, a flower, coil. And orchids deck the treetops, and ferns and warm dark soil. Core of my heart, my country, her pitiless blue sky, when sick at heart around us, we see the cattle die. But then the gray clouds gather, and we can bless again. The drumming of an army, the steady soaking rain. Oh, I should have said again. The gray clouds gather, and we can bless again. The drumming of an army, the steady soaking rain. Okay. Core of my heart, my country, land of the rainbow gold. For flood and fire and famine, she pays us back threefold. Over the thirsty paddocks, watch, after many days, the filmy veil of greenness that thickens as we gaze. An opal-hearted country, a willful, lavish land. All you who have not loved her, you will not understand. Though earth holds many splendors, wherever I may die, I know to what brown country my homing thoughts will fly. Australia, the land down under. That was a nice poem. Dumb should read that one. That's My Country by, is it Dorothea McKellar? Did I get that right? Give me a minute, Horse. I'm trying to read a fucking poem here by a fucking Australian, My Country. Hold on. I was hoping either Donna or Dubs would comment. I just read what I think was an Australian poem. Oh, well. Hey, don't patronize me. Okay, fine. How you doing, Horse? What's up?
What's up, man?
Oh, you didn't have to come on. Like I said, I was going to pour myself one more beer.
Oh, you got good. It was good timing because I'm just settling in.
Okay, so you were in the bath before or whatever.
Well,
like I said,
that was a couple hours ago. But yeah, I was just getting my kid ready for bed and just getting my evening.
Right, even that was a couple hours ago, but it's good to see you, I guess. Okay,
house less chaotic. Yeah, good to see you too, man.
Mm-hmm.
So how's everything?
Well, I'm all right. I mean, my brother and I streamed earlier, and then I streamed again, making that lasagna. This has been a 4.5 hour stream. I'm kind of amazed, but I haven't streamed in a while, so why not? Yeah. We had some interesting talks. Your buddy Dev Pike was here, and then we talked to Chris Dubs, and you were on for a bit, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You were. I forget what happened. Yeah, you were on.
Yeah,
that's
we
right.
talked to. Isn't it funny how Dev, when I'm live with him, it's like when two dogs are like barking at each other from a ways away, and they get up close, and it's like they just stare at each other.
Right. I guess that's a good way of putting it. He wanted to ask about movies all of a sudden. Maybe he's a movie buff, but he changed his tune when you came on.
Well,
I don't know.
It's just different. It shows like how like anonymity online changes you. When you're right face to face with somebody, even though he's not showing his face, all of a sudden it's like, oh, I better be polite.
And you've now shared your real name with us, but don't worry.
I was trying to link StreamYards, and I must have linked the wrong. It's like my personal account or something, but then it still lets me chat normal. So.
Oh, that's okay. Your secret's safe with us, Horse. But yeah,
it's all good. Everybody knows who I am. Dumb knows who I am. Grid and is friends with me on Facebook. So is DBF. So.
How come we're not friends on Facebook?
Add me on Facebook. You know my name.
Fine, I'll add you. Anyway, so what would you like to talk about? I mean, you were talking to Dev Pike before. Like I said, I have a love-hate with Dev Pike. I actually think he has some great points, but he can be abrasive. I'll criticize him. And Dubs was nice to have as a second outsider. You were on briefly, but you want to share thoughts about that or thoughts about something else?
I mean, if Dev, if you're listening, when I'm like joking around with you in chat, I'm not punching down. It's just joking around with you, because at that point it's like the conversation has degraded to where we're not even talking about the same thing. So we might as well just like say whatever the hell we want. So I'm just messing with you. I'm curious how old he is. I want to know how old he is.
But you, like I said, that I like the guy. I enjoy talking with him. I'll give criticism where it's due. He was telling me he was 35. Then Dubs asked him, "How old are you?" And he was like, "I'm 30." I don't know if you heard that. 30. I'm 30. 37.
I didn't hear it, but
right. We went back. I'm not trying to like. I agree with people here. I like Dev Pike, but I think he's lying about his age. Yeah. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe he made a simple mistake, but it was so strange when Dubs asked him flat out, "How old are you?" And he struggled. I'm 30. And I'm thinking to myself, he always tells me 35. Let's see if you can remember the number. He went with 37. So it's one of those, I don't know how old he is.
Maybe he just had a birthday and he was doing that thing you do where you're trying to remember.
Yeah, but wouldn't you guess if you're 35, you might guess 36 or 34. How do you jump two numbers ahead? Yeah.
Because he's trolling.
Probably. Well, I think like I said, I agree with some of his points. I agreed with some things you were saying.
Yeah,
tonight.
There was some of the stuff I agreed with too. I just don't understand what are you gonna win by like proving all of this stuff true? Like, what are you winning? You're showing like, yes, there are society-wide issues that there are a couple exceptions to here and there. So my point is like, well, why not go like, just make a decision. Do you want to try to go find those exceptions, or is it not worth it? And then like be at peace with it and stop trying to debate with everybody and convince them to like align with your worldview on it, because it doesn't get you anything.
Well, I wish you were here. You could respond to that. Is he trying to convince others? Is he hoping others will see the light? I'm not sure. That would be a good question to ask him, because I agree with a lot of what he says. We share similar worldviews, but yeah, you're asking what his motive is or what he's hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, I just don't know what like. That's why I made I don't know if you saw, I made the Larry David comparison, because it is right. It's like any type of interaction he has, you're just like waiting for it to go bad, because there's no like, it's like it's a competition or something. It's really weird. I know he's not a different type of person. I know people like that. I've run into people like that in my life. I just don't normally choose to interact with them. But he's totally different when you're face to face. So it's hard to say exactly what he is.
So you might not even get a straight answer out of him. You're asking me now, if he were here, you'd start talking about movies or something.
Yeah, I just don't want him to think that I hate him or that I even don't like him.
Well, again, he is very sensitive. Like I said, I like the guy. I do like him. When I didn't respond to him on Discord for a few days, he took it personally. Even my brother said, "Listen, it's not you, Dev Pike. It's just OC, don't go on Discord too often." He took it personally. I think he's very sensitive. If he doesn't, if you don't give him immediate attention, he thinks you're snubbing him. He's a little.
And I don't go on Discord ever, because that's a shit show that I'm just never gonna participate in. It's just a little too crazy for me.
Yeah, I never wanted to. Cassandra insisted. I said okay, so that's how I got on Discord, and I'm friends with a bunch of starlings who never even talk to me, so it's kind of a waste. But I do like talking to Dev Pike, but I can't be online 24/7. I don't want to be. Not because of Dev Pike. I, in general, don't want to be online 24/7.
Right.
I'm from a different era. I remember a time where they asked, the Starlings once asked me, and you should be old enough to remember, when dial-up internet first came out, you get on it and you think, I got to get off soon because this might be a big bill. I've been on the computer now for an hour and a half. I better get off now. People don't remember it. It wasn't always 20. When the internet first came out, you think, I got to disconnect at some point because it's going to be a big bill, and I've been on the computer too long now. I should get off. In chat rooms, I'd say, it's been fun, but I've been on too long. Got to get off the computer. You would limit yourself. Now, I still have some of that. Yeah.
I got a story for you. So I was, so this would have been April of 1999. Try to think about what happened in April.
Oh, wait, you're my brother's age. You were born in 1985, correct?
Yeah, I was born in 85. So
was brother Clicks. You were 14ish.
13, I think, because
13.
I'm November 85. So
I would have
used to,
been like 17, just to put things in perspective.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So so this was when Columbine happened. So
I remember very well. Yes.
Yeah, every night my buddy and I would get online, and we would get on our dial-up internet, and we play a game called Command and Conquer Red Alert. It's like a strategy game. And I remember you started talking about that, and I had an image in my head of me chatting with my friend in this chat room, and my dad yelling at me to get off because I was staying on too long. We weren't even playing the game. We were just talking about, like, holy shit, did you see, like, when they pulled the kid out of the window and blah, blah, blah. Like, that was, and what's fucked up is that friend of mine died. He died when he was 23 years old, actually. He had a really bad, rare, aggressive cancer that just completely fucked him up.
Sorry to hear that. But that night you had to tell him, you had to say, listen, I got to go, man. My father wants me to get off the internet. You had to tell him. And he understood. He said, okay, fine. Like, yeah, it wasn't 24/7 internet. I'm sorry to hear he died of cancer. At least someone didn't shoot him. I thought you were going to say he got shot or shot a bunch of people, but okay.
No, he had a really aggressive, it started in his leg. It was a bone cancer. And then it was so bad. Like, I didn't even know how bad it was. I found out he died right after I moved to South Dakota. It was honestly, like, it was bizarre because I found out he died, and I was like inconsolable for a week. My work kind of let me just do whatever. And my wife and I had just gotten to know each other. And that was a real, like, it was just a good experience between the two of us because she was very, like, there for me when it happened. So
in some ways you can credit his death with you and your wife getting closer.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he had died, you might not be married right now. So he needed to die so you can get with your wife.
Yeah, that shows you how nostalgic I am. You literally started talking about dial-up internet, and now I'm talking about a friend of mine that died from cancer.
No, I'm talking about how your whole marriage might have come down. His death was necessary. If he hadn't died, you and your wife might not have gotten as close as you did. So maybe his death was a good thing for you. Yeah.
Well, a lot of guys say, like, don't ever let a woman see you cry, and I kind of understand the logic behind that, but I don't think it's necessarily true. I think there's some nuances to it. Is that right, Totem? Was she one of the urns?
Good old Totem.
So yeah.
Okay, so yeah, your father said get off the internet. There was a time you had to get off the internet, but and I still, there's still some of that in me. Like I was talking earlier, you might have seen it. I went to this job interview for this Amazon drive around job, and it was the most like Gen Z job. Get on your phone, download this app, sign with your finger on the PDF form on your phone, and it'll auto sign. It was the most I've had jobs you do paper and pen, or jobs where they have a computer set up there. You sit at their computer. I've never, it was such like a Gen Z job. And I think some younger people understand I'm not used to being connected, even though I've got the cell phone, which is connected all the time. I'm not still used to accessing the internet 24/7. It's still a delay. So I know a lot of younger kids are on Discord 24/7. If I ignore you, it's not because I'm not on Discord. It's just I'm not logged in right now. Don't take it personally. But you don't even bother with it. So I don't blame you.
But honestly, I'm that way. Like, even with people in my personal life, like I definitely take some time to get back, like on texting sometimes. But I mean, people know that by now. That's just kind of, that's a millennial thing. That's just like, it's communication is like, you're very selective about when you want to communicate. And some people take it the wrong way, but
yes. But Donda disagrees with you about men crying. She's saying that, no, that's not true. We, meaning women, need to see vulnerability in their men.
So let me kind of explain, Donna. I think that it depends on where you're at in the relationship. It's interesting because you've seen James, like being really emotional. And I think, again, here's probably an example where there's a bit of a divide between like younger women and older women. Like a 25-year-old would look at that and be like, why is he crying? Like, men aren't supposed to cry. And I feel like an older woman probably wouldn't necessarily feel that way. But I also think it depends on where you're at in the relationship, like how committed you are to each other.
Yeah, but she saw Dumb crying in his beer before they even met. Yeah, I don't know if he's been that vulnerable with her in real life, or maybe he hasn't even been that sad since he's met her. But I don't know if she's seen that side of him in real life. Yeah,
Right.
on the internet and YouTube before they got together. But I don't know, when he came to Australia, did he like cry over some story? I don't think they've had that moment in real life yet.
I can ask him, yeah. But that's an example of like, I think, and I'm not going to speak for Donna, but my assumption is, having been in a marriage and raised kids with another human being, and like having that marriage end for whatever reason, you learn a whole lot about what you just don't want next time, like what you want to avoid in your next partner. And I think that's probably why there's maybe some confusion with people who are like, well, what, like, how did he end up, finding somebody? Well, Donna sees something in him that is very clearly like what she wants in a partner, and it's got something to do with her history, and we don't necessarily know what that is, but it's not our business to know what it is.
Fair point. You raised a kid. Dumb had a step kid for like so you've never had multiple kids, and neither did Dumb. But I understand.
No, I'm talking about Donna.
Oh, Donna having the two kids.
Yeah.
You're talking about Donna.
Yeah,
Okay.
Donna having been in a marriage, raised kids with somebody, and
Right.
then having the marriage end. Like, you literally will sit there and go, I have friends of mine who've told me this. They're like, this is my list of what I want next time, and this is what I don't want in a partner, because they just don't know going into it like how bad it can be.
Well, Donna says they've seen each other cry, but that might be more tears of joy. I can see Dumb being the very passionate, lovey-dovey, sentimental type. Oh, Donna, I thought I'd never find love in my life. It was so good. I can see Dumb crying tears of joy. I don't think Dumb has cried the vulnerable, sad tears in real life, because I don't think he's been sad since he met Donna. But I can definitely see him crying those tears of joy. Oh, Donna, you complete me. I can see that.
Yeah. I don't think it's, I don't know, maybe I'm modifying my position a little bit, but I just see it online everywhere. People are like, oh, don't ever. And there are men who tell stories about, like, I had a vulnerable moment in front of my wife, and now she's like got the ick. Have you seen that term, the ick?
They're turned off. They think they're grossed out.
Yeah. It's like this. I really don't like the term. It's just meant to describe like
icky, gross,
an undefined feeling. Yeah. Like, I'm not attracted to you anymore. And like, so why would men, if you're reading that online, why would you, ever be vulnerable in front of your partner? But if you have somebody who like invites you to be vulnerable, then over time, I think you learn how to do that a little better. I just wish men were better about it with each other.
Should we talk about our intimate feelings and maybe cry together?
Yeah. What are you most afraid of in life?
Well, right now I'm worried about money. I'm worried about where I'm going to go next. I'm tired of working, not because I'm a lazy bum, because the way I've been treated in life, I want to NEET. It's a daunting task.
Yeah.
I'm worried about my brother, because with him, I was talking about, the Medicaid, not Medicaid. I want to get him on Medicaid. He had to buy insurance because he lost the one job ended. So he bought the state charged him $600 last year. Then he bought insurance. Now the feds are charging him. It's like it never ends. And my parents, so I got a lot of mostly familial problems. I don't really talk about women too much because that's not top of my priority of problems. But yeah.
Yeah. The thing that I think is like most like distressing or kind of like sad about y'all's situation is not like having trouble with like going and, making it out in the world. It's that you don't have a good support system. It doesn't sound like your parents are, to be frank, worth much of a shit when it comes to like if I called my mom and dad right now and I said like, I need XYZ type of support, financial, emotional, whatever. Like even my dad, who's, not a very emotional guy and doesn't handle his feelings very well, he would still sit there and figure out how to help me. It's just really sad that you guys don't have parents that want to help.
Yeah, I don't think our parents ever knew how to help. I don't think they ever had it in them. I've always said my parents shouldn't have had kids. Yeah, I think, I'm envious of what you have and even though your parents are split up, mine are still together. But, like I said, I've always said my father couldn't think beyond himself and my mother couldn't think for herself. So my father was the center of his own universe. He was always right. He would declare things true even if they weren't. And my mother I can't think for myself. So I decide whatever he says is right. Yeah, good thinking. Those are my parents. And, it's ever since my father's stroke, my relationship with him, even though I'm the one who saved his ass, hasn't been too good. But I'd like to get. I don't feel sad over it. It's better. I wish I got him out of my life like 15, 20 years ago. But
yeah, well, I'll feel sad for you.
Thank you.
I I know I have friends that have really, they're not even bad parents, just parents that are incapable of just comprehending what the world is today, and like how a man in his 30s or 40s might still need help. Like it's a different world than what you grew up in. So I was going to say something else, and I can't remember what I was going to say. Yeah. So you saved him when he had his stroke?
When my father had his stroke, so listen, when my parents got married, my father basically made all decisions. As a kid growing up, my mother never wrote checks or did anything like that. My father did it all. When he had his stroke, my mother, it became blatantly obvious, wasn't prepared to like take care of her own affairs. That's why my brother and I moved back. It was in 2019. We ended our lease. We moved back in here. And I not only did I take care of my mother's affairs, I got my father on the Medicaid. I got him all those therapies. My mother couldn't do any of that. You know, I remember when my father first had a stroke, I went with my mother and we were at this rehab place and she was asking, how many stairs do you have in your house? And my mother started, I said, whoa, we're not bringing him home yet. I want to make sure he gets rehab. If we're left up to my mother, it would be a disaster. So if my mother were left in charge, my father would probably still be on the couch in a diaper shitting his pants. Because of me, he's walking around with a cane. He can use the bathroom by himself. He can shower himself. He can dress himself with his one arm. Yeah, I did all that. And the ingrate thinks I locked him up. So that's pretty much, what I went through with him. Yes, I bailed him out. My mother couldn't do any of that. My mother she would have lost this house. That's how. So I sprung into action. And my sister, who actually makes much more money than me and my brother combined, she's a total spoiled bitch. I don't know if she's a girl or because she's the youngest, never had to care for anyone. She had a weird entitlement. I've talked about this before with Genesis. Weird entitlement complex. So yeah, my parents are fucking ingrates. Absolutely.
Does your sister have kind of a like, oh, I'm leaving the family behind kind of mentality? Like,
yes, that's what she has. She moved out years and years ago.
Like,
but yes,
pastures. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, in my like the dynamic between my mom and dad was almost flipped. Like my mom, I would almost say was like the default lead of the relationship, just because my dad was really passive. He was a definite, like he was one of those guys who was like very classically good looking, but just very passive, like no personality. I'm way more like my mom. I think I told you he looked like Harrison Ford in the 90s, like looked like his twin. I need to find photos of him from back then.
Please do show us one photo of Pop from 30 years ago. See if
he used to literally, like, I think there were several Halloweens that he went as Indiana Jones, like had the whip and the hat and everything. But my mom was more of a Pollyanna. She's kind of like, everything will be fine, and there's really no problems, and whenever something gets really bad, it's like then she just flips into like helplessness mode. And I only really saw it play out when I was a kid. I was like 10 years old. They started having issues. They were drifting apart, and like my brother and I could see it even as kids. And my dad ended up having an affair. I don't know how long it lasted.
Well, can I stop you real quick? Quick. I didn't want to say anything, but when you said he looked just like Harrison Ford, and Ford was pretty hot at that time, I was thinking to myself, I wonder how many women extramarital affairs he had. I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking if the guy really looks like Harrison Ford when Ford was at his hottest, he must have had a few. Okay, but I didn't want to go there. But he ended up having an affair. The guy looks like Harrison Ford. I'm sure he can get a woman. Okay, so he drifts apart from your mother. Your father has an affair, but he looks like Harrison Ford, so I can understand why a woman want to go to bed with him. Okay.
Well, and it was like, it wasn't even like the woman that he was with was not like to his level. It was because some chick with a strong personality ran into him in his job and forced the issue, and he didn't like, I'm not absolving him of it, but he definitely like did not drive the boat on what happened. I don't think he just kind of participated. And then when it all went bust, it was like they almost got divorced. They were in the process of getting divorced. And I don't remember what, I think they probably did counseling or something, but they pulled back from the brink, and then they stayed married all the way until 2009. So after I graduated college is when they got divorced. So it was just an interesting little midway point in the marriage that, I mean, you remember that stuff as a kid. I remember sitting there playing Nintendo 64 and like listening to them go at it downstairs.
So how old were you about when this happened?
I think I was 10. I was 9 or 10. It was it was in the mid 90s. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm trying to remember. I don't think, did N64 come out when you were 10?
96, I think, was N64. So I was probably 10 or 11 at the
10 or
time.
11. But they stayed together for another 13 years, what you're saying.
Correct, yeah. They
Okay.
stayed together. They got me through college. My brother messed around in college for a bit, but he never really graduated. He's just now in his mid-30s, I think, finally trying to finish his degree. But I just kind of wonder at that point, like, I don't remember them being contentious, like those last 13 years. I just wonder if like that was when things probably should have ended.
You think they stayed together for the kids, is what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't know. Again, I think it's because the dynamic was very different. I think in most, like in my own marriage, like because I think I have more of my mom's personality, like I do definitely lead the marriage. I think my wife, I would call more of the default parent, but like my wife comes to me and is like, what are we doing today on the weekend, for instance? And it's usually like up to me to try to figure out what we're doing, or we discuss it, together.
But in your parents' marriage, your father, even though you look at Harrison Ford,
the opposite,
mother, right?
The opposite in that situation.
And
he's an example of like somebody who was good looking enough to just have an affair fall into his lap. I think that's what.
Are you afraid your wife might meet a guy at work who's like you, and he might lead her into an affair, and you'll stay together for the kid? I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I mean, if you're making these parallels, you know what I mean?
She, I don't know where she would meet him because she works right over there. So she does, I think I told you, she does the writing work from home. She does like freelance stuff at home.
Okay.
So
you got her on a short leash. Got it. Okay.
Yep. I mean, she's allowed to go out. She can go to the grocery store. She's not allowed to or she's not barred from not, having a cell phone or anything. But
where is she now? She's asleep?
What's that?
Is she sleeping right now?
Yeah, she's asleep.
Oh, she doesn't want to come on and say hi for a minute? No. We've never met your wife in the flesh. We've seen an artist's rendition. We haven't seen
Well, you've seen the artist rendition and you've seen the picture that it was from.
Oh, that's true, but we still want to see her in motion, moving around.
Well, I don't know if I'll get on tonight or what I'll do, but I was on last night and I was kind of going through some older photos.
Okay, actually, stop. I'm glad you mentioned this. We just found out you subscribed to me. I'm like, and then I realized I wasn't subscribed to you either, so I subscribed to you. When did you start streaming, and what are you hoping to do with your streams? Like, you're just streaming for fun, or?
Yeah, I just started 2 nights ago. So I've been since January. I've been pretty hardcore about trying to just get back to fitness and like losing weight, and I've cut out some stuff. I still like vape the THC, but there was some other stuff that that I was taking that I kind of got rid of. So at night, I just have a ton of energy. So I've just been walking the neighborhood, and I was like, well, why don't I just stream it?
Did I inspire you, or was it more dumb, or just none of the above? You can be honest.
You weren't streaming for a while, so
you had
it was almost inspired by the vacuum of everything.
Now, Horse, I'm sorry. Someone else wants to come on. He's never been on before, but I think he's good to have him. He might come to your stream. Maybe you know him. His name is Bash. Do you know Bash?
Hey,
how you doing?
What's up, man?
Hello. How's it going?
How we doing?
Not too bad. Yeah, I've been watching the stream on and off all night, and I figured, since you had a StreamYard link, I'd pop on. How are you doing, Horse?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm good. Just I got a beer here, so we're gonna crack this open, of course, because we got the boys here this evening.
I might go. I knocked my speaker over. I'm gonna grab another beer. I'm actually glad you're here because I don't want to walk away from Horse. I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll stay on. Horse, I want to talk about your streaming because I want to start watching your streams. I had no idea you were streaming. And Bash, welcome. It's always nice to meet new blood. And you guys know each other from Dumb's chat, I guess, or?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, Horse, your Horsehead Nebula, yeah. Okay, I gotcha.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I gotcha. Yeah. Did Dumb's Discord get nuked? I heard that it got nuked. The OG one from like 2022.
What, Dumb's Discord? Oh, I don't know. I think I remember Leisha talking about it, or maybe somebody asked her to nuke it.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah, because people were starting to get a little bananas in there, and last thing I remember.
Am I here?
Yes.
Sorry. What were they doing that made it crazy?
Just there was a couple dudes who like you post and they just go ape shit. Maybe it was a different server, but maybe it was Todd's server. But I just remember a ton of crazy shit happened on Discord. Good times.
Like people doxing each other or what?
Not doxing, but they definitely threatened to murder each other. Yeah. Like I have a. Oh man, I don't have it saved on my computer, but I'd pull it up. It's a screenshot of me and my girlfriend made me a My Little Pony themed birthday card, and this dude, the first response is, "I'm gonna murder you both," and yeah, it's pretty quality. Yeah, pretty funny.
So real wholesome stuff.
Oh yeah, wholesome big chungus. Yeah.
Cool.
So Bash, I want to ask you, what brought you here tonight? We're happy to have you, but what brings you around?
Open panels. I like to talk on open panels a little bit. People from my stream told me to join your stream because you were associating with Dumb. So, you know, that's why I'm here, I suppose.
Can I ask I'm just curious, who are some of these? I call them starlings. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, you and we stream the starlings. You'll see a lot of the same people at different people's streams. They're starlings, which is a bird that flies around. They fly around in groups. I call people starlings affectionately. Who are some of these starlings that told you to come here?
I couldn't even name any.
You don't want to. It's okay. You don't want to. If you don't have to, it's okay.
I mean, like one of them was named Frog, but that's like
that's
like one of the
one.
dudes.
That's interesting. Okay. Well,
Was it Froglet?
Froglet. Yeah, that sounds correct.
Yeah, Froglet.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen. I'm going to tell us your stats. I'm just so you know, I'm 43. I'm from New Jersey, USA. Horse, you're going to be 40. You're 39, going to 40. You're from Texas. How old are you and where are you from, Bash? Give us an age and a state.
I'm 29 and I live in northern Michigan.
29 from Upper Peninsula, is what you're saying?
Lower, just short of it.
Okay, so northern part of the Lower Peninsula. Okay, so Bash is 29 from Michigan, and you got a girlfriend, and you're both into My Little Ponies together, or?
I mean, I like it, and she kind of like. I feel like she humors me. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we went to here. This is actually pretty based. Oh my god, it won't show up on the fucking green screen cancer. But it's we went to a convention today, and I got a bunch of merch. I got like a John Carpenter's The Thing figurine and McCready. It's pretty cool. So.
Oh, that's cool.
So let's see. You're 29 going on. You'll be 30 this year or 30 next year? When
30 this year.
30 this year. So you were born in 1995. Did I get that correct?
96. Ass end of it. December 1996.
96. Okay, so in 26 you'll be 30. Is what you're saying? You're 29 going on. You'll be 29 this year. You're 28 going. I'm doing the math in my head. You're born the end of.
I guess I don't know how old I am, but yeah, I guess you'd be correct.
Well,
if that's the
okay.
case.
Point I'm getting at is my Little Pony. I remember my kid sister loved that. How old were you when you got into My Little Ponies? Was it still very big when you were a kid? I mean, you got into it young.
So I got into My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, which first aired in 2010 on the Hub Network.
Okay.
Started as a joke on 4chan. Eventually, people were posting pony memes all the time, so they made their own board for it because they were autistic as shit and they needed to deal with it. And then, yeah, it just became like this very, very tight-knit group of spurgs, you know.
Are you a spurg? You're diagnosed?
Yes.
You think? Okay.
I have schizoaffective disorder. That's my diagnosis. I don't have autism, but as far as I'm aware.
Are you on Neat Bucks? Are you needing? Do you get SSI or SSDI?
No, I wage slave full time.
Likewise. And Horse, I ask you, the college is done for. Horse works at a college doing what, media or something like that, or
yeah?
Are you're done for the year, or?
So the students are gone, but I'm a 12-month contract. We do have 9-month contract positions, but no, I'm a 12-month guy.
And Horse, how do you feel? I'm not trying to knock anybody. My Little Pony, like you're Horse, you're near my age. I remember my kid sister liked My Little Pony. It was seen as for girls, not to make fun of Bash. What do you think about My Little Pony, Horse? And do college kids walk around with My Little Pony? I mean, is My Little Pony made a resurgence that I don't know about or not aware of?
I don't know if I've seen it on colleges. I mean, my opinion of like bronies in general is like anything else is like whatever you can find to enjoy in 2025.
Yeah, I'm not to each his own. To each, I agree.
Yeah. I just want to make my own position because I know the default whenever like I'm a brony is a bunch of snickering and like oh yeah, you're probably like a fucking pedophile, and it's like, well, no, it's really just kind of like any other hobby. Like it's just a little bit different.
Okay. Now, Bash, do you stream too? You said you stream as well. You have open panels or?
Yeah, I used to have open panels, but back around 2023, I think it was, when I had my own apartment, I happened to have a gentleman who popped on my stream, and he definitely pulled his pants down and started playing with his tallywhacker live, and I had to shut that shit down immediately.
Sorry to hear that. Okay, so you like open panels, but you don't do open panels. Horse, well, let's ask Horsehead. Do you plan to do open panels? Hey, good name, Horse. Bash likes horses. Maybe you can come on. Are you going to do me and Bash can be your first guest? Are you doing open panel or
yeah,
what?
I was actually messing with StreamYard earlier, so
good, yeah.
Hoping I can, and I saw that thing that you ran into where it's like you only get 20 hours free or something per month.
There are workarounds. You can start
that streaming from StreamYard or from OBS?
StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard directly, and you can have a second.
I stream with OBS and I full screen StreamYard to get past that. As far as I know, that works.
So okay, you can do it. You can do what Bash is suggesting. Use OBS to stream and do something. Yeah, somehow connect. But or you can have two accounts and you can link them both to your Horsehead channel. You have you can link them both on whichever channel you link it to. So you can have 40 hours instead of 20. It's doable. It's doable. I've done it. I can walk you through it, and Bash can walk us through OBS. I have OBS, but I've never streamed through it, so I don't know how to do that.
It's pretty easy. You just got to have your YouTube account. You got a stream key, copy the stream key, and then link it over to the stream.
I use OBS whenever I live stream our graduation. I use OBS. I set up our live stream. I set the cameras up, and I sit there and punch a little switcher. But yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can stream through OBS then, but you should do some open panels like me and Bash.
Yeah, I would love to do panels.
You can take the guests and ask the questions. But okay, so Horse, do you want to ask Bash anything and vice versa? Bash, since you're here, do you want to ask Horse anything or me anything? You like open panels,
So yeah, do you guys do any gaming?
Yeah, definitely.
What do you guys play?
Let's listen to Horse.
Me and OC or me and my wife?
Let's say all you guys. So let's start with you and your wife, Horse. You guys both play games?
Yeah, we both play games. She grew up. I think she was 6 or 7 when the original Zelda came out, and that was like the moment that she got locked in, and she's played stuff. What was crazy was are you familiar with Souls games at all, Bash?
Yes, I actually platinum Dark Souls 2 and 1, and I'm working on the third one.
That's badass. They're awesome games.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, but so 10 years ago or so, we were both working at a news station, and we both got laid off. They were downsizing. We both got laid off. So we had a lot of free time. And I remember we went down to Colorado, and we were digging through some $15 bin in Best Buy, and we pulled out Bloodborne. And I was like, I don't know if you're gonna like this. This is really fucking hard. And we took it home, and she completely took to it. And she's been into those types of games for the past 9 or 10 years. So not only does she play games as a chick, but she's actually really good at them. She's actually really skilled.
Yeah, dude. That's so cool because I wish I could get my girlfriend into the Souls games, but she fucking rages. She'll get hit once, it'll take half her health, and she'll just spurg out, and
that's part of
it's a difficult thing, but I try to get her
passage.
Yeah. But yeah, good on you, man. It's nice to have that with your partner, definitely.
Oh, who is Jared88 talking about? You're both married. Well, no, Horse, you're married. Bash, you have a girlfriend. Who will talk about their significant other for the next hour? Is he talking about you, Bash?
He's talking about me.
He's talking about you, Horse. You're going about your wife for the next hour. Okay.
He's talking about me. Jared is the guy that was dating Jasmine. He and Jasmine are together as of a few months ago.
And he was in your stream a few nights ago or something, or
I don't think he was in my stream, but he's in Off Grid's chat, and he and I will be in the chat. And if I dare say anything about my wife, then he gets upset.
Okay, all right, that's good. What else? Okay, so Horse, you like to play video games with your wife. Bash, you're trying to get your girlfriend into those video games. That's cool, I guess. This turned to a very normie stream, but that's okay. This panel can go anywhere, so it's anywhere it goes, anyway the wind blows. No, I play. Sometimes I'll play the old Nintendo, the 8-bit NES that I grew up with, or the Sega Genesis, the two I grew up with, and that's about it. I never progressed past that. People here have told me you can do a thing where you download games and shit, so I'm going to look into it. But I'm tired of wage slaving. When I have all the time in the world, maybe that'll be something I do. But yeah, I'm still stuck in my childhood NES 8-bit and Sega Genesis 16-bit.
Were you super into them when you were a kid, or were you just kind of more casually into them?
I would say I liked them, but more casual than intense. Yeah.
Like, what was your favorite thing you played growing up?
Nintendo or Sega?
Nintendo.
That's a tough one. Favorite Nintendo game? It might be Mario or Karnov, one of those. Mario, Karnov, something simple.
That's cool. Yeah.
I know my favorite Sega Genesis game, I'll tell you. Toe Jam and Earl. Toe Jam and Earl was always what.
Jam and Earl is awesome.
There was never a game like it anywhere else. I can't think of any game that was ever like it. One of my favorite games when I was like 11, 12 years old. Toe Jam and Earl was my favorite Sega Genesis game. Absolutely.
Toe Jam and Earl was a random rental at Blockbuster for me and my brother, and we loved it.
Yeah. So unique. No two levels are ever the same, and it's kind of zany, kind of cartoonish, but unique. A very unique game. Yep. So yeah. It's hard to pick a favorite Nintendo game because I like the Marios. I like Zelda, but that's very involved. I like Karnov. I have to think about Nintendo. But I always remember Sega. Well, I like the last Sega games. I remember Toe Jam and Earl is hands down my favorite to this day.
Yeah. That's cool.
Bash, do you know what we're talking about, or before your time?
Yeah, Toe Jam. I mean, I bought the Sega Master Collection on Steam, and I think Toe Jam and Earl is included in that.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. Let me.
Well, I don't think it was ever for Master System. I could be wrong. It was for Genesis. I'm not sure if there's a Master version. And Jared says he misses the wife talks.
Jared and I, every now and then, Jared and I will do a little bit of advice trading. We'll be in the right mood.
Sorry, you're saying Jared is dating Jasmine, but Jared is a guy who dresses like a girl. He's a cross-dresser. Am I correct?
I've never seen him dressing like a girl. I've heard.
Oh, okay. I thought he was I thought he said he was a cross-dresser. Maybe he was joking.
He's really into fitness stuff, or at least he was. He's a very like slim fit tall guy.
Okay.
He's just kind of spurgy, but he and Jasmine are together. Yes.
Okay, so Bash, do you have Toe Jam and Earl? You should play it next time. You let us know what you think.
I wasn't able to find it, which is really weird because I could have swore it was on Steam in some capacity. Yeah, Toe Jam and Earl Back in the Groove.
That might be a sequel. I remember the original, just Toe Jam and Earl was called. The original Toe Jam and Earl.
Yeah, it looks to be like a sequel with updated graphics and shit.
Yeah, no, I remember the original was like after playing Nintendo and even other Sega Genesis games, there was nothing like Toe Jam and Earl. It was so unique for what it was. Brother Click would agree. We that summer, one summer, whatever year it was, we finally beat it. That was just a very unique game. So that was my favorite Sega Genesis game. I love Nintendo, but I can't think of my favorite Nintendo game. I remember
my favorite Nintendo game on the Nintendo 64, which is around 1990s, was GoldenEye 007.
Well, I remember when that came out. A neighbor had it. I was a teenager by then, and it was still a cartridge, but it was all 3D, and there were a bunch of buttons all over the place. And that's when I said, I remember Nintendo had A and B, Sega Genesis had A, B, C. This thing had buttons here and buttons there, and I was like, I remember GoldenEye. You could switch weapons, but it was just too. I was about 14 years old, and I was just. That's kind of when I got done with video games. I stopped.
Controller was an abomination. It was
it looks like it's supposed to be like a fucking boomerang or something, dude. Yeah. I remember inviting my buddy over because I played the game all the time at home. I owned it, and he didn't own it. He played PS2 games like Twisted Metal and shit at the time. I let him come over. It's like, oh, I'll go easy on you, man. I just stomp him in PvP on a GoldenEye. It was very funny, and he'd rage.
Did y'all see the new GTA 6 trailer?
I did see the trailer. If it's $100, man, I mean that sets a pretty alarming, standard.
Yeah,
at least in my opinion.
I'm trying not to worry about the pricing. So if you want to know like what I'm crazy spurgy about OC is like the technology that goes into making games is like I'm never going to be a game developer. I'm never it's an industry that like completely chews people up and spits them out. But the tech that goes into how it's advanced over the years to me is like incredibly interesting. So like the GTA 6 trailer, I'm just watching it like, how is this fucking like a game? Like you can just see the $1 billion that was put into that game. Like in all the
Okay.
lighting technology and the
Well, where do you play this, on your computer, or is this first one of those gaming systems? Where do you play this?
new GTA. So GTA, I don't know if you remember, when GTA first started becoming a thing, OC.
Grand Theft. I remember I was in my 20s. I remember
Yeah.
coworkers playing it, but I never got into it. You go around stealing cars. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you can call it
It's a PlayStation. Yeah, right.
Sandbox game. So it's like you're dropped in, and it's just go cause chaos and see how the game world pushes back on you. That was the GTA 3 back in the early 2000s was one of the first games that was like, oh wow, all this stuff is really possible. So the money that Rockstar has made over the years releasing these sequels, they're now at the point where they can work on this next game infinitely if they want. And they've thrown so much money into the fidelity of what you're seeing. I mean, there's the shadows fall the way that you expect them to fall on the ground, and sweat running down people's arms, and
But again, you're not buying a CD or CD-ROM. You're playing this. You're just downloading this or playing this on.
It's on a console, so it's going to be on the newest PlayStation console and Xbox consoles.
But so wait, but with Xbox or PlayStation, you connect to the internet and download it, or do you put a disc in, or what do you do?
Yeah, there's two ways to do it. You either download it digitally from their server, or you buy a disc and put it.
You can still put a disc in. Okay,
yeah,
all
there's
right.
two different ways to do it, but yeah, it'll be on consoles.
With consoles, I remember like Nintendo and Sega rarely had games in common, even when there were similar games. Like Nintendo had Ghosts and Goblins, Sega had Ghouls and Ghosts. So you're saying this game is available for either PlayStation or what was the other one?
The Xbox.
So it's the same exact game, no differences, just either Xbox or PlayStation.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like the investment that they've made. Because they've worked on this game has been worked on for like 12 years now. I think GTA 5 came out in late 2013. That's how long this shit takes to make now. And you've got all this money you threw into it. You've got to put it on as many platforms as you can. There are some platforms that just can't run it because they're not, the system isn't powerful enough. Like you can't throw it on the Nintendo Switch, but you can play it on the PS5 and the Xbox. Those are the two.
Well, Bash, what would you play it on? Would you play it on PlayStation, or would you play
There's
it on?
no fucking PC in the world that I could afford that I'd be able to play that fucking game on. So I would definitely play it on my Xbox.
Xbox, okay.
Yeah. And the PC release is coming later anyway. Rockstar does this weird thing where they don't release on PC on the first day. They wait.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption just recently released on PC, and that game came out in like 2010, maybe.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Of course. But like right here, OC, it's Grand Theft Auto 5 made over $8 billion in total revenue.
Yeah,
and that's based on like all the DLCs, all the sales, because they keep releasing content for it. Like,
and it's what it is, Bash.
There's basically infinite content for that
it's
game.
GTA Online. GTA Online is what makes them all that fucking money. It's basically like Fortnite, but it's GTA. So you got people going in there spending money on a new outfit or a new car or whatever. And over 12 years, it's been a golden goose for them. They've made $8 billion. Why would they even bother making the next game? So they've taken their time, and now they're finally just getting ready to release it next year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be big. I remember when the most recent Red Dead came out, and you'd see like NPCs just doing bullshit, like just video bullshit.
Red Dead 2 still
they're cutting
incredible.
Like, yeah, it shows them cutting shit when they're in like games from 5 years ago would just show like, oh, you're just cutting into like a static object.
Yeah.
Now it falls apart. It's got its own physics. It's just like total insanity.
Yeah. I like the comparison I make, OC, is like the gaming industry right now is where the movie industry was at when like color was introduced. Like that's
a good comparison.
Like there's just so many new technologies, and like I could really go deep for hours on all the different like we've taken graphical techniques that were in like Pixar movies that would take days and days and days to render, and we're now running them real time. You're running them at 60 times a second. The game is updating to show you this new shit. It's really incredible.
So let me ask you both. Well, continue, but I want to ask you both a question. Yeah. Finish your point.
So I'll finish just saying I kind of like side eye people that are like, oh, modern games are bullshit. Like I really don't think that's true at all. I definitely like classic games a lot, but there's a lot of modern games that are awesome.
Well, no, that was my question. I'm not saying. Hold on, Bash.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's bullshit. As someone who's out of touch, I want to ask you both, Horse and Bash. If I want to get into new video games, Bash mentioned how you need a super jacked up computer. So which if I want to buy a console, would you say Xbox? Would you say PlayStation? Let's say I want to play this new Grand. What would you recommend? I want if someone who's been out of the fray for 30 years. If I want to get back into gaming as a middle-aged man, what would you guys recommend for me?
Go ahead, Ben.
If you want a console, and there's pros and cons to a console. A console is usually a lot cheaper than a PC that can do the same thing. Yada yada yada. But your PC can also stream, look at porn, read books, do anything you want. As far as consoles go, I'd pick an Xbox. I've been an Xbox girly for as long as I can remember, and then. A PC is good. Like I said, if you want all your shit to be just centralized in one spot, all your movies, all that shit. And a gaming PC, a decent gaming PC is like, what would you say, Horse? 1500? Do you play PC?
Yeah, I have a high-end PC that I use.
Yeah.
But this is like my literal number one hobby is like I throw all my fun money into tech stuff. So over the years I've built up. That's good so you'll get two different perspectives, OC, because he's Xbox with his green background. So I don't have anything against Xbox, but if you do some reading on where Microsoft is at right now as a console manufacturer, they're like going through it. They're not selling well at all compared to PlayStation, and they're now getting to the point where you had games that were exclusive on Microsoft's console, and they're just sending them over to PlayStation now also because they need to make the money as a third-party publisher. So my recommendation, the only console I don't own is an Xbox. I have a PlayStation 5 and I have a Nintendo Switch, and then I've got a PC because I feel like I'm able to get the full gamut of games without bothering to have an Xbox.
Okay, so console-wise, Bash says Xbox. You say PlayStation. But what would you say, Horse? Should I go console either way, or should I go PC? If I want to get into modern gaming, what would you say? We know Bash says Xbox. You're saying I should go for PlayStation?
Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you really just want to get into gaming, I'd say go for a PC.
Yeah, it's just a cost. It's just whether the cost.
Yeah, it's a lot of cash, but a PC, you can upgrade a PC. You know what I mean? You can't upgrade a fucking Xbox.
Yeah,
like it can do software updates, but it's not going to be able to play next gen games as well as a PC.
You wouldn't want to get into the situation Dumb was in, where I kind of got him a little hyped up about getting into PC gaming. He bought all that stuff, and then I think a month later his life changed, and he needed to sell it at a loss. So. My vote would be you can get a console right now. They haven't been affected by tariffs yet. Although Microsoft said they raised their prices, didn't they, Bash? They just raised the price of the Xbox.
I wouldn't doubt it. I haven't heard anything. I'm not in the market for a console at the moment.
Sony is probably not far behind, but the base level PlayStation I think is $500.
$500 for a PlayStation. How much for an Xbox, roughly?
$500. They're the same.
Yeah.
And a PC would be $1,500. So it's $1,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lied. So Microsoft just in the last few weeks put out a statement saying because of tariffs we've had to raise prices. So I don't know what the Xboxes are costing now, but they are more expensive.
No, but before tariffs, you would say $500 for a console, about $1,500 for a PC, a gaming PC.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to get into like modern games, a $1,500 PC is probably what you need.
Okay. And what's that you're sharing there, Bash? Is that
oh yeah, of course. This is Princess Celestia Guardians of Harmony mint condition box. It's $150 collectible.
That's cool.
Yeah, I had that ordered from Amazon. Or no, that was ordered from Walmart.
I've got my own nerdy figurine shit. There's my Last of Us Joel punching you.
What do you think about the TV series, dude?
It's
very controversial.
I watched the first season when it came out, and then I watched the first episode of the second season, and I've just been so busy I haven't even finished the second season. But yeah, and I'm sure it's controversial.
We're sharing things we have. I use a lot of box cutters in my retail work. So here's an extra box cutter with some.
That is cute.
We're all sharing everything. Okay, continue.
That's cute. Did you get that from a toy site?
I did, yes. How'd you know? It was either that or I wanted to buy My Little Pony, but I said I got to go back to work, so I bought that instead. But yes.
Okay. Good.
Oh, you really are a hardcore brony. You've got.
I got a lot of shit, dude. I got a
I see.
lot of fucking shit. Yeah, it's kind of retarded.
So
Honestly,
what do you like about it? Like what do you get from it?
So I've watched the entire series. I like the voice acting. The stories are cool. By the end of the series, a lot of the ships that they have for the characters are just canon. So, like, if you like shipping characters, like that kind of cringe, that's a thing in the series. I don't know, dude. I think a lot of it right now, as an adult, it just reminds me of when I was a shitty 16-year-old playing Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
That's what I was getting at. Is like it reminds me of a kid. Yep. That's ultimately what all that stuff comes back to. And when anybody's trying to make fun of you for it, it's because they haven't found that thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Horsehead. I also have this. This isn't pony related, but it's a Digimon licensed milk tea from Japan.
That looks cool.
Yeah.
Are you going to drink it or are you going to keep it preserved forever?
I just keep it. I'm kind of waiting for it to just fucking rust and explode all over my desk and destroy my computer. But hopefully that doesn't happen. So.
And I don't know if you saw, my brother was on earlier. He loves Bud Ice. I can't stand it. I don't drink Bud Ice. Makes me want to vomit. My brother, I don't know if you met Brother Click, he loves Bud Ice. He give you a salute for that.
Yep. Yeah, I like malt liquor. My usual go-to is Milwaukee's Best Ice. It's got a high alcohol content. It's got a decent flavor. But after one of those, you just kind of don't care about the flavor anymore.
That's like me and my IPAs.
Yep, IPAs.
God, guys, Indian Pale Ale. Okay, but
I can't.
That's a whole other talk. I don't know much about video
to
games. I don't know much about video games or ponies. We can talk beer. Let's not go there. It'll get ugly.
If I tried to drink one of those now, I would probably throw up. It's been probably 5 months since I've had one of those.
Have you had no alcohol in 5 months?
No, we're slowly reintroducing it. I think when I talked to you a couple months ago, we made it about 2 months without any at all. And then I think the rule now is we just really don't drink weeknights. We really just do it on the weekends or if we're going out. And the big thing is I don't drink in the evening when I'm just chilling in here. That's the huge difference.
I think Bash is having an asthma attack. You okay there, Bash?
Yeah, I just see this fucking roll in this green screen. It's pissing me off, so I gotta fix it.
I do still hit this thing though.
Oh. Is that just tobacco or nicotine, or is that no? Oh, that's the one that's illegal in Texas.
No, it's legal. It's they're trying to make it illegal, but this is the hemp derived stuff.
CBD? Question mark.
I think it's either THC 0 or Delta 8 or something. I don't know. They've got 50 different compounds.
Yeah.
From
I like Michigan because I can just go and buy a bunch of joints. It's not.
Dude, I lived in Colorado in 2012 and 2013 when they were the first state to make it legal. It was great. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's nice to have that option, if you're into intoxicants, whatever.
But I mean, I need to even cut this back a little bit because you get to where you're just why am I doing this? What's the?
Yeah, I've been with so many people where it's they'll just do it all the time, and it's dude, do you even get anything out of it? At a certain point, your tolerance is so fucking high, you might as well just stop for a month and then start up again, so your tolerance diminishes. But I don't smoke that much, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yep.
Horse, you sound like you're high as a kite now, but okay.
We'll get there. It's been a long day. I was productive.
Well, you're going to stream later after we say goodbye. You're going to stream because you're a couple
I
hours
don't know.
behind.
I may just. I mean, you tell me when you want to wrap up. I'll just hang out
here. For me, look, it's 12. It's going on 12:30. What time is it in Michigan? 12:30 or 11:30? What time
11:22.
11:22 in Abilene. What about in Michigan? I said. What time is it in Michigan?
12:22, 12:30.
So you're on my time. Yeah, I'm still awake-ish. I don't mind continuing. But Horse, when you first came on, before Bash came on, you said you were planning to stream in a bit, and I'd actually like to be one of your first guests. Are you going to have guests on your stream or?
Yeah, if you wanna come on, I gotta. I think I got StreamYard figured out. I've got it on the screen where you literally say initiate stream, but.
Okay, so here's what I want to do then, because I'm about 5 and I'm 5:23, 12:23. I'm going to go another 7 minutes, roughly. We'll talk, and then 7 minutes time's up. I want to go. Horse, if you're going to host, I'd like to come over. And Bash, you're more than welcome to go over to Horse's channel. I can invite you on behalf of Horse.
Yeah, I'll shoot you a like there, Horse, and I'll visit. I gotta get some dinner ready, and my girlfriend she comes over in 30 minutes for her break on lunch. So
Oh, she works. Wait, it's 12:30 at night.
She works nights.
She's a nurse or something, or
Correct. Old nurse aide.
Mm.
She helps older people. So.
You stay up at night just to see her, or what? Can I ask, when do you work? Daytime?
I'm a night owl. I'm second shift, so I work 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m.
Okay, and you stay up. What line of work you in? Can we ask?
I clean shitters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you clean shitters for a company, or you're like an outside janitor that's contracted?
It's actually contracted.
Oh, like the porta potty shitters, like the
It's so I work for a school, but we're contracted by the school, so they don't have to pay us, so we don't have to be part of their union.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So you clean. Okay, you clean shitters. That's admirable. Hey.
Yeah, it's not too bad, and it pays decent, so I don't care.
So, but you and Horse, you're both in academics. He works at a college. You clean shitters at a school. You're both in academia. I'm here with two professors. Okay.
Can I call you, because literally the bathroom down the hall, like half the days of the week, is just inoperable.
Yeah, I mean, we're having issues where kids will vandalize the bathroom so badly that they're unusable.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
can I ask, what these schools? How old are the kids? Is it everything from kindergarten?
It would be a middle school. Like they just tear the fuck out of it. And like I did that kind of shit, but I didn't vandalize it. Like I would just like throw like wet toilet paper at the ceiling and shit. But they'll like rip pipes out of the fucking wall and shit like that. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Have you ever found a piece of crap in the urinal? Has that happened yet?
Never. My buddy says it happened to him, but I almost don't believe him.
Christ.
Yeah.
It's an old wives' tale.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be the unicorn, dude. It's gotta be like a legend.
That's funny.
I want to share a quick story with you from when I was in college. Because Horse, you teach at a college, or you do something at a college, and Bash, you clean bathrooms. There was when I was in college, there was one bathroom, and the janitors, they painted the wall white, like a bright white. It was a brand new, fresh white painted coat. Painted coat. Somebody took a black magic marker, and right above the urinal, they drew a huge cock and ball. Huge cock and ball. There was hair on the sack. This big, gigantic penis and testicle. And I'm in college. I'm looking at this thing. And I'm thinking, what the hell? This is something a bunch of middle schoolers would do. I mean, you could not see it. The wall was freshly painted white. This black magic marker, it gleamed at you, hair on the sack. This big cock and ball. I'm like, we're in college. This is something middle school kids would do. And I looked off to the side, and in tiny letters towards the bottom, they wrote, "Stop staring at cock, you faggot." And I thought that was brilliant. It went from being like a childish joke to brilliant. You got me. You could not see the huge cock and ball. I'm like, some bunch of middle schoolers would do this. What the? Stop staring at cock, you faggot. You got me. I thought I just wanted to share that.
Got a ball gazer. Yep. That's pretty good.
That
I
was
was
a
gonna
good
say,
one.
when you talked about a cock being drawn on the wall, that's just like a Wednesday. So
That's just a Wednesday. But this actually it went from being a middle school joke to a very deep collegiate joke. I'm like, this is so middle school. Cock and ball. That's what we used to do when we were in fucking 6th grade. Stop staring at cock, you faggot. Damn, you got me. I was staring at the cock. You got me. It was such, the cock was so huge. The letters were so tiny to look to see them, and off to the side. It went from being a sophomoric middle school joke to a college level joke. So you reminded me of that, so I wanted to share it. So
all good art should make you reflect.
Yes, this is true. Now, like I said, I want to go on for another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll transition over to your place, Horse. Bash, I think I don't know if I'm subscribed to you. If you type something in the chat, I'll make sure I subscribe to your channel. And we'll go over to Horse, because I've never seen Horse stream. I'd like to see a Horse. I'd like to be the star.
I don't think I've seen Horse stream either.
I didn't
know you made content.
He's new to it. Yeah.
Okay.
If you go look at my channel and look at my videos, I think the last one I uploaded was like 11 years ago or something like that. When I was doing like camera tests when I bought a camera. And then there's all my college stuff in there too. Me and my buddy acting crazy. So
okay, I just subscribed to Bash because it's only polite. And Horse, I subscribed to you tonight for the first time after you said all these months.
No, I thought
subscribed to each other.
I subscribed to you. Every time I load up YouTube and you're live, it's like he's live, and it tells me, and I'm like, okay, and then I click on it. I thought I was subscribed.
Because I'd like to be the starling for a change. See you, and you can tell me. We can talk StreamYard versus OBS if you're going to use OBS. So I like to see it in action. All right, so we'll wind this down. We have a couple minutes. Any last thoughts? Anything either of you gentlemen want to share?
Are you going to get married, Bash?
So she wants to get married. She's already been married once. and she got married to a dude, and it was like she kind of felt pressured into it. I'll be honest, like that's what she's told me. But yeah. Anyhow, I don't know if I want to get married. I would like a declaration of unity, and it would basically be like a party where we have like, you know, dancing, drinks, and it would be like a marriage, and we would like say like, you know, I would like this person to be in my life forever, all that shit. It wouldn't be like state mandated, I guess.
Is she okay with that?
She's trying to fight me on it. She really wants to get married, and it's like, dude, like honestly, she can't take anything from me because she makes more money than me, and all I have as an asset is this fucking laptop.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, this is Horsehead's channel. If anyone's interested, it's Horsehead's channel. Is she your age, older, younger, about your age? Does she have any kids?
My age.
Children? No children?
No kids.
So she's been married once, but they didn't have any kids. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, she was probably married for literally a month, dude. Like,
okay.
It's a dumb marriage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of weird. And now that you mention that, yeah, Dumb was married for,
like a month, yeah.
Huh.
Long enough for a vacation.
If you either get married or have one of these ceremonies, where do you want to go for your honeymoon? You have a plan? Dumb went to Hawaii. Where would you take her? Detroit?
No. I probably, like, if I had like infinite funds, I'd want to take her to Eastern Europe. We don't have that, so it would probably just be to the UP. And we'd probably just eat smoked fish and go camping or some shit.
Okay, up the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Okay, sounds good. Going from one part of Michigan to another. Sounds romantic. Cool. Yeah. All right, very good. Bash, thank you for joining me. Don't be a stranger. Horse, good to see you. If you're going to stream that way, if Horse is going to stream, I want to be the Starling. So are we going to transition now and you're going to do a stream, Horse? Or,
let me see if I can fake my way through setting this thing up, and I'll be live here in a bit.
All right.
Okay, and for those who are watching, if you don't, that's Horsehead's channel. I think I got that right.
Yep.
Because I've been on 5.5 hours this time, and the last one was like 4 hours. So I need a little break, but I'll do this again. Bash, don't be a stranger. It was a pleasure to meet you. And Horse, thank you for coming on. We've had a good.
Good to meet you, Horse. I don't think I've actually seen you.
Good to meet you, Bash.
Yeah, we had a nice meet and greet. I like that. Maybe we'll do the same thing on your channel, Horse. You can introduce me to some new people. All right. All right, so we'll say goodnight to these fine gentlemen, and if you want, you can go watch his stream, Horsehead. And for now, I'm going to say, because it's been 5.5 hours this time around, I think the last one was like 3 hours, Occupational Click, out.